You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. We got some things we got to talk about, some things that were happened over the weekend that happened inside the trial, not in LA. Of course, we're keeping a close watch on what's going on in LA, the protests and all the riots and all the craziness that's been going on. We're keeping an eye on that for sure. But there's been some things that happened over this weekend because Diddy tried some things. Diddy most definitely tried some things. And I know some of you are like, wait a second, this is early. You started early. Yeah. I planned on doing the show at 10 and I moved it up an hour, okay? Because honestly, I'm available. I was able to do it. And there's a lot going on. And this, in my personal opinion, is a very important testimony that we're getting from this particular Jane Doe. Okay? I will say a few things. There's a few ground rules that we're going to be talking about here in just a little bit. Just so you guys know. But nonetheless, hopefully you guys are getting your coffee in. Hopefully you guys are getting your breakfast. Hopefully you're getting whatever you need to get done so you can get off to work, or maybe you guys are at work right now listening to this show. Regardless, I appreciate you listening and tuning in and being a part of the conversation. We already know that the trial has already started. It's been about an hour into the trial so far, so we are going to get straight into this very shortly. So do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that reaction button, okay? Of course, also hit that follow button over there, all right? On all those platforms. Follow me on all those platforms. Go to my YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you crush that subscribe button. Subscribe, please and thank you. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Make sure you subscribed over there as well. That'd be greatly appreciated. Okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay? PascalMerch.com. All right, guys. There has been some really interesting things that have been going on over this past weekend. To say the least, it has been a very interesting one. Okay, I mean, aside from the LA's, aside from the LA protests / riots that have been going on in LA, there's a lot of things that have been going on, a lot of drama going on inside that courtroom over this weekend, or at least behind the scenes of this trial. And we already knew that Diddy and his team were going to try everything in their power to get this off of Diddy's shoulders. But guess what? Over the weekend, Diddy's team filed another motion for a mistrial. Yeah. Okay. Real talk. They tried to file for a mistrial, all revolving around Bana's testimony. Brianna Bongolan, okay? The one who said that she was dangled over a balcony and all that. And let's be real. When they did cross, okay, when the defense started asking her questions in her testimony, she fell apart, okay? She absolutely crumbled. But it doesn't automatically mean that she was committing perjury on the stand. Now, that's one of the things that they're trying to say. They're saying that her testimony was false. They're saying that her testimony was fake freaking news, that she was lying on the stand, committing perjury, everybody. Okay? Committing perjury. But here's the thing. Just because they have some or just because they have a receipt for a specific date and time does not mean that these things did not happen to Bana. Real talk. We've already talked about this before. And also, just because she says, hey, this happened to me on this date, okay? In this time, this date, she could have the date wrong, which is possible. You're thinking about something that happened years ago. You are also completely under the influence of any kind of substance you can think of. You are an addict. You were deep in your addictions back then. There's still a possibility that you may not remember how, or you might not remember the date, I'm sorry, of when this actually went down. It could be a week before or a week after he was in New York. You see what I'm saying? But nonetheless, Diddy's team is basically saying, hey, what she said on the trial, on the stand, is fake, is wrong. Okay? Here's the other thing, too. Just because he has a receipt to eating breakfast in a hotel does not mean that he actually was the one who ate the food. There could have been anybody else. Could have been one of his side pieces staying in the hotel. It could have been an assistant. It could have been anybody, right? Like I said, just because he's like, oh, I got a receipt of me, of eating it at this particular place at this particular time. I mean, it could be him, but it might not be him too. Where is the camera footage of him walking around in that particular hotel and on that particular date during that particular time? A receipt is a receipt. Anyone can make a receipt and then hand it over to Diddy and say, oh yeah, you were here. I'm just saying. So again, what's very interesting is that they're looking at the situation and saying, hey, the time is wrong. The timing is all wrong. The dates that she's claiming that I dangled her over a balcony is not correct. Because how could I be in New York when at the same time that this alleged crime happened in LA? So again, this is a very interesting situation. I'm going to be real. This is a very interesting situation. I truly still believe that what happened to her did actually happen to her. I do believe that. I think that she has the dates wrong. Real talk. And yeah, liminal. Okay. There's definitely a time difference. Let's not forget the time difference as well. Right. So again, no matter what, something about it seems a bit off when it comes to Diddy's side. I don't think that she would go out of her way, Bana, to corroborate something like this. I just don't. I think what happened to her is actually what happened to her, but she could have been heavily under the influence when this crime did occur. So maybe her memory is a little fuzzy because of that. Like I said, I think that there are people in this trial that are telling the truth, and you can see that truth from space. But then there's other ones that are fabricating or exaggerating their experience with Diddy, either to bury Diddy or for maybe a future bag later on. I don't know. But you can also see those kind of lies or those possible non-truths, okay? You can see those from a mile away as well. Look at Mia's cross and look at Dawn's cross. Both of them feel like they weren't 110%, right? But also I will point this out though. If you notice, Dawn's testimony and Mia's testimony, Diddy's not trying to get a mistrial from their testimonies. Do you notice that? Or is that just me? Isn't that interesting? That he's not sitting there going, oh, Mia's lying, man. Can't you see she lied? Mistrial. Oh, Dawn, she fell apart on the stand. She looked like Boo-Boo the Fool. Oh, she ain't telling the full truth. Mistrial. He hasn't done that. But with Bana, he most definitely is. So that also kind of tells you that maybe there are some serious truths in what Dawn and what Mia said. Because if you really think about it, if Mia was blatantly lying on the stand, committing perjury, and they were able to show solid evidence of that lie, you don't think he would have been like, mistrial, she committed perjury. But he didn't. Why? Because he has no solid proof. Okay? Then also the other thing too, Dawn as well. What she testified, yeah, there were some holes in it for sure. She crashed and burned on that stand during cross. Both of them, Mia and Dawn, crashed and burned. But you don't see him filing. The only reason why he's filing is because of a doggone receipt. That is it. It's a receipt, y'all. That's being like, this exonerates me, man, because of this receipt right here. It's funny. I got like an old ass receipt in front of me, but it's like, yeah, because of this receipt right here. Yeah. You see this receipt? Blam, bang. You don't take a look. I ate some eggs. I had some home fries. And it looks like I had a chicken chalupa. Yeah, that hotel makes fire chicken chalupas for breakfast. So let's take a look at this before we continue. Because then we find out, or we should find out, because if they're continuing the trial, clearly judge said, nah, we're not giving you a mistrial. Sit down, bruh. Sit down, homie. So he's filed for a mistrial. Like I said, he's grasping at straws. In my personal opinion, he's grasping at straws. Oh, yeah, and applesauce. Let's not forget that, too. You know, he's like, and a gallon of applesauce. And that's what's interesting. If he likes applesauce on everything, I figured he'd want it all over people's bodies as well. Baby oil and applesauce just glistening all over everybody's bodies. You know what I mean? But he's asking the judge in this case for a mistrial for the third time, by the way, accusing prosecutors of presenting testimony they knew or should have known was false. So the rapper and mogul's legal team filed the letter Saturday morning, and the reasons for their request are related to testimony about the alleged incident where Bana, says Diddy held her over the edge of a balcony 17 stories in the air. I'm going to be real. I believe her. I believe that. I believe that story. I just think that they're trying to play with her at that time, substanced, addled mind. That's what it is. They're playing with an addict's mind. In that time, you are totally gone, right? Zooted out of your mind, high as hell, right? Are you going to remember every nuanced thing? Are you going to remember everything? You're sitting there doing God knows what, smoking, snort, whatever the hell you're doing, right? Probably a combination of all those things, right? And then suddenly out of nowhere, somebody comes up and picks you up and puts you on a balcony. Yeah, it's going to throw you off a little bit, don't you think? Especially when you're just like, yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm with my girlfriend Friday. You know what I mean? We're trying to make a night of it, having a great time. And then all of a sudden, boom, I'm on a balcony and a dude's screaming at me. You know what you effing did? I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. So his lawyers say prosecutors presented untrue testimony when Cassie testified about the incident because she said she actually saw Diddy holding Bana over the balcony. However, text from Cassie to KK, Christina Coram, one of his employees, often named in this trial, by the way, all right, and also named as chief of staff, indicates she didn't actually see the actual incident because she texted, I just found out some crazy-ish. And of course, this is like the bruises, I guess, that Bana endured. Okay. But moving on, Diddy's attorneys also point to the photos prosecutors showed of her injuries. Remember, Bana testified that Diddy dangled her over the edge of a balcony, then pulled her back onto the balcony and flung her into some furniture. She sustained some bruises on her leg and neck, okay? And also with prosecutors showing the photos that they said were taken of her alleged injuries. The photos metadata proved they were taken on the 26th of September. But here's the thing. He's like, but, oh, if it was taken on the 26th, there ain't no possible way. I wasn't there. You see, on the 26th, I was out of town. I was in New York. So tell me, how could I be Superman and Clark Kent in the same place at the same time, baby? There's no way I could be there and be over in New York at the same damn time. I'm just saying. He's got a point there. But also, it doesn't matter. Those photos could have been taken days after the attack, when the markings on her body were showing even more. And then maybe a friend of hers like, oh no, baby, we need to take a photo of this. This is crazy. Take a photo of this right now. This is insane, right? Again, like I said, this is you have to look at all the information here. I don't think that somebody who gets thrown on furniture is instantly, right after getting thrown on furniture, going and taking photos of the markings on their body. You see what I'm saying? Maybe at that moment they're scared, they're terrified, they're trying to get away from Diddy, right? They're trying to get away from the situation. But once the situation is over, that's when they're like, oh, the next day or two, you know what I mean? They're like, oh man, this hurts. Man, I'm really tender in this area. What can you see what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like that scene from Tommy Boy, right? He's like, is there anything on my face? Not here so much, not here, but right here, right? And he's like, nope, you look good. Don't see anything, right? So there's still a possibility that a day or two later, she wakes up and she has bruises all over her body and she's hurt. And then a friend or her girlfriend at the time may have been like, we need to take photos of this. This is bad. This is bad. We need to take photos of this. And then they did. So like I said, 3 days later, bang, right? That's still possible. He could still be in the area attacking her. But moving on. However, Diddy's team presented evidence that the mogul was on the East Coast and couldn't have done anything he was accused of on September 26th. See, like I said, they're like, well, technically, they say September 26th is when it all went down. There's no way. He was out there until the 29th or 30th of September. So there's no way, physical way, he could be in New York and LA to do this said alleged crime on Bana. We rest our case. My bad. They say this is the second time. I could have sworn this was the third. But anyway, this is the second time, allegedly, according to TMZ. The second time they filed for a mistrial. I could have sworn it was the third time, okay? Just last month, his lawyers asked for a mistrial when it came to the destruction of fingerprints. When they were talking about the destruction of fingerprints, all right, on the Molotov cocktail bottle allegedly used to destroy Kid Cudi's car. Now, I also want to say they also did have a request for, or at least they threatened, let's just say that, they threatened to call for a mistrial during Kid Cudi's testimony because they were basically, they thought that prosecution was going to ask a certain question that never was asked, okay? That question was never asked, right? But they were sitting there going, oh, get ready. The prosecution's about to ask a question that we won't like. That's going to really upset us. So we're gonna ask for mistrial right now. And then judge is like, what are you talking about? They didn't say nothing of that sort. What do you want, actually? What do you want? What's going on here, right? Because none of that ever freaking happened. So that's where I see the third. if that makes any sense, or that's where I see 3 altogether in total. But like I said, according to TMZ, they're saying it's only the second time that they moved or made a motion for mistrial. Okay. But of course, as you guys can see, I mean, this, if I'm correct, this trial, okay, is still going on. It has not stopped anything. So mistrial, the judge, I'm sure, scoffed at that and just moved on. Quick little chuckle, like, you're funny. You're funny trying to do this mistrial again. No, we're going to continue going because there's still possibilities of him actually doing what he's been alleged of doing. So we're going to keep it moving, right? So, but really quick, just a few ground rules. I'd like to refrain from saying any person's name. Okay. So the Jane Doe is on the stand. And I'd really like for us to refrain from saying whoever that particular person's name is. Okay. Anything outside of Jane Doe, we could talk about Young Miami. We could talk about all the other celebrities that she alludes to. Maybe they don't say her name, say that particular person's name outright in the testimony, but you can speculate all those things. But if you guys could respectfully refrain from saying anything about what you think the person's name is in the chat, I would really appreciate that. Okay. Because apparently, a lot of people, there's a lot of issues going on as far as people saying particular people's names in chats and saying all kinds of stuff that, like I said, we shouldn't be saying the person's name right now. Okay. I think we all have figured out the situation. Okay. But at the same time, out of respect to this particular Jane Doe, out of respect to this case and to this trial, I mean, they are they're extremely anal about her name getting out here. And again, there's speculation, but there is no confirmation. I will say that there's speculation, but there is no confirmation of this particular person being this. Okay. Yeah, just me. I don't get it either. I don't. I mean, I do get it, but at the same time, it's like, well, we ain't in the trial. Like, we ain't in there, right? I don't see her face, so I don't know who this is. Okay. All I know is what she went through is crazy. And it's almost the same thing. Okay. I think it's the same thing as Cassie. It's the same pattern, which is crazy, right? But nonetheless, they are getting very, very anal about it. Okay. Yeah, I know that's not the greatest choice of words, but they're very extremely attentive. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we pretty much all know, but at the same time, like I said, it's safe to stay on the safe side. Okay. Because we talk about the feds, y'all. All right. I ain't messing with no feds. Okay. Don't need that. Okay. Solely because of covering a trial. Right. So this Jane Doe, okay, is back on the witness stand. All right. So the witness returned to the stand this morning wearing a white jacket as lead prosecutor. Comey continued the government's direct examination. And from my understanding, it might be direct all day today. Okay. It just might be prosecution asking her questions the entire day. So we'll see. Again, because they still have not gotten to the place where there was a fight. She and Diddy got into fisticuffs, okay, near the end of before he actually got arrested. They actually had a physical altercation, you know what I mean, because of whatever. And we're trying to find out what that is. Is the physical altercation because of coercion, Or is it just because, they just got into fisticuffs because they were just high and angry at each other, or whatever the heck it is, right? Maybe everything came to a head. I don't know, but we are going to find out about that as well. So moving on, Jane was worried about Diddy using his phone for these types of spicy videos. Now, as you guys remember, I mean, the last Friday, she was talking about how she was doing all kinds of crazy, freak off events. They would call them hotel nights, right? They would do all kinds of crazy stuff, do this stuff that she didn't want to do. In fact, it would really anger her and upset her greatly when it was her birthday. And instead of her having a relaxing and wonderful, time, one-on-one time with her man Diddy, she ends up having relations with 3 random dudes, including Diddy, or that 3 random dudes and then Diddy on her birthday, right? And of course, she's like, I didn't want to do any of that. As soon as he leaves, days later, he takes out another person, Young Miami, out for a private trip, excursions, etc. Right? I mean, he pulled out all the stops to show how his admiration and love for that woman. So Jane Doe sees this, and that angers the hell out of him, right? So it's ridiculous. All right. It's absolutely insane. Okay. But she got upset. She got jealous. Understandably. She's like, I just got ran through by 3 guys. Didn't want to do any of that. And that was my birthday gift. And then you're buying her, nice cars and, giving her lavish trips to Turks and Caicos and all that. And I'm just the person that you meet in a hotel room and perform for you for hours. What the hell is this? I mean, it was some crazy stuff nonetheless, right? So much that she was so sore that she couldn't perform one time. I mean, she talked about the UTIs and the yeast infections and all. I mean, it was bad, y'all, right? It was really, really bad. So she's worried about these particular videos, him filming all these things on his phone. So the witness said she was concerned about Diddy taking explicit videos of her on his primary 2 cell phones because others on his team knew the security codes to get into the devices. Yeah, I'd be a little concerned about that too. If he's handing around his phone and they got access to his phone 24/7, yeah. Just call up such and such. Just use my phone. You already know the passcode. Just get in there and make the phone call. You mean to tell me that person's not going to be like, whoa, that's his most recent video? What the hell is this? I'm sending it to myself so I can send it to other people and blackmail Diddy in the future. I'm just saying, So she testified that she asked him to make sure to lock it. So Diddy took another woman on a yacht trip. He promised Jane. See, so again, you got this girl that has now turned into the freak off girl, his freak off girlfriend. Now she is supposed to, now she knows that she's supposed to just perform. At this point, that's it. She's here to just perform. And that's it, right? She doesn't get all the lavish trips. She doesn't get all the love. She just gets the hotel rooms. And that's it. Crazy, right? So he took another woman on a yacht. He promised Jane. So Jane testifies that Diddy had promised to take her on a yacht trip, not yacht rip, after a hotel night. So he was like, yeah, girl, I'll do whatever you want. It's all good. Let's just do this hotel night. I got Mike and Brian on the way over, right? Insane. She then noticed on social media, Diddy went on the yacht trip without her and with someone else. She said she voiced her frustrations and Diddy was dismissive. What else is new? They later met at a hotel and he tried to calm her down and claimed that there was no, hibbity dibbity going on. But on a podcast, he allegedly boasted about the trip and how the hibbity dibbity he had, how much of it he had with that particular woman. Now, I don't know who that is. Is it still Young Miami? Maybe it is. Now, there is a theory. I'm going to say this too. Now people are saying that this confirms, because a lot of people are like, what's up with this whole Young Miami situation? Was that all just a front? Was this all a business transaction? Was this all a front to just push Young Miami, or in fact, keep Diddy relevant? That's the theory right now. People are saying that Young Miami and Diddy was just business. It was all for a look. Keep her out there, keep him relevant, because apparently his star was kind of fading a little bit, right? But all on paper, all on social media, all in the public eye, it looks like they're all happy and in love with each other and, spending a lot of time with each other, blah, blah, blah. So him on this podcast boasting about a trip and how much he was bumping uglies with this particular person, which may most likely be Young Miami, he could just be saying that because it's supposed to be part of the look. Like, yeah, they together. This is a serious relationship. They're so in love. They're so happy with each other, blah, 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 right? So again, because she was trying to, she was breaking out, right? She was breaking out. She was breaking out from her, from the group that she was with, City Girls, right? She was breaking out from that group. She's become more of the star, right? She's trying to catapult her career. You're standing right next to Diddy. It gives you a little bit more clout, gives you a little bit more street cred, right? Diddy also gets a little bit more relevance because then people are like, oh yeah, I remember Diddy, right? Because it just keeps him out there. So it's not like he's fallen off, right? Because, look at like Timbaland, just for example, other producers during that era of when Diddy was around, like we're not really hearing much about Timbaland, right? We're not. So, and that's just one person. That's just one example, right? So again, I could see this is all a business transaction. This is all business, strictly business. So him being on the podcast saying, yeah, we were smashing all night. We were having a great time, right? It's possible that he was just lying. And maybe they didn't bump uglies as much or at all because it was a business transaction. It is possible, kind of like I still feel that the J-Lo and Diddy relationship was a straight up front. I have always thought that. I still think that. I think that was a straight up front. And I think that a lot of relationships that we see that are together for a little, people are together for a little while, it's all a straight up front. I think that, when you see like, not right now, but I'm saying back in the day, you'll see like one young starlet with this Hollywood star. They put them together to make them a little bit more relevant for some odd reason. Oh my God. Oh, I love them together. Blah, 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 blah. Right. So I feel like that's the same thing with J-Lo and Diddy. So this ain't his first rodeo. He's done this before. J-Lo was becoming the Latina American sweetheart. All right. At that time, she's trying to say her love don't cost a thing. Okay. And people were eating it up. She needed a little bit more street cred. So Diddy. Diddy also wanted to become a little bit more commercial. He wanted to cross over. In other words, he wanted to get white people liking his stuff and liking his brand. So he links up with J-Lo. And then he starts to cross over a little bit more. Because now he is with J-Lo. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think J-Lo was a part of any freak offs or anything crazy like that. I really think that it was all a transaction. It was all business. And it's the same thing with this too. Okay? I think it's the same thing with this too. With this whole Young Miami situation. At least that's my theory. Okay? It was a business. It was a complete understanding business-wise. So did Young Miami get put through some of these freak offs and some of these hotel nights? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Because like I said, he was there to hoist her brand more while she hoists his brand as well. Because now you got to remember, he wants to stay relevant to the younger audience as well. The younger audience is eating up Young Miami and the City Girls Young Miami stuff, right? So he's like, I want to stay relevant. So he links up with her. So they both get a little bit of something, right? So, like I said, doubt that they were bumping uglies on this yacht. And maybe they were. I don't know. But he says it's not true. He says, no, we just went on the yacht and that's it. But then on a podcast, he's like, yeah, we were doing it to the break of dawn, right? Remember that phrase? To the break of dawn, baby. To the break of dawn. So Jane texts Diddy that she didn't want to be used and locked in a room. So the court shown text messages Jane sent to Diddy after being upset that he apparently lied to her about going on a yacht trip with another woman. Yeah, I'd be upset too if I was, like I'm getting ran through. I'm doing all these crazy yoga moves. You see what I'm saying? I'm doing these, estual gymnastics, holding positions that I've never held before in my whole entire life. Now I got arthritis of the back and the neck. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd be angry too. Shoot, I'd be mad as hell. Right? So interesting that oh my God. Mo just said, yeah, Miami said he was like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going and going, which is interesting because isn't that a lie? He would be the Energizer Bunny in the corner, just going and go on himself. You see what I'm saying? So that's interesting that she's like, oh, you like the Energizer Bunny, baby. You crazy Diddy. Okay. Okay. He in the corner just right? Like a bunny rabbit. Okay? Hacking away. But let's continue. So she was upset about him going on a yacht trip with another woman, the same yacht trip allegedly that he was supposed to take her on, but he chose business over pleasure this time. That's what he did. So Jane texted Diddy in 2023 that she didn't want to be quote unquote used and locked in a room to perform and fulfill your fantasies. On the same day, she wrote that she didn't want to fly to New York to quote unquote be a 304 for the millionth time in a hotel room. Yeah, like I said, you know what I'm saying? I get it. I get what she's saying. I wouldn't want to be like that too. I'm just being used to be in these rooms. She's like, I don't even see. When I go into New York, I don't even see New York. I don't even get to go and do the staple things that other New Yorkers do. Nope. All I'm doing is seeing the inside of hotel rooms. That's all I'm seeing. And then I get back on a plane and I fly back home. I don't even get to do anything. I don't even get to go out and see the world. Right? It's like the Little Mermaid, right? She wants to be part of that world. You know what I mean? She's like, I don't know anything anymore. She's like, what is this? A thingamabob? I have 20 of these at home. You know what I'm saying? She's home. She's in these hotel rooms, and that's it. She sees these four walls, and then she gets back on a plane, and they fly her booty, her very sore booty, all the way back home. Okay? So, Jane felt like she had to perform for the rent. So, ain't nothing going on but the rent, baby, right? So, with Diddy paying her rent, Jane said there was a sense of obligation to, quote unquote, perform regular sexual acts for the defendant. She felt guilt-trippy things associated with living under the roof paid for by Diddy. This is what the witness said. So, the arrangement made me feel like I had to perform S for housing, she said. A text message she sent to Diddy was shown in court in which she wrote, "I'm doing things that make me feel disgusting with myself." Okay, I'm really sorry. I have to say this. And no, I'm not trying to shame anyone. But if you've already said it 15 million times, leave, baby. Why are you still there? Why? See, this is going to be the biggest problem for the jury. The jury is going to be sitting there watching this, and they're going to be like, "Oh, my Lord." They're like, "But baby, why didn't you leave? Baby, why didn't you leave?" Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure her spread, her home, the spoils, I'm sure are redunculous. I'm sure the only thing she has to do is once a week bend over backwards. But still, it sounds like a lot of work. But still, if she keeps saying, "I'm done, I feel disgusted with myself," you know what I mean? She's doing these cold showers and crying by herself in the showers, just weeping and convulsing in deep, deep guttural cries. Why? In my mind, I'm sorry. I'm just asking, please, respectfully. I am not trying to shame anything, but why stick around to something like that? Why stick around to something like that? Mari. I'm just like, why are you staying? Why? She says it multiple times. Now, of course, this is incriminating. This is very bad for Diddy because she's basically saying, "I want out. I feel disgusted. I can't stand what you are doing to me. I don't feel like you're treating me respectfully," right? "I want out." We saw that on Friday. She said blatantly in black and white, very straightforward. It wasn't like, "I think not. I can't agree with all of that. Some of it I can agree with. The other half I can't." She didn't say that. She didn't say it in weird old English BS. She said, "I want out. I am tired of this, and I do not want to do this anymore." She says that. But it continues on. Diddy's a bad guy for allowing this to happen. But then at the same time, it's like she's still there, though. It's interesting, guys. She's still there, though. I wish she would have left. Real talk. I really, really wish she would have left. Like I said, not trying to, I'm not trying to shame anybody, but I am asking those questions because she keeps saying it over and over and over again. "I want out. I'm done. I'm done with this," so on and so forth. "I feel disgusting. I feel disgusting with myself," blah, blah, blah. But then she continues going on and on and on. Is it solely because she's like, is it only because she's like, this house is dope and I can't lose it? Then in my mind, I'm like, can't you get can't you find an agent that can get you some really good modeling gigs or something like that? She's modeling, so obviously she's a good-looking person. She clearly was successful in that to a certain extent. Can't you just double down on that? And I know that's not it's easier said than done, but if you are as beautiful as enough to make money off of Instagram, posting photos of yourself on Instagram, then I'm sure you can find some success in doing more gigs, in doing more modeling gigs. You know what I mean? But let me take a sip of this coffee. I'm just asking the questions, okay? Nash says, "That's amore." No. 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 So again, crazy. But anyway, when the moon hits your eye, that's amore. But this is not love at all. This is love, Diddy doing freak offs. Okay. So Jane said she would have relations with cowboy wearing heels at Trump Hotel. Excuse me? Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's look at this. Jane said she was growing tired of the S with strangers, the hibbity dibbity with strangers at Diddy's behest. And a 2023 incident with a cowboy wearing heels was particularly upsetting. Okay. Hold on. Now, remember what happened. She said there was a Spanish-looking guy, a Spanish buff guy, smelling something whilst he was bumping uglies with her, right? So he's like, see, right? Now you got a guy, a cowboy, wearing heels. Yeah, they're poppers for sure. Yeah. I figured that out later. I was like, what is he smelling? What is he smelling? And it's like, oh, bruh, it's poppers. Like, oh, I don't even know what that is, but okay. Yeah. See, right? And now you got a cowboy wearing heels. Yippee-ki-yay, mother. You know what I mean? Yay. So let's see this. Her voice cracked with emotion, explaining how she thought she was going to have private time with Diddy again for dinner and just shopping, but was instead directed to meet Diddy at the Trump International Hotel and Tower in New York. Now, here's the thing, though. How is this? How Trump's International is getting a lot of press right now. Okay. Who would have thought that inside the Trump International Hotel, there'd be just countless freak off nights? You know what I'm saying? So he gave me some X, she recalled. I was in lingerie, and this news surprise was coming. The man came. Then Gabriel came. I don't know who Gabriel. I don't know who Gabriel is, but that's interesting. She and the male S worker had relations in front of Diddy. Okay. He was paid in cash, according to the witness. So he was chilling, bumping uglies wearing heels. Gabriel. I don't know who Gabriel is, but this is all news to me. Okay. I can't quit you. Yeah, some Brokeback Mountain stuff. Some weird stuff. Like I said, her stuff almost kind of, it's very tragic, but there's also moments of like, it's almost like a sex rom-com, like a sex comedy. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know why it makes me think of Good Luck Chuck. Does anybody remember that trash of a movie? But, it's like he's smashing a whole bunch of girls. But some of them, a lot of them, every time there's something comedic going on, they all have some weird kink, that kind of thing. But anyway, this thing is just interesting, what we're seeing here, right? So she said, she told Diddy, I'm not an adult star. So by October 2023, years, by the way, this is years into her performing Years. By 2023, October, Jane said that she reached a boiling point, finally, with Diddy's demands on her performances, actually. So, Diddy had texted Jane to say he was missing her, and the witness interpreted that as his next request for her to have relations with another stranger. She said, I said, call someone else. I'm not a corn star. This is exactly how I felt. And that's what she said in her testimony. Sheesh. Yeah, he really likes to be, this is some crazy stuff. All right. This is all bad, by the way, guys. This is all bad. Not great for Diddy, but at the same time, where is the racketeering and RICO charges? Where is the coercion? That's what everyone's going to be saying for sure. Okay. Oh, man. I mean, Charlton, her vajayjay doesn't even exist anymore after all of this. And you also got to remember, I'm sorry, quick sidebar, because we have to talk about vajayjays for a second here, at least hers. Let's talk about that for a second. She don't even have a vajayjay anymore. Let's be real. Think about this, okay? I have to say it because I need to put this thought in your brain, everybody's brain, okay? Yeah, it's, I'm sorry. We have the meat for vajayjay. So here's the thing. It's ground beef at this point. Because you know for a fact, these guys, you got to remember, these guys that he was getting were not people that had, Tootsie Roll is all I see. You know what I mean? These weren't little Tootsie Rolls. These were like, sausage. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you right now, and no, all jokes aside, he's like, one, you raw dogging. Two, you going to blow her back out, period. So you got these guys who are well endowed, okay? Well endowed, plowing. They're not just, making sweet love, okay? Okay? I'm just telling you right now. They're not putting on Trey songs in the background, making love faces. They're not doing that. Do you understand that? They're not doing that. This is like angry, insane poundage, okay? Drilling. This is what's going on with her. And this was what was going on with Cassie, okay? I'm being real. Seriously. So imagine what she was going, and also she's holding positions. She's doing all this crazy yoga moves as she's getting dug the F out. And she's doing that for hours. And no, not that song like, I could do it for hours and hours and hours. That's not the greatest song to have. Whoever sang that song, I forgot the girl's name, but she should, Diddy's probably like, yes, you can. Ooh, run. Okay? But I'm telling you, imagine that in your brain. And let's talk about vajayjays, everyone. Okay, some vajayjays are quite shallow, and some are deep. So, depending on her down there, it could be a kiddie pool, or it could be the deep end. You never know. But imagine that for hours. I'm not trying to be like, you guys are making me crack up, but I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm just trying to give you guys a visual of what this woman went through and what Cassie went through. That's insane, guys. That's absolutely insane. Okay? No Trey songs. No Trey songs. Okay? None. All right? Think about that. Seriously, they need to have a funeral for both Cassie and for Jane's VJJ. I'm serious. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here on the passing of Cassie and Jane Doe's VJJs. They did not know what was coming to them. They're in a better place right now. May they forever be sitting on packs of ice from here until eternity. Amen. I'm just saying, it's done. At this point, after doing all this stuff, their JJs don't exist anymore. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. It's like giving a Tic Tac to a mother-loving whale. That's all I'm saying. Okay? It is done. Done, 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 done. When they have children, those kids are walking out. That's it. Okay? And I'm kidding. Okay? You know, vaginas are amazing. They can go right back to the regular size. Okay? But I'm telling you right now, yes, it is. That's muerte. Nash, that is muerte. Like I said, this is not making love faces. It's not that. Not at all. Okay? He's like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Make her sweat. Let's go. That's what he's doing as he's in the corner, losing his religion. Okay? Yes, I did. I did give the JJ a eulogy. I wish I had some organ chords, because we're talking about sexual organs. But, some chords from an organ. Okay? But like I said, one day I'll do some stand-up. One day, if I muster up enough courage to do some stand-up. One day. But you all got to be in there and y'all got to laugh at every joke I say. Even if I'm drinking water, that better be the most hilarious thing I do. Okay? Like I said, one day I'll do stand-up. One day. But let's continue on. I'm just trying to give you guys a visual. Okay? The visual is not great. But it's real. And it's not like he's looking for guys who are just this big. He's looking for guys who are literally hanging. Their chains hang low. Do they wobble to the flow? You know what I'm saying? That's what he's looking for. Third legs. Okay? Tripods. Okay? And then he's like, dig her out. That's what's happening. Okay? So let's continue. Let's continue. Charlton, yeah, dug the F out. Kids walking out, hot dog down the hallway. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that is what it is. Okay, destroyed. Okay, destroyed. And she was doing this at least once a week, and she was doing this for years. Like I said, at some point, okay, at some point, that's why I'm saying, why did she stay? Because it just, why would she stay? Why? I just don't get it. You're getting destroyed. Not only just physically, but also mentally, right? Why would you stay? Because of the rent? That's it? Downsize. Find a smaller home and keep it moving. That's just what I think in my mind. Okay? Because this is insane. And then on top of it, he's out here gallivanting with other scallywags. Okay? Promising her, giving her empty promises, right? Giving her nothing but empty promises. At some point, it's like, this is the last straw. She was there for years. Years, y'all. Insane. Okay, CR, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, we're here to talk, but we're also here to get the news, and we're also here to entertain. Because reading transcripts can be boring as fuck. All right? I should have given you guys a heads up, been like, okay, our kids in the room, leave, let them leave right now before we talk about the JJs and juicy hogs. So let's get into this. But like I said, imagine a world in which that's all you're doing weekly, okay? You're getting flown all over the world and you're getting destroyed by random dudes that you don't know, or some guys you do know, some guys you don't, okay? Doug D. Freezer meets singing, I came in like a wrecking ball. Oh my God, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. But like I said, okay, this is not lovemaking. All right. This is some serious effing. And that's it. It's just straight effing. No holes barred. Pedal to the metal. Going in. Okay? Burning all kinds of calories like you just ran a doggone marathon. Okay? So let's continue. Finally, we get into the fight. And don't worry, we got transcripts we'll be reading here in just a second, okay? So, because we got a couple more updates here. So, she says she and Diddy got in a fight over arranging another party. Another one of their hotel nights, okay? Yeah, no holes barred. Okay. Really, that's what's going on here. Because we're not going to talk about the visuals. You know what I'm talking about, okay? So, Jane testified that she and Diddy got into an argument after he asked her to set up another hotel night when when he was spending time with this other woman, Young Miami, I'm sure. She told the court that Diddy texted her because he wanted her to reach out to men to set up another night while they were in Los Angeles. But Jane noticed online chatter that he was with another woman, which set off an argument, she said. Text between them dated October 15th, 2023, showed that Diddy insisted Jane not say no to him. So he literally said, you better not say no to me, girl, right? Because, of course, he's got leverage over her, which is rent to a lavish home, right? She responded that he made it very clear what he wants from her. So they got into an argument. I was hoping like an actual because there's a moment that there was an actual fisticuffs fight. Okay, just so you know. Jane tearfully recalls telling Diddy she wanted to stop having relations with other men. Again? See, like I said, the amount of times that she says, I'm done, I want out, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. She says it a lot and it never stops, right? It still continues. This is not good for Diddy. This does not look good for Diddy, okay? No, I mean, definitely there. Okay, Kay, there's definitely coercion here. Oh, there's definitely coercion here. Okay, without a doubt, for sure. I just think that there's other people out here that are going to sit there and go, oh, where is the coercion? Where is the racketeer and Rico charges, love? That's what they're going to say. Still, they're still saying that. But I'm seeing there is coercion. It's just not, I'm gonna, it's not physical coercion. It's financial coercion. Does that make sense? Okay. But let's move on. She recalls her telling him that she wanted to stop having relations with other men. So she testified that she grew frustrated with the pressure on her to earn the most basic things from Diddy, such as love and respect. I see. Okay. This is wild. This is a whole conversation in itself. That's an episode in itself right there. She told the court that Diddy seemed to give this freely to other people, but for her, it felt impossible. Jane said that she spoke to Diddy about not wanting to have relations with other men, telling him that she wanted to make him happy, but that was creating a war inside of her. Diddy told her that's not what he wanted from her, Jane said. And then she responded that she needed a break. Jane put her head down during the testimony and wiped tears shortly before the court went on a break. Hold on. Jane says that he would love bomb her, okay, whenever he wanted hotel nights. So of course, it's like, okay, I'm gonna massage her back into loving me again. I'm gonna massage her and make her feel good again. And I'll be like, hey, so I got Diesel on his way over. What you think? Look at all the nice things I just gave you. So how about you just say yes, and I can see you essing some D. That's basically what's going on. Man, in a way, it's like, haven't you heard of P-Hub, Diddy? Can't you just watch things on P-Hub and just be sassified? Like, damn. But okay. When Jane began to distance herself from Diddy via text in October of 2023, he wrote back that he wanted to see her and that they didn't have to have the relations according to messages shown in court. But Jane called out Diddy in her response, writing that she knew he was going to spend the day love bombing her, but that she has hit a wall. Asked to explain love bombing, she testified that he would shower her with love and affection to an overwhelming point. An article from the Cleveland Clinic explains love bombing as a quote-unquote form of psychological and emotional A, and is used as a manipulation tactic. It was a pattern from Diddy whenever he wanted to have hotel nights, Jane told the court. Yeah, he's going to sit there and go, oh, we're having a good time. Yay. I love you, girl. It's nothing but love here. We love each other, blah, blah, blah. We love each other. Everything's good, right? Let me give you flowers and candies and give you some jewelry and promise you a new car and all this stuff. But you are going to S some D later on tonight, right? I got a wild one coming through, a cowboy wearing heels. It's going to be dope. I think you're going to love that. A cowboy wearing heels, guys. Let's not forget that. Okay? You had another guy, a Spanish muscular guy, huffing paint, it seems like, right? And now you got this going on. Okay? A cowboy wearing heels. Yeah. Yeet, Diddy. Yeet. So let's move on. Jane said she told Diddy she was tired of being treated like an animal. So in October was a big month for her of 2023. After years of doing this, by the way, okay? She said she became more vocal about her disdain for having to perform these particular acts with strangers at Diddy's behest. She testified that she told the defendant, "You treat me like an animal." The witness said she needed a break from Diddy and was tired of having, quote unquote, to do all the dirty ish for him. Crazy. Yeah, my dogs were not down for a cowboy wearing heels. They're like, what? Hell to the no. The what? Okay, so let's go to the transcript because, of course, we got to do a little bit of, we got to do a little catch up. All right. But this is some bad stuff. Let's take a look at this, okay? Okay, so the jury was brought in. All rise. All right. Good morning, Jane. She says good morning. All right. Publish this photo to the jury, but the screen's not shown to the public, of course. Who is this? So that is Sean's security. And who's this here? Oh, that's Sean's deputy butler. I've never heard of a deputy butler before in my life until just reading that right now. Moving on. Who did you call ATL? The entertainer Sly. I guess, who did you call when you were in Atlanta? Who did you call ATL? Oh, maybe it's like something saved in her phone or something like that. Who did you call ATL? The entertainer Sly, because he lived in Atlanta. So your message to Sean, what is this all about? My trip to New York in 2023. He wrote, send me some ish of you being bad. That's what he wrote to her. So then Sean says, I got the phones. Just send me what I don't have. Wait. So my trip to New York in 2023, I'm assuming it's Diddy now. So Diddy said, send me some of the ish of you being bad. So then Sean says, I got the phones. Just send me what I don't have. Don't say no to me, please. Interesting. What did you write in return? Well, I wrote, are you traveling with your phone or with our phone? You mean not Sean's two main phones? Yes. His assistants had access to those. I wrote, you're using this to get your schnish hard for someone else. Prosecution says, and he said you. I don't know what he said. He said you. What did you say? I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just want me there for a hotel binge. Why did you say that? Well, it's because I saw a podcast. What was that podcast about? About Diddy bragging about having relations for 48 hours straight on a yacht to an island near about Diddy bragging about having relations for 48 hours straight on a yacht trip to an island near Miami. When did this podcast actually air? A month after Diddy said he'd take me on that actual yacht trip. Man, that's crazy. What did Diddy say? What did Diddy say he'd do with you on this yacht trip? And of course, defense. Objection! Judge says, overruled. Jane continues that after a 2-day hotel night, we'd go and do more on the yacht. But we never left. We just had to recuperate. I saw on social media he had taken his girlfriend there. Young Miami. What did you write in your notes app? I wrote, I don't want to come to New York to be treated like a hoe, like a gardening tool. Why did you write this in your notes app? I wasn't sure if I was going to send it. But you sent a version of that, right? Yes, I did. And what did Sean reply with? He said, it was just podcast talk. I said, you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht, not me like you'd promised after that hotel night. Can you read your text? I quoted him on the podcast. You made Papa proud. Wow. And then you wrote, I don't want to feel obligated that you'll stop paying my rent. What did you mean? The guilty, trippy things that he would say that I had to perform. For how long had you felt that? Since I got home in April of 2023? Can you play this exhibit? And of course, it's Diddy. It's his voice. He says, this is a true open relationship. Why do you have to make it a problem? Now I'm sick. Interesting. How did you reply to his voice message? Call me back. So then we had a FaceTime. He said, all the things to calm me down. What did you send Sean or Diddy from the plane in New York? A photo of my outfit. Where were you planning to wear it? To dinner. What did Diddy send to you? He said, we're going to dinner. Did you? A late night lounge thing. Yeah, we did. So I'll read this for you. You wrote, I miss Hard D. And I wrote, yes. I have my passport with me. Then what did you write? I wrote, you turn me on so crazy, can't wait. And this was after the flight took off? Or after the flight took off, what happened? I got a message from Sean. What did Sean ask you? He asked me where Sly was. Then he asked, entertainment or movie night, let me know, I'll get a hotel. How did you react? I felt upset and a little defeated. What did you send next? Baby, just got Wi-Fi again. What did Sean write? He said, check red phone, the other message he sent me. So he said, I have a surprise for you. Just one. So I'm assuming just one dude, right? So what did you take that to mean? That there'd be somebody new? She starts sobbing. Somebody new? What do you mean who? What's this somebody new? An entertainer. Another freak off. I hated it. What did he send you? A picture of a man, of the actual man. I rolled my eyes. I wrote back, it's not loading. We're landing now. What did you send Sean? I suggested we go to Casa Capriani. But I was driven to the Trump Hotel. So I put on my outfit. What happened that night? He was really late. We went to the lounge. We bickered a bit. He was defensive, but we went into the room, and then Sly came. What did you text to Sly? I asked him if he can come to New York. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean. Did he come to you? Did he come to the Trump Hotel? Did he come to the Trump Hotel? And did you did you and he have relations in front of Sean? Yes, we did. After the New York trip, where did you next see Diddy? In Miami at a hotel. Did you two take these pictures? It's not shown to the gallery, but it's up on the screen. She says, yes, we did. We had Sly in Miami as well. Then I went back to LA. We had an argument there. Can you tell us what the argument was about? Why did you guys have an argument? He wanted to set up a party. He wanted me to reach out to a couple entertainers. I noticed something online that he was with an ex-girlfriend of his. I was furious. Could that be Gina? Maybe. Moving on. Did you ever speak with any of these women? Any of these other women? No, I just found out on Instagram. These text messages on October 15th, 2023. Please read what you wrote. Okay, so I text, you got that girl next to you. Her BS is already starting. Meaning the drama. Her drama was already starting. I told Diddy, introduce her to P. Who is that? Who's P? Paul, one of the other entertainers. Then I wrote, I'm not a P star. These experiences are desensitizing actual relations for me. Okay. And here on October 16th, 2023, the same fight. Please read these. I wrote, I don't want to be effed in these rooms. I felt that there was more pressure on me than the others. there was an imbalance. I had to earn basic things for romance. Love and romance, he was giving it to others. He was clearly capable of it. I also wrote, it's been 3 years of me having to F strangers. He wrote, so we're breaking up? Is that what you were actually proposing in those text messages? No. So I wrote, I just need a break spiritually. And she starts sobbing. If you know, but that's crazy. See, he's also giving her he's giving her options. He's giving her an opportunity to basically say, yes, we're breaking up. He's like, so we're done? So we're breaking up? So it's a wrap? And she's like, nope, I just need a break. It's bad. It's bad. Hold on. Madam Esther, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. She says she's done because she needs Diddler to grant permission to stop. And that's what's interesting. Because right there, perfect timing for this chat, this super chat. I mean, right then, she's like, hey, I need more from you. And he's like, so it's over? You want to break up? So we're breaking up? And she's like, no, I just want to break. Right? She's scared to get rid of the money. That's part of it. Or maybe she's scared of how he's going to react. But so far, she has not said anything about him putting her hands or his hands on her. We have not heard anything of that so far. That's the only positive thing you can get out of this thing, that he's not laying his hands on her. Okay? But one thing's for sure. There are moments where she's like, I'm done. I need to be out. I'm tired of being your plaything, right? And right here, he's like, so are we breaking up? That was a window of opportunity, right? And she's like, no, we're breaking up, because she's scared of losing the money, for sure. Absolutely. This has mental illness, instability all over it. They all need therapy. You are not wrong. You are definitely not wrong with that, Madam Esther. You are not wrong with that. Thank you so much for the super chat. But, she needs a break spiritually. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I mean, yeah, you can go to the holy house, baptize yourself in the Holy Spirit. Okay, but I don't know. I really don't know. All right. So she needed to break spiritually. Okay. And she starts sobbing. So what did you write next? She says, I wrote, S is sacred to me. So I don't know if people are going to really believe that 110%. With all due respect, I don't know if everyone's going to believe all of that. Why do I say that? Well, she's been doing this for years. At this point, it's been years. So when did the hibbity dibbity suddenly become sacred for her? Here's the other thing too. Let me just say this, okay? Because people can change. Definitely, people can change. Definitely, at some point, you might go back and go, well, I've been doing all this crazy stuff with a bunch of people that I'm not even with. I'm not even, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not even with. I'm not even, I'm not smashing anybody. There is a moment where you could step back and go, no, I'm not. I don't like that. No, there's a chance of that. There is. But it doesn't work, because still, no matter what, it's like he's like, are we breaking up? If relations like this is sacred to her, then shouldn't she say, yeah, I'm done? Shouldn't she say, yep, this is sacred to me. You clearly don't see this sacred. So I'm gone. Now I'm done. I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Bye. I'm done. She still doesn't do that. She stayed with this guy. This is in 2023, by the way. She stayed with this guy until he got arrested, guys. Up until 2024. I want to make that abundantly clear. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that, a woman or a person in their freak-a-leak ways doesn't mean that they can't reform. Doesn't mean that they can't change their ways. But here's the thing. You can't sit here. It's like an addict who's saying, okay, I'm an addict and I need to stop doing the yayo. You can't sit there and say, I'm done with it. And then seconds later, you're still doing lines in the bathroom. At some point you're going to have to say, all right, I'm done. And you walk away, right? I get it. Addiction is tough. I'm not sitting here saying that there's a cheat code to kicking a habit, but I'm just saying, as far as this situation, she says this is sacred to her. She could have just left at that point and just be done with it. But she's not doing that, right? She still sticks around. And maybe in the hopes that she's thinking that maybe he'll be like, yeah, you know what, baby? You right. It is sacred. You know what? We gonna work it out. I still want to be with you, girl. And actually, you gonna be my main girl. I'm gonna push Young Miami to the side. It's just gonna be you and me from this point on. Hell no. She already established herself as the freak-a-leak. Okay? She's already established herself as the sneaky link too. So what are we gonna do? But anyway, she said, it's sacred to me. Okay. So she also said, you always push me to do more and more. I said, I need time to myself. I said, and then of course, defense says, may we have a sidebar? And then the judge says, you may. So they have a sidebar. So during a long break, Diddy is standing, talking with his one of his defense attorneys. Okay. Judge says, please be seated. Please bring Jane back. She walks up to the table, walks back. I guess she passes Diddy. Oh, at Diddy's table, he passes a note to his lawyer. Okay. So that's very interesting as well. I wonder what the note is. It's probably like, yeah. Moving on. She says, okay, so we can continue. So prosecution says, what did Sean write to you? This is after her saying, I think, it's sacred. You keep pushing me to do more and more. I can't take it anymore, right? I need time. I need a break. So he wrote, I want to spend the day with you. I wrote back, you make it crystal clear exactly what you want me for. You're going to spend the day love bombing me. So what do you mean by that? Sean is very love bomby. I said, I'm not just an animal you can F on. Or sorry, I'm not just an animal people can F on. He said, you're crazy. How often did he call you crazy? Often. I said, you want to have me S some D just so you can jet off with Gina. I said, I'm drained. He said, all right, I'll leave you alone. In the next message, does he use your true name? Yes, he does. And does he say that's my house too? He does. He wrote, I'm coming over. You going to let me in or not? Is your baby there? Are you going to let me in our house again and again? He texted me that. Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm horny, shaking my head. That's so crazy. They're fighting. They're angry at each other. But he's sitting there going, oh, man, baby, I'm so stressed. And, I'm so just ready to go. Shaking my head. They're asking what SMH means. Shaking my head. That's what it means. He said his knees weren't good. I said, I was hitting up my mom and she was going to be, she said taking bone supplements is key. So then you saw Diddy, right? Yes. We had the sobriety party at the hotel. So again, he was able to finesse her into doing another hotel party, but this time It was a sobriety party. One last hurrah before they go clean for a little while, right? So we had the sobriety party at the hotel. First, I went to a concert. I stood with his security. Jonathan. I went to the store for supplies for the hotel night. Diddy was in the hotel waiting. He called me B. What the F was taking so long? Wow, that's crazy. That is so crazy. I got there. His assistant said, "You don't deserve to be called a B word." And of course, they're like, "So this was at the L'Hermitage Hotel?" Okay, so then what happened? I didn't want to take any substances. Who was the first entertainer? It was Rico, then Paul, and then Anton. Then I threw up. Diddy said, "Good, you threw up. Now you feel better." Then I had relations with Anton. I felt terrible. Whose text is this? Mine. I wrote, "Baby, I love you. Do you think we could put something in my hotel?" Do you think you could put something in my hotel? Did Diddy respond? No, he didn't. I needed furniture for the house. I wrote, "You're too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in DC." So prosecution says, "Okay, can you play his voice note?" And so this is Sean's voice saying, I don't know where the F Chelsea is. I ain't with no B words. Leave me the F alone. I'm single." Oh my Lord. Why would you stay with someone like this? Oh my God. Why would you stay with someone like this? I ain't with no B words. I'm single. So, what frustrations did you feel? Not being heard about how I felt about these hotel nights? Did you use names for other women? Yes. It was misdirected anger. I asked, what does the house have to do with what I'm saying? I wrote, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Bang, Cassie's in there too. Were you telling Diddy you were going to speak out about your relationship? Defense says, objection. Judge says sustained. Oh, that's not good. So they continue on. Prosecution says, please read this, okay? Did you reference your child? Yes. I said, you got me effed up. I said, just complete what he promised. I said, just complete what he promised about 2 years ago about the home. I said, don't contact me. What did he say in response? He said, I'm super clear now. I said, you had me on constant pins and needles. Now I'm sick. Leave me alone. Does the next message reference a prior relationship you had? Yes, it did. Then he says, I was told you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby. You see, he was threatening me about the rent, that we don't need to do anything we don't want. Oh, I got to hit the button on that one. I wrote, you're mad at me about a grown-ass man. Okay, stop right there. Was this referencing to your prior relationship? Yes. So I wrote, you wasted my time in this toxic ass relationship. Okay. Did you then refer to your previous relationship? Yes, I did. You invited me to New York to pair me up with some random man, any mother effer, for your own sick actual. What were you talking about right there? The two men I had to choose for myself, Sly and Anton. Sean kept trying to say, I choose them, or I chose them. I had wanted it. So he kept trying to say that I chose them, that I had wanted this. Crazy. I wrote, you want to gaslight me. So what did you mean? So he wanted me to believe that I wanted those things. What else did Sean text you? He said, you and me don't have no beef. I said, you created all this evil inside of me. I wrote to him, I regret everything, all this toxic ish, which overran my life. He said, you are burning a bridge. You're burning a bridge that you're going to need tomorrow. What did you write? I wrote, I don't trust you. He said, 10 hours ago, you loved me, not this. He wrote, it's a free country. I'm an adult and you're an adult. You're writing a whole book about what you hate about me. We both made promises that we didn't keep. If you want to talk to me, if you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do. Did you get the phone? Yes, I did. Let's see what's going on here. Plot thickens. This is not much, but she recalls throwing up after having relations with 3 men. Okay, so she once had, she says that Diddy once made her have relations with 3 men during an October 2023 rendezvous in a hotel in Beverly Hills. She didn't recall the name of the first man, but the second man, his name was Paul. I think that was the personal trainer. And the third name was named Sean. So she said she had to leave to go throw up. She recalls Diddy coming to check on her and telling her to return to the party. She called the evening absolutely terrible. Let's see what. Let's go back a little bit here. Jane says she responded to Diddy's messages about medical issues because she cared about his health. So she continued to testify about text conversations she had with Diddy, okay, in October. October was a very bad year, okay, or a very bad month. Clearly, this was a bad month. So oh yeah, absolutely, late bloomer. This is manipulation. This is all the way to a 12, okay, on a scale to 1 to 10. This is like a 15. All right. The manipulation here is terrible. Also, he's dangling. He is most definitely dangling the rent, her home, over her head because she doesn't want to do these things anymore. They're having an argument. She wants out. And he's sitting there going like, you better not burn these bridges that you need, like he keeps dangling those things. Then they're clearly muting out conversations about the former her prior partner, okay, the father of her children or the father of her child. So clearly they're avoiding that conversation, but and they're trying to dodge that ish, but still, no matter what, this is all straight up and down manipulation for sure. And he is definitely threatening to basically destroy her livelihood as well. I mean, that's without question for sure. Love is kind. Thank you so much for the super chat. There should be a serious conversation about who is raising these women as well. Oh my Lord. Seriously, as evil as he is, as a woman, I cannot understand. Let me just say this really quick. What you're saying right here, you ain't wrong. Because it also still takes a certain person to be willing to do this stuff too. Like, this is not a situation where, so far, we have not seen a situation where she is being, this is not R. Does that make sense? Okay, it's not like she's walking down the street and then she's getting pounced on, right? These are things that are choreographed, planned out, maybe not scheduled, but they are planned out. They're bringing in dudes and all that, right? This is not R. This is definitely not R. But it is kind of crazy and heartbreaking that there are people that can get sucked into this world like this solely because of them monies, solely because of the cash. This woman walked into a situation. She thought she was she thought she was in love. She thought that this was a version of love that she wanted, only to find out that it's not, right? There is quid pro quo written all over this as well, because I see Troy saying this is classic quid pro quo. I see that too, but I also see coercion as well. I also see that, hey, here's the understanding. She and see, the thing is I'm not trying to put blame on her solely. It's both of them, right? They both made an agreement. They both decided to do these things. And then maybe she bit off more than she can chew, right? I just think that when it comes to this situation, I mean, like I said, it's very sad. But I think that she got in a situation, and then it's like she painted herself into a corner. She was cool with it. It's kind of like with Cassie. Cassie was cool with it in the very beginning. And then she realized, oh, wow, whoa, this has gotten even more insane and more intense than I ever expected. I thought this was going to be once in a while, maybe once or twice in my life, and that's it. But I didn't know it was going to be 7 hours every week for the rest of my time with Diddy. And it's the same thing with this Jane Doe here, too. So again, you know, you look at the situation. Of course, I've even said it a million times before, too. It's like when you read these text messages, there are opportunities for this woman to walk. There really was, but she still stays. And it's clear to me why she stays. Yes, I feel like there is some brainwashing, some manipulation there, but also one thing that he's holding over her head is money, is her livelihood, her ways of life. Now, I don't know what kind of money she gets in child support and all that, and I don't know what kind of money she makes during doing her modeling gigs and whatnot. But at the same time, it's like I keep on looking at the situation like she had opportunities to walk out that door. She could have. I don't see right here and right now, at least, a situation where she's fearful for her life if she was to leave him. That's one thing that we haven't seen. We have not seen that part yet. Everything has been she's worried about the money part. And this is why we hear from other commentators basically saying, oh, she a professional baby mama. And it's like, well, yes and no, because there is coercion here. It's just financial coercion. You see what I'm saying? It's just financial coercion. All right. But, okay. But let's continue on. Let's continue on though. Okay. Let us continue on. So Black Anonymous, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. I think Cassie is different in that she was under contract with him as an artist. Yes, it is a little bit different. But at the same time, he also was putting his hands on her viciously. He'd, run into rooms and it's basically follow her everywhere she was, knew her every move, etc. I mean, he was insane on her, okay, to the point where she's terrified for her life. As far as this thing so far, we haven't heard anything about her being followed or anything of that sort. Not yet, at least. The only part that was kind of creepy was when she went and took a trip out to Paris, and he was like, I already know that you're going to Paris. Enjoy your trip to Paris. And she's like, how did you find out? I didn't tell nobody. How did you know about that? That's creepy. That is some creepy stuff. You know what I mean? But like I said, this is a very, very slippery slope. This particular situation, this particular testimony is very slippery. But I will say, you can definitely see coercion. You can definitely see him basically holding her livelihood, this home, over her head, for sure. But of course, there's that part of me that's like, well, you could have just picked up your stuff and moved to a whole other home. You know, I'm sure that child support is not, I'm sure the child support you're getting from your previous relationship, I'm sure it wasn't peanuts. Okay. I'm sure it wasn't peanuts. I'm sure it isn't peanuts. You know what I mean? So you live in a smaller home. Who cares? maybe just get out, right? But again, we're looking at a very toxic relationship for sure. She literally got into this bed with Diddy. And then now she's like, I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get out. And then he's just trying to pull her back in, basically saying, see all the bag of money? See this right here that I'm waving in front of you? That money, it's all gone if you leave, right? Mrs. Spicer, I'll say this. He seems to be coercing her. However, he also told her she could go. She just would have left and gone to her mama's house or something. Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is. And she probably was like, I don't want to live with my mama. I need to keep up with the Joneses. If I go and live with my mom, that's a bad look. I need to. I look at the spread. Look at the spread that I got. It's fire. Look at the spread I got. Right? So again, it's a very interesting situation, right? Very interesting situation. Okay. So you'd think you'd think that she would just be like, F it. You know what? I got my integrity. I got my pride. Or no, I got my integrity, because pride would make you stay. Because you're like, hey, I want to look good in this. Look at my spread. Look at the spoils I got. This place is awesome. And all I'm doing is a little bit of freak off from here, every once in a while. That is it. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So again, when I see something like this, it's like, yo, she could have just said, hey, I'm out. Right? I'm out. Right? $10,000 a month rent. Yes. That's a lot of freaking quiche. And if this particular Jane Doe, because I'm seeing a number hopping around, if she's getting in child support, about that amount of money, if that is actually what it is, then shoot, that's a good piece. That's a good decent amount of money, right? But here's the thing: you add on top of that child support, right? From your modeling gigs and all that stuff. You just go hard in the paint. Work on your brand. Work on building yourself. Get out there. She's a model, so she obviously is good looking to a certain extent, right? So I'm sure the camera likes her. It's like, take some hosting classes or something like that. On camera classes, something like that. If you're in Hollywood and you're connected in that way, work your way up. Something like that, so that you have your own money. You make your own money, right? Or it's like she just wanted to be kept. That's it. She wanted to be a kept woman, and that's it, right? But then, like I said, she bit off more than she could actually chew. That's what I'm seeing here so far. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, see. Sierra just said this. I've been told by a celebrity before to hang with them. My friend and I would have put out. We left and blocked immediately. But see, that's the thing. Some people just have their integrity, okay, to be trying to be as respectful as I can. Some people, their integrity is a little bit stronger than others. Some people, if you notice, look at Hollywood, y'all. Let's keep it a bean. Look at Hollywood. Look at how people are, how they act, how it is out there, how we're seeing more and more people are willing to do the dirtiest of dirty just so that they can live in the lap of luxury. They're willing to cut corners instead of do the hard work. They're willing to, I don't know, do freak offs like this. So just so that they can have the house with the pool in the backyard. You know what I mean? They're willing to do this crazy stuff. They're willing to sell their soul, for crying out loud, just for a record deal, just so that they can be in a movie with a Chris Hemsworth type or something like that. You know what I mean? Standing next to Denzel Washington. Like I said, I'm not, those are just people, an example. I'm not alluding to anything. Okay. But I'm just saying people are willing to do whatever it takes just so that they can be on the silver screen. And that's what's so sad about it. Okay. People will do crazy things for money. And then, you'll sit there and go, damn, I thought I raised you right. What is this person? I don't know who this person is. This is a new one. Who are you? That's not the kid I raised. Seriously. It's crazy, guys. We live in a weird and wild time. And don't get me wrong, like, hey, if you want to make your money on OF, make your money on OF. But at the same time, it's like now it feels like that is the resort for every girl. It seems like it's like, oh, that option's still on the table. It's like, yo, wow. What are we teaching our children? What are we teaching our youths? What are we teaching them? It's sad. It's sad. It's like, how about pick up a mother-loving book? What happened to, I want to be a lawyer, a doctor, or something like that. You know what I mean? A teacher, whatever it may be, right? It's not like that anymore. Now it's like, oh, I'm going to do OF. Really? Really? So again, money rules everything around us. Cream, I'm telling you, okay? And it's sad. And Lakeisha, that's dope. You know what I mean? That's incredible. You got 2 in college. That's great. They got some brains on them. Okay. Or maybe they don't have brains on them, but they're hard workers, right? They're working hard to get their degrees. And I think that's dope, right? You don't have to be the most intelligent person in the world to be in college or to get a degree. If you're willing to put in the work, put in the time and the work, you will get that degree. Period. And I'm not saying, Lakeisha, I'm not saying your kids aren't dumb or are dumb. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean. Okay. Some people just retain information easily, and some don't, right? But you put in the work and then you get those grades and you get that degree. But unfortunately, we don't live in that world now. Now everyone wants that easy way out. Now it's like, well, I do look good in a thong. And then they start putting together OFs, and then they're making crazy money, but where's their dignity? Where's their self-worth? I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. Real talk. How are they gonna find a man? And we're just talking, I'm just saying, just female side. How are you gonna find a good, decent man? I'm just saying. Sorry. Maybe that makes me sound old. I don't give a damn. Okay. I just think it's kind of ridiculous that that's okay. I mean, I'm still here. Okay, I'm still here. I don't know what's going on. What? This whole thing's tripping. Hold on, guys. I'm still here, though. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it'll okay. It's figuring itself out. Okay, thank God. I'm like, are they mad at me for talking about uplifting our young women and our women of our world and saying, hey, we could be better. We all could be better, choosing better, making better choices out here than just going on OF and putting the booty out there? Real talk. Shoot. Hit the number 1. Make sure you guys can see me and all that stuff, okay? But anyway. Okay. So anyway, as I was saying, as we were, okay, like I said, we're seeing situations like this. Or it's the thing that really aggravates me, okay? I've said it before and I'll say it again here now. People who believe just because they look good, everything is that everything they're entitled to, right? Just because they look good, they're entitled to all these great things. And it's like, wait a second, you should work hard. In fact, hopefully you don't have to work as hard for things to work out in your favor, right? Not because you just look good in a bikini, or not because you got six-pack abs and your parents, with their genes put together, they make you this beautiful specimen, right? No, you're not on any kind of steroids. No, you're not on any kind of crazy, Zampic. You're not on nothing. You just look good because God put this whole thing together and made you look great. But for some odd reason, people just say, because I rolled out of bed and I woke up like this, they instantly say, oh, I deserve all these things. I don't need to lift a finger. Look at what I look like. Look at me. I look good. And it's like, wait a second. No. No. That's the thing I hate the most, guys. That's the one thing that I do not like. Unfortunately, that is the world that we live in, though. Okay. Oh man, she's so fine. I drink her bath water, clean or unclean bath water. And it's like, okay, and this is not just women. I'm talking about men too. There's a lot of good-looking men out there too that will sit there and think that everything is entitled to them just because they look a certain way. Don't know what it feels like to work hard for anything because everything has just been handed to them because they are just pretty. Okay? It's crazy. Oh my Lord. What is going on with this thing is tripping. So sorry, guys, but the knowledge nook. Let me see something here. I'm just checking something here, guys, because it is tripping a little bit. Yeah, on my side, I'm seeing something completely different from what you guys are seeing live. It's crazy. It's just tripping a little hard. Anyway, moving on. The knowledge nook. Thank you so much for the love. We don't know her background. That is true. We do not. We most definitely do not know her background. We don't know what kind of environment she grew up in. I'm not blaming. That is true. Like I said, I'm not blaming either. I'm just asking the questions. Okay. Hold on, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta refresh this page here really quick because it is tripping hard. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Back in a flash. Okay, I'm back because this thing is tripping a little bit. Something with the internet did something weird with the internet. But anyway, like I said, just trying to kill a little bit of time. But in my thoughts, it is frustrating that we live in a time where it's easier to just bump uglies, to sell your body basically just so you can get on. And I get it that there's things like that in this world. You look at women that work on the streets, men that work on the streets as well. You see that in the S working, environment, in the S working community, because they feel like there's no other choice out there. And I get that, right? But at the same time, you'd think that there'd be positive reinforcements around these people to get them out, right? To make them realize that they're better, they're more than just the vessel that they carry their soul in, right? But that's just another conversation in itself. Okay. But wanted to kill some time so we get some more information, so we get some more transcriptions, etc. So let us go into this. All right. But she was having relations with 3 men, right? At this place. She felt absolutely terrible, which we already know about, right? So She says Diddy would use her home as leverage, which we already knew about because we read in the transcript. So this is just kind of a more further, more thicker explanation of what's going on. So the witness said that she couldn't just leave her relationship with Diddy in October 2023, despite her objections to having relations with strangers. At the heart of the matter was the financial control Jane said that Diddy had over her by paying the rent of her home. $10,000 home. $10,000 a month home. Remember that, okay? It was, quote unquote, like the home was being used as leverage, like we just talked about again, right? In a text message Diddy displayed in court, she accused him of threatening the roof over my head. So Jane, on seeing herself in these particular S tapes that Diddy and her would make, I saw me being completely zooted, following a pattern. So Jane said she viewed the footage Diddy shot and kept of her having relations with strangers. I saw me being high. I was following a pattern, the pattern that I thought he wanted to see. It was like a show over and over again. During this whole time, Diddy insinuated that these ongoing group sessions, for lack of a better term, okay, were done on her own free will. So he's sitting there going, hey, you said you wanted to do this too. In fact, you picked out the men too, okay? You picked these men out too. So what are you talking about? What you want, girl? What you want, right? This was all consensuals. But that's not what she's saying. But he's saying that she did this all on her own free will. When asked in court if she in fact consented to the hotel nights, Jane said that she was, quote unquote, still trying to figure that out. Jane said that she fainted when she saw Cassie's lawsuit. Jane said she fainted after Diddy's former girlfriend, Cassie, filed her civil lawsuit against the music mogul, recognizing the civil complaint matched her own experiences with him. Like I said, she was like, whoa, there is a pattern. He did the same ish to me. Oh my God, I'm not alone. She is not alone. You know what I mean? I almost fainted, Jane said, after learning about the lawsuit. In fact, I think I did. She sobbed, recounting her reaction to Cassie's allegations. There were 3 specific pages that were just a harrowing reference to what I was experiencing. I was just bewildered, just in shock. I would too, if I'm like, damn, he did the same ish to me too. Same ish. What in the hell is going on? Right? I'd be pissed. And then realize, oh my gosh, straight up same pattern. Same freaking pattern. So, of course, we're going back because obviously we were waiting for more to build up. So he says, he responded saying, we both made promises that we didn't keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do about that. So then prosecution says, did you get the phone? And she says, yes, I did. So what did you write here? I said, you knew I would finish strong. Pep talks to keep me performing. I know I was consenting. Like you said, you didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. But I need to take a pause. So what did you say? I know I was consenting. I picked up that word from him. He said if anyone saw these videos, they'd say I wanted it, or they'd say you wanted it. Was that true, Jane? I'm still trying to figure that out. I mean, then, okay, I'm just going to say this as respectfully as I can, okay? If she did want this, The only reason why she'd be on the stand is to expose the fact that there was S trafficking going on. Because that's already been known. That's for sure. She said we were in LA or we were in New York. We had Sly fly in from Atlanta to New York. Oh, he flew into Miami from Atlanta to perform in Miami for us as well. Oh, we were in LA and we had this guy. He lived in this particular area in New York. He flew out to LA to bump uglies with me in my home for 3 days as well. So that is already firm, okay? Firm. But this part is weird, okay? I'm still trying to figure it out. Okay, so are you here to solely talk about the STing, or are you here also about the coercion? Because if there is no coercion, if you are doing this and wanting to do it, if you are consenting and wanted to do it, then there's no point in being here. Oh, yes, thank you, Troy. Oh, let's not forget. Yes, Troy, thank you so much. And the DTing as well, okay? Her moving chemicals, substances across the country, guys, okay? That part too. Those two parts, big parts. But the coercion, etc. Hold on. Are you sure we're here to talk about that? Are you on the stand for that, or are you just on the stand to talk about the STing and the DTing? Because if that's the case, great. But if you're here for this too, about the STing, or I mean about the coercion and all that, this part doesn't help the situation at all. I'm still trying to figure that out. You know for a fact Diddy's doing this. Thank you for saying that. Boom. Thank you. Because now the defense is going to use that, and they could possibly make a meal out of her. We'll see. It ain't over yet. But the fact that she said, I'm still trying to figure that out, whether it was consenting or not, she should have already had her mind made up before she got on that stand. I'm sorry. I mean, like I said, take all the time you need, baby girl. But the fact that you had time to figure that out, so that doesn't help. That just kind of, she just threw a little, you know what I mean? That's a little bit of a kerfuffle right there. All right. Just so y'all know. But moving on, she says, I'm still trying to figure that out. What did you see in the videos? I was high. I was following a pattern, performing. Okay, can you pull up this exhibit? Can you please read this exhibit? It's from my notes. I wrote, I'm having PTSD from these nights. Why did you write this in your notes app? I just needed to get my feelings out. Did you see Diddy that day? Yes, at his home. I was comforted by him. I was able to talk about the pain I was feeling. So he was sitting there hugging me. So what are these? Photos I hold of us, I guess. Photos I hold of us in his master bedroom. I felt he understood me in this particular moment. He had a Halloween video shoot. It was nice, but his birthday was approaching and I felt nervous. I'm sure would want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. That's interesting. I got him a mobile television. We had these things called movie nights, our videos. I felt this TV could substitute for the entertainer. So then Cassie's lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted at that time. Why did you faint? Because, and she starts sobbing, there were 3 pages that were harrowing. They were exactly what I was experiencing. Did you screenshot those photos? Or did you screenshot those pages? Yes, I did. Do you recognize this? Yeah, it's Cassie's lawsuit filed November 16th, 2023. Isn't that crazy? It's been that long. That's crazy. Had you ever met Cassie? I did in 2015 at a fashion show and celebration for Diddy. That's the only time I met Cassie. I was reading these pages and it felt like a nightmare. I had a lot of sympathy for this because objection. Ask a new question, please. Prosecution. Okay. How did you react? Like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story? I can't believe me reading me own story. But anyway, moving on. Read your messages the day after Cassie's lawsuit. Okay. So 4 in one night. And now I'm going to the doctor. 4 in one night. And now I'm going to the doctor. Then 3 days later. Okay. Well, I felt like I'm reading my own actual trauma. God finally woke me up about this cycle. You gaslit me. We're going to play some audio for you, okay, with your true name redacted. Show the transcript to the jury. So loud and scratchy audio is being played. Sean is saying in the background or saying on the audio, I love you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stop all this madness. And then she says, I don't know. Did you know you were being actually recorded? No, I didn't. Did you know that you were being listened in on? No. More audio. Jane saying, who's there when I closed my eyes and I have these effed up things in my head? Prosecution says, please play like 3 minutes in 45 seconds. This is, I wish I could. Did you know you were being recorded? No. Did you know you were being listened in on? No. So then where did they get this? How did they get this audio? Why was he record? Like, why was there any recordings? I mean, we already knew that every room had cameras and videos, and he was recording everything all day, every day. But this is very interesting, though, right? We're going to play some audio with your true name redacted, of course. Show the full transcript to the jury. Loud and scratchy audio played. Diddy saying, I love you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stop all this madness. So I'm assuming this is after the lawsuit from Cassie was dropped. I'm assuming. And so he's sitting there saying, like, I'm trying to stop all the madness of the lawsuit that just got dropped by Cassie. That's kind of what I'm gathering here. Okay. Then they say, we're going to play. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. And she says, I guess she's saying, I didn't know I was being recorded. I didn't know I was being recorded on that. That's news to me. And then they say, did you know you were being recorded? No. Did you know you were being listened in on? No. Then she says, who's there when I close my eyes and have these effed up things in my head? So in other words, no one. She is by herself. Because the dumb man be diabolical. So in his voice, recording, I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying? She says, I'm just effed up right now. Sean asks, are you recording me? Prosecution says, Jane, were you recording him? She says, absolutely not. Oh my God. What's insane? And that is illegal. Yes, indeed, Tiffany Hearts. That be illegal. Okay. Wow, this guy's funny. He said, hey, he's like, I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I'm just effed up right now. Are you recording me? He's asking he's asking her if she is recording him while he is actually secretly recording her. That's up. Wow. Hold on, we going back to that, but let's see if we got some background story behind that. That's insane. So she said Cassie's lawsuit was like reading her own actual trauma. So she testified that Cassie's lawsuit read like a play-by-play of the actual trauma that she allegedly was going through with Diddy. So I felt like I was reading my own actual trauma. Okay. And then, of course, she says that when she read this complaint, she read word for word the actual A that she also endured. This is what she's saying here, too. Let's go over to, let's see if CNN has more information, because that's crazy. He was recording her, and he's like, yo, you recording me? And she's like, no, I'm not recording. I didn't record him. I never did that. So you placed all these harmful men on me and risked my health. See, this is helpful here too. Let's go. Okay, we're going back a little bit. So Jane says she asked for Diddy for money following a traumatic party. So Jane said that after the sobriety party, Diddy went to Miami. She said that she texted him about getting money put in her account. She sent more angry text messages about feeling used for the sobriety party that had turned into a hotel night, but Diddy did not answer. Or when Diddy did not answer, he sent her an audio message telling her that he's single and he doesn't have to listen to her. The argument continued, and eventually Jane and Diddy got on the phone. Jane testified that over the phone, Diddy offered to pay 3 months more rent after she expressed her frustration over the party, which she called traumatic. So he was like, I'm going to do 3 more months and we done. Right? She testified that she told him, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Okay? And she said she felt that those relationships, she felt like they left their relationships from Diddy quietly, right? So that's interesting. That she was like, I need some extra money for what I just did. I can't believe I did what I did. And he's like, oh, okay, well then, I'll just pay about 3 more months left, and then we done. Okay, we done after that. 3 more months and we good. Okay, sound good? That's crazy. $10,000 a month. And I know somebody just said, is that rent or is that mortgage? I don't know. Either way, still freaking expensive as hell. So you place these harmful men on me and risked my health. I mean, you should have already thought about that in the beginning. But anyway, the jury has heard a further string of text messages between Jane and Diddy in which he repeatedly asks her to call him to talk. At one point, Jane texts Diddy, you placed and paid all of these harmful men on me and risked my health. This was never love. I regret everything and all this dark, toxic ish that entered into my life, she said. Took her years to figure that out, though, guys. Years, which is insane and tragic. It's heartbreaking, really. Okay? But let's continue on. Yeah, the frustration is real, baby. The frustration is real, E. It's real, because I'm like, come on, man. You should have thought about that when he said no prophylactics, no Jimmy hats. They pulling out and busting all. Come on now. Like, you should have thought about that. And it's rough, aggressive type of acts. It's not just a little like I said, it's not love. It's not love making, okay? So, moving on. Jane says she left Diddy's home before his birthday in hopes of avoiding a party, another freak off. So she testified that she went to Diddy's house soon after the latest text exchange she testified about. The visit ended up being, quote unquote, one of my favorite moments. The jury saw photos of the two of them together in his master bedroom. She recalled this was the first time that she felt supported by Diddy. I felt that he had really absorbed for the first time what I was saying. I felt that he understood me in this moment. they spent together over the next few days. They spent time together over the next few days in late October, but she left when it got closer to his birthday on November 4th, because of course she's terrified. She's like, I ain't trying to do that. I ain't trying to be back in one of these parties again. With celebrations, I just felt like they would put me on as far as him wanting to do a party. So Diddy didn't call her to party for his birthday. She said that she bought him a mobile television screen that they could use for watching their nights together. Okay. And well, that's my bad. I'm reading these things fast. I'm just cold reading this, but yes, in his master bathroom. Okay. Master bathroom. There's a photo of them in his master bathroom. Moving on, though, she bought him a mobile television screen so that they could watch these movie nights, these videos from these freak offs that they would do. All right. But moving on, Ventura's 2023 Cassie's lawsuit, okay, was like reading her own story. She testifies. So she testified about learning about this Cassie's lawsuit, okay? And of course, we already know about all of the stuff that Cassie was alleging Diddy of doing. So she says, I almost fainted. In fact, I think I did. Jane said 3 pages of the lawsuit had a harrowing resemblance to her own experience. I just reacted like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story, she testified. Jane said that she has only met Cassie a couple times in passing years ago, and they have not communicated beyond that. So she messaged Diddy after reading the lawsuit. She testified, I was just in a complete state of shock, just messaging him and just like, what is this? She said. Yeah. I mean, I would want to know what the hell is that as well. And then of course it's like, wow, you were doing this for a long time. Like, because she may not even know. She might think that they're doing this together. They're experiencing this together, that they're experimenting together, right? Only to find out that he's done this before, right? Hold on. Marissa, thank you so much. I agree with you, Pascal. So sad. Yeah. I remember when you sent this super chat. Yeah. We live in a really wild, crazy world. I mean, like I said, you got kids out here doing things, at a very young age, on these social media platforms that they shouldn't be doing at all as well, because they're getting inspired by what they're seeing, right, on social media from all these other people who are starting their OFs and doing all this crazy stuff. It's like I said, it's just insane. But let's see. Let's continue on. Okay, we got some more. We got some more here. And do me a favor, guys, if you can. All right. Let's get these likes up. Can you get these likes up for me, please? And thank you. Okay. Please and thank you. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Don't forget to subscribe. Okay. Subscribe. That'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. Yeah, there's a lot of people on OF that are just, I'm like, man, you probably haven't even graduated high school yet, but you're of legal age and you're making crazy money. It's just crazy. It's just bad. But I've also heard OF is going to shut down because of all the AI stuff. That's what I've been hearing, right? I've been hearing that AI is taking over, and so it might shut down solely because of that. But moving on. So she says, he says, I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying? She says, I'm just so effed up right now. He says, are you recording me? And then, of course, prosecution says, were you recording him? She says, absolutely not. So in Diddy's voice, What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. I need your support. I need you to support. Okay? You got me that video thing. What do you mean? The mobile TV that I got him. And I guess they're going on to a lunch break. All right, so it's a good place to go on a break. Jurors may go. How much longer? She says, I'm confident I'll finish today, maybe the end of day, but today. So they're going to be taking this and going on a lunch break. But of course, she is saying, the prosecution's like, I'm taking the rest of the day, like I told you guys I would. And then after that, it'll be the defense. So tomorrow, for example, is going to be a very interesting day because that's when we're going to hear the defense go in. Okay. They're going to be going ham. They're going to be going ham sandwich. Okay. Real talk. They're going to be going ham sandwich. Hold on one second. Maybe it might not be lunch break. Maybe it is lunch break. I don't know. It might be lunch break, but oh yeah, man, the defense right now, I'm sure they're like ravenous, rabid dogs frothing at the mouth, locked in a cage, and they got like fresh meat just hanging, almost so close they can touch it, but they can't. You know what I mean? Because they're locked up and they're just sitting there losing their minds, once they let them. They're going to release the hounds, and it's going to be crazy. I have a feeling the defense, mouth watering. They're just sitting there going like, we going to make a meal out of this woman. We going to make a meal out of her. But we'll see what happens, right? We're going to see what happens. They might fall on their face, but there is a lot of holes I see. There's a lot of holes I see. There's a lot of possibilities of them poking holes, okay? Like, just give it time. Okay. We got a few things we're going to look at here because I don't know if this is lunch break or not. I'm kind of waiting to see if they actually say that because usually they give us a heads up like, okay, they're going on lunch break and they'll be back at specific time. I'm assuming this is lunch break, but we'll see. Right. Let's see. Prosecutors. Yeah, here it is. This part, like I said, the defense is going to make a meal out of this particular moment. Hence the reason why prosecutors brought this up and talked about it. They wanted to get ahead of it. All right. And that's exactly what they said here in the Washington Post. So prosecutors try to head off Jane's text that said, I knew I was consenting. That is blatant, by the way. That is blatant. Okay. She's blatantly saying, I knew I was consenting to the stuff that I was doing with those men. The defense is going to make a meal out of this particular moment. And the entire time they're going to make a meal out of the situation because they're going to sit there and go, but you can't sit here and say it wasn't consensual if you're saying it was. And the fact that she's like, I'm still trying to figure that out. Oh, the defense is going to be like, let me roll up my sleeve. Let me get in here. Right. So Jane was asked to explain the text message with Diddy from October 2023, in which she said, I knew I was consenting like you said. It was a reference to the freak-offs. So they asked Jane, who is obviously using the pseudonym, why she told Diddy that. She explained that they had a phone conversation earlier in the day in which Diddy had said, if anybody were to watch these tapes, they would have thought that you were having the best time. And it looked like you were consenting. So she said, I picked up that word from him. During the line of questioning, prosecution revealed that Jane had seen a sampling of those freak-off videos in her meetings with prosecutors. Prosecution asked if it was true that she had consented to those freak-offs. Jane took a long pause, and then she said, "I'm still trying to figure that out." So, it sounds like consented. It sounds like consent. I'm sorry. It sounds like consent. But I will say this, though. It still does not change the fact that she and Diddy ST'd people across state lines, moved substances across the country a couple times. Those things are real. What the defense is going to ride on is the fact that this was a whole quid pro quo type of situation, that this was consensual. Again, this right here, that right here is what the defense is going to ride on. They are going to run with that like crazy. This was consent. You don't see that this was consent? This was consent. But I will say this, it still does not change the fact that laws were broken. And she's a witness to those things. Let's take a look at this as well. She began to cry, okay, when asked about her reaction to Cassie's lawsuit. "I almost fainted. In fact, I think I did." And then that there were 3 specific pages that bore a harrowing resemblance to what she had experienced. Jane, okay, Diddy's ex, who's testifying. We already know about all that, okay? But she said she took screenshots of those pages, all right? It was a nightmare. I can't believe I'm reading my own story. And it was exactly my experience and my anguish. Let's see. What are they going to say? They're going to be like, lunch break. Oh, no. Conversation between Jane and Diddy after Cassie's suit, recorded without her knowledge, which is illegal. So prosecution entered into evidence a recorded conversation between the witness and Diddy that was taken from the cell phone of Diddy's chief of staff, KK. Oh, damn. So KK was secretly recording this conversation. Where is this woman and why is she not being brought in for the questioning as well? Man, she gonna be getting some charges, y'all. The feds, if they get Diddy and Diddy is hit, right, and he's found guilty, they are going to be putting charges on KK. That's without question. Oh my God. So Jane told the court that she didn't know she was being recorded during the phone call, which occurred days after Cassie's lawsuit that was filed in November 2023. In the recording, Diddy is asking Jane what he can do to make her feel better and telling her that his love is quote unquote true. So he's basically kissing her booty because he knows he's being recorded. So he's trying to sound and look like a saint and trying to manipulate her into being like, it's all good. Everything we did together was consensual and I was all in for it. I love you, right? But Jane is confused, telling him that she's sick to her stomach after reading the Cassie lawsuit. She told Diddy that he made her feel so manipulated that she didn't know what to do with her feelings. Diddy told her that everything they did, quote unquote, together. At one point, Jane is heard telling him that the timing was crazy and felt chilling. Jane is cut off by Diddy when she starts to say that just a week ago, I was telling you. But Diddy then interrupts her and says he cannot be on the phone. Why can't he be on the phone? Why can't he be on the phone at that moment? Why would he suddenly cut her off? Because what she was about to say was probably going to be very damning and very incriminating for Diddy. Come on, guys. This is not good. Okay? Diddy asked Jane to pray for me in a recorded phone call. So he pleaded for Jane's support in the light of the damaging Cassie lawsuit, according to this recorded phone call. I just needed to tell you, I need your friendship. You know you ain't got to worry about anything else, baby. Please pray for me. Okay? I'll be praying for you. I need your friendship. And now they've gone and they're doing lunch until 1:15 Eastern time. Okay. This is insane. Okay? Absolutely in freaking sane. He was trying to, this is a setup so that he can have a witness in court. Absolutely. This is absolute Sippy. Absolutely. Okay? Absolutely. He was hoping that he would have her recorded saying some things that make him sound like he's a saint, that he's a good guy, showing that this whole thing's consensual, blah, blah, blah. Also, let's not forget, this is the same person that went through the same thing that Cassie went through, aside from the physical attacks, at least that we know of so far. Apparently, they did go and get into some sort of physical altercation at some point, which they have not gotten to yet. Okay? But nonetheless, he's recording these things. Why? To cover his butt. He's trying to cover his own ass. It's clear as day. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Ain't nothing changed. He's trying to cover his own butt, y'all. And that's it. And it's funny how he's like, are you recording me? And it's like, homie, you're recording her. So who cares if she's recording you? But nonetheless, it's not good and it's illegal. And now the feds have those recordings. Again, this Christina Coram woman keeps on getting brought up over and over and over and over again. Yes, there is tampering there as well. Tampering with a potential witness, that's not good. And you know for a fact he was doing all kinds of groundwork. Okay? He was doing all kinds of groundwork way before he even got arrested. I'm sure he was doing as much damage control before he got arrested because he knew for a fact that he was going to get arrested. He already knew that he was going to get arrested. He already knew that he was going to be getting hit with these lawsuits. So what do you think was going to happen? And even when he was locked up, he was still doing everything he can. He was still trying to do everything he could to reach out to witnesses and etc. He's a dirty man, as we clearly see, and he's not dumb. He may make some dumb choices and make some dumb moves, but he's not dumb. So now we're seeing that, which is crazy. Okay. Man, I mean, what do you do? What do you do with a situation, in a situation like this? Real talk. What do you do in a situation like this? Because there's so much bad going on. Man, sorry. Just checking a few things before we continue on. Let's see. We got a few more things here. They're on lunch, of course, but jury hears recorded phone call between Diddy and Jane. So they heard a recorded phone call between Jane and Diddy. It was recovered from a cell phone that belonged to Christina Coram. So she still had that on her phone. Dang, that's crazy. So Jane testified that she didn't know anyone was listening at the time or that she was being recorded. She also said that she could hear Diddy writing notes during the call. Yeah. He's sitting there scribbling away, right? So on the call, Diddy and Jane spoke about the lawsuit. So he says he told her, I really can't talk about this on the phone, but also said he'd do what he could to make her feel better. So Jane is audibly emotional on the phone call. Diddy said of the hotel nights, it was some kinky-ish that I thought we both, you know what I'm saying, enjoyed. Diddy also said, I need you to be there for me. Jane responded, who's there for me when I close my eyes and have these effed up things in my head? Jane testified she was referring to the hotel nights, the flashbacks she'd often have. So Diddy told her to call KK if she needed anything before ending the call. Diddy and Jane spoke again later that day in another call that was recorded. Diddy said multiple times, I need your friendship right now. He also said, you ain't going to worry about nothing else. So Jane testified that she knew he was referring to the rent payments for her house. So again, he is literally sitting there going, listen, I got you. I will give you money. You don't have to worry about anything. You feel me? You understand what I'm saying? You ain't got to worry about nothing else, as he said, right? Because he's sitting there going, okay. I need you on my side. I need your friendship. I need you to be Team Diddy, not Team Feds if they reach out to you. So you see what he's doing. That's potentially tampering with a potential witness. Also, he's also trying to coerce her or, bribe her financially. Okay. Yes, just me. It's like, I need you to lie through your teeth for me. All right. I know we went through things that we both enjoyed. We both did it together. It was consensual. You and I both consented to this whole thing. But I got you, girl. If you got me, I got you. And remember, her rent was still getting paid up until this trial. It ain't going to be paid no more by Diddy, so she might as well find a new place to live, okay? She might as well find a new place to live, and she better do that quickly. But on some real stuff, maybe she was fronting with him so she can get what she wanted up until the trial. She's like, oh, yeah, I'm with you, Diddy. I'm with you, Diddy. I'm with you 100%. And then when it came to the trial, she's like, surprise. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. But that's something that's very interesting. Very, very interesting. But guys, I'm going to hop off here. The feed is still going to be going on. I'm going to be putting up the great YouTube channel, Law and Crime. They do a really great mid-show, like lunchtime recap. So I'm going to put that on, pull that up here for you guys so you guys can see a little bit of that while I get my lunch on. Okay. Sorry, I'm just pulling this up. Yes. And I'll be back shortly, guys. Okay. See y'all in a minute.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have with us Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crime's in-court reporter, who is in court today for all of the dramatic testimony of Jane, alleged victim number 2 in this case. And Elizabeth, it's good to see you. I was saying, I think the theme of her testimony is trying to show reluctance, right? Expressing reluctance, that she did not want to engage in these sexual activities with Sean Combs, more specifically with other men in front of Sean Combs, through a series of text messages, and there's voice notes. There's a lot to condense here. And also, as we were talking about, a lot of complicating factors. What were some of the highlights? What do you think are some of the points of her showing or allegedly showing she did not want to participate in these sexual activities, these hotel nights, these debauchery nights? What stood out to you?
Yeah, well, a lot of it stood out to me, and it was kind of a slow morning as far as just presenting these mountain of text messages to not only the witness so she could recall everything that she had spoken to with Sean Combs, but also for the jury to kind of understand where I think the prosecution was ultimately leading up to. So, for example, they were showing text exhibits from September 17th of 2023, where Jane was testifying how Diddy was kind of the only one making her perform for her at home, or for him at her home. And she said, I felt like he made such a big purchase, and this was something that I had to do. And that big purchase was her rent, which was about $10,000 a month, and how Diddy kept kind of throwing this in her face. And we see another text exhibit from that same time frame where Jane was saying, I wish we could go back to when we first started dating. I opened Pandora's box and can't close it. One night of fun turned into our entire relationship. I'm crying as I'm writing this. Then you see things like, or not you see, because again, we're not seeing these exhibits. So everything that I'm writing is just transcription from what the prosecution and the witness are kind of going over. So Diddy is replying, girl, stop, let's talk. And then he sends her an audio message. And then you hear Diddy kind of with this raspy voice where he's like, I'm sick in bed. The message that you sent me, what's the problem? We have an actual open relationship. What's the problem? And that Diddy never talked with Jane about her doing these hotel nights in the particular audio message when she was kind of telling him about her feelings as far as not doing it and throwing up after one particular hotel night or debauchery night or freak off party where it was supposed to be a sober party. And while that sounds very nice and genuine, she's explained that at this sober party that she had to have sex with 4 escorts, and between escort number 3 and escort number 4 she threw up. And then Diddy said, okay, well, it's all out of your system, kind of let's go get back to it. And so we saw more text messages and in reference to one particular trip in September of 2023, where Diddy told her that he wanted to just take her to New York. They would spend some time together. Jane had thought that, okay, we are going to spend some time together. It's going to be a nice time. She was sending him places for them to go as far as restaurants to go to here in the city. But she was also kind of texting him some explicit things, such as, for example, Diddy was saying, okay, let's have a good time. Do you have your passport? And then Jane is responding, miss my pretty hard D. Yes, I have my passport, baby. You turned me on so crazy, can't wait. And Jane was saying that Diddy texted her on the flight, and at this point she got particularly upset because Diddy was asking her where Cabral is, and Cabral was one of the escorts that they used. And so Diddy, again, Jane thinking at the time she was flying over to New York for just spending time with her boyfriend, and she was saying that Diddy was wanting an entertainer for that night, or entertainment for movie night. And movie night wasn't going to AMC theaters, which I personally love to do, but movie night was them watching their sexually explicit videos together and their recordings together of these freak off nights. And so Diddy was saying, Jane was saying, I just remember taking deep breaths and feeling disappointed and defeated. And so Jane responded in this particular message, just got to Wi-Fi again, not sure, baby, in response to whether or not Cabral could fly into New York, because Cabral was somebody that was that resided in Atlanta. And so Diddy said, check red phone. Okay, I have a surprise if that's okay, and just one. And so Jane was saying that Diddy was going to introduce her to someone new. And so that she said that she hated it. She hated this entire concept, and she's getting pretty emotional while she's on the witness stand, kind of recalling that, again, she thought that the two were just going to go for a date night. She was going to enjoy her trip to New York City, and then it ended up being another situation where she had to participate in a hotel night. And so Diddy said, sending picture now, and that picture being of an escort, or a picture actually that came from somebody at Cowboys for Angels. And Jane was responding, it's not loading, about to land now. And then Jane texted Diddy the places that they could go for dinner, and she was like, I just really wanted to have dinner with him. And so then you see some text messages from September 18th of 2023 from Jane and Cabral, because Jane was explaining that an escort was coming over to the hotel, and she didn't like this particular escort, so she ended up sending a message over to Cabral. And we hear about these messages where Jane is saying, hey, you want to come to NYC for a day? And Cabral said, yes, I would love to, love. And then Jane says, okay, let me set it up now. Cabral sent all his information to her, and then Cabral ended up coming to the Trump Hotel for another hotel night. And again, these are messages from 2023, so fairly pretty recently. But as far as just the lead up to it, and Jane was explaining explaining how Cabral landed. They ended up doing a hotel night, even though she didn't want to do a hotel night. And I think what the prosecution there was kind of sprinkling in that this was sex trafficking by fraud, or at least transportation to engage in prostitution, because she is flying out this entertainer, as she calls him, from Atlanta to New York City, and then they do a hotel night, and then they slowly start to get into the text messages from October, later into November. And what happens in November of 2023, as many of us who have been following this case day in and day out know, is when Cassie dropped her jaw-dropping lawsuit. So in terms of just Jane kind of explaining Cassie's lawsuit while she was on the stand, she was also getting kind of emotional there too, kind of explaining how there were 3 particular pages in her 35-page complaint or so that really stood out to Jane, because she felt like she was just recalling her entire story. And so we did see a lot of messages this morning, and then we were slowly kind of getting into the Cassie aspect of it. But it was just interesting the way I think the prosecution was kind of laying this out, and then we're kind of like, okay, well, where is this going after we're seeing these same messages? But then we finally got to the destination I think the prosecution wanted to go to, and it seems like it'll pick up from there after the lunch break.
A lot of points I want to mention to this. So the big thing we're taking away, it seemed to me this was a bombshell. There is at least one message where she basically expressed to Sean Combs that she was consenting. That she goes, I know I was consenting like I say on tape. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so
I'm going to allow, this is called me filibustering. Because Elizabeth takes incredible notes, and there's so much activity happening in that courtroom. So this was actually towards, I think maybe in the last hour or so, it actually stopped me when I was reading this, because it's all about, was this consenting? Was this all consensual? And it seems the prosecution, they had to fix this up a little bit. So talk to us about the circumstances of this message and what the prosecution asked Jane about it. And there's one thing to read it in the transcript. How did the jurors respond to this?
Yeah, so Jane was kind of explaining this after what had happened at this sobriety party. And again, this was essentially an orgy where Jane had to perform with various different men, about 4 different escorts. And even between escort 3 and 4, like I had just mentioned, that she had gotten sick. She got nauseous. She threw up during this, and Diddy kind of told her to keep on going. And so she was explaining that after this party that she had, she got a UTI from this. She said that she was having PTSD from these sex nights. She was feeling very triggered around this time period, because around this time it was October, so a couple weeks before Cassie's lawsuit came out, and that Diddy would just kind of throw it back in her face that she booked the escorts too, something that she admitted while even on the stand, and that Jane was explaining that she had told Diddy that he had placed these harmful men onto her, and she said and then Diddy had said to her, talk to God, I'm going to pray for you. You're burning a bridge you aren't prepared to pay for, insinuating that he was kind of paying her rent. That's what she interpreted it to be. And so Jane said in the text message that she knew that she was consenting on the tape, but she said that she was uncomfortable, but she kept doing it because she loved him. And she said that she knew that she appeared to be excited, and that Diddy would throw it in her face that she appeared to be excited on these particular tapes. But according to her, she said she was really uncomfortable. And even at points, Jesse, while she's testifying, I feel like just the entire grasp of it all, she's really kind of processing it, even processing it to this day. And again, these messages from around 2023. And so Jane kind of wrote in her notes app, which she sometimes would kind of copy and paste, send them in a text message form, about her feelings about doing these hotel nights. So Jane wrote in her notes, for once today, I thought you were compassionate about this trauma. You have thousands of videos of me. I have PTSD. I'm feeling violated. And that Jane ended up seeing Diddy in person. Diddy comforted her at his Bel Air hotel. And so then Jane was explaining that there was an exhibit that was shown, again, that we can't see, but the jury saw it, the witness saw it, and the parties on both sides saw it. And Jane was explaining, in this moment, I felt supported by Sean, because it was a photo of her and Sean Combs together. She said that he understood me in this moment, and it was one of my favorite moments. And then afterwards, the two ended up spending time together. There was no drugs. It was just the two of them. But then Jane said that she was feeling anxious about Diddy's upcoming birthday, because when that note was sent, it's late October. And as we've been following this case, we now know Diddy's birthday, of course, to be November 4th. And so kind of leading up to this, she was saying that she was feeling anxious because she felt like she might have to possibly perform in another hotel night or debauchery night. But what she ended up doing was or what she ended up doing was spending the night at home by herself, because Diddy ended up spending that birthday with his family. But I think what's interesting, and I think this might be a point that the defense will kind of talk to her about whenever they get that time to cross-examine her, was that during this particular birthday that Jane got Diddy a mobile television, and this mobile television was so that way he could watch their videos together, their sexually explicit videos together. And she said that this television could suffice as entertainment for her, for Diddy. And so then that's when we start to kind of get into Cassie's lawsuit. But as far as just her saying that she consented on these tapes and told Diddy this, I definitely think it's a point the defense will pick apart whenever they do have that time to cross-examine her. So it's pretty conflicting. And as far as the jurors kind of watching all of this, I did see jurors, because we did have a different seating switch up, I should say. And we sat on a different side, so we get more of a view of the jury. And I feel like at times the jurors were kind of like, okay, this is another text. I'm seeing them really kind of intently like look at the exhibit screen right in front of them. And so they were just kind of, from what I could see, really just digesting all of this testimony. Of course, there were, I think sometimes I did see one juror kind of making a face, and I'm not sure if that was at the sexually explicit stuff that she was sending him or that he was sending to her. But for the most part, from what I saw, they were definitely overanalyzing these text messages, or not overanalyzing, but at least digesting them and really kind of interpreting them for their own mind.
And I'm curious how Diddy's behaving, because we know last week he was scolded by the judge for allegedly nodding at the jurors during a key piece of cross-examination. There were reports that he went up to the sketch artist and complained because he felt that the sketch artist, and we're showing these sketches, or part of the sketches, make him look like a koala. By the way, we put up a poll and we asked our viewers, what do you think? Definitely a koala or don't see it. Sorry, not making it live. 55% don't see it. They don't see a koala. But how has he been reacting during the course of what is, important testimony, and arguably points of the testimony that may help his case?
Yeah, from what I saw of him, he definitely isn't doing that thing where he's looking at the jurors, he's nodding along, because also the prosecution is giving this line of questioning right now. It's not his defense attorney, so it might switch up when the cross-examination begins, but possibly not also because of what the judge had told him last week. But as far as even the jury entering and exiting the courtroom, either for a break or for the lunch break, as we saw just a few minutes ago, it's a little bit different. Before, he would kind of turn around, watch them all go off of their seats, but this time I really saw him just laser focused on the judge, or just straight up looking down. So I think trying not to make eye contact. I don't think he wanted to get in the judge's crosshair, not one bit. Now, as far as the koala thing goes, I have to say there was this time where I did see Diddy talking to Jane last week, and I did see him kind of doing this. And I think as far as the koala goes, I think it was really kind of like talking about playing up the beard just a little bit as far as what you could see inside those drawings, because it is pretty cool to see Jane kind of in her work really kind of drawing everything piece by piece. Sometimes in testimony, when like it gets a little redundant, I am kind of looking off to her to see how this is all coming along. And so it seems like, yes, Jane Rosenberg, and she does a great job. She does a fantastic job, and she really is very diligent when she's putting her court sketches together.
Okay, we have a question for you, Elizabeth, from one of our viewers, Tamara Tredkowski. Apologies if I mispronounced your last name. Elizabeth, were any potential upcoming witnesses mentioned today?
Unfortunately not. From what they tell us, and they being the prosecution, they say that they're still going to continue with Jane's testimony at least till the end of the day. Then we'll have the cross-examination for Jane. But the thing about Jane is she has to be off the stand by Thursday evening, because she has a flight to catch, because she is going, I guess, on this trip internationally, either for business or for something else. But as far as just who we can expect for the next witness, they've been keeping pretty mum on that. I'm hoping they'll tell us at least at the end of the day today who that next witness may possibly be. But for right now, they've been pretty tight-lipped about it so far.
Have they mentioned, I thought I read something, is there a conversation about recalling Dr. Dawn Hughes, an important witness, to maybe explain some of the behavior of these alleged victims, which the prosecution might need? There's been a lot of witnesses since her testimony who, texted Sean Combs loving messages, posting loving messages, seemed to act in ways that were contradictory to being abused. You're listening to the complicated testimony of Jane, who, again, was in a relationship with Sean Combs up until his arrest, apparently still paying her rent. And these issues of, was she a willing participant or not. Anything about whether Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to take the stand again?
So the prosecution did file a motion to recall Dr. Dawn Hughes. However, the defense has yet to respond to that motion. And so the judge said, okay, the defense, you want to take until end of day to respond to this. He's totally fine with it. So the discussion hasn't happened on whether or not this will actually happen, that being Dr. Dawn Hughes being recalled to testify. But it seems like it is something the prosecution wants. We're just waiting to hear what the defense has in their filing about obviously opposing to that. But it's interesting, if Dr. Dawn Hughes was to retestify, will we see Jonathan Bach again? We have not seen him since he cross-examined Dr. Dawn Hughes a couple weeks ago. So maybe it'll be exciting for him to come back, but we'll kind of wait and see what the judge has to say and what the defense even has to say in their response.
Also, got a question from RSS, real quick, Elizabeth. What went on with this mistrial situation? Didn't the defense file for a motion for a mistrial? I think it had to do with what they believe is false, perjured testimony of some of the witnesses, right?
Yeah, so it all has to do with Bonna's testimony, and the defense during Bonna's cross-examination was kind of like, okay, Diddy wasn't even in that side of the country when this allegedly happened, and you say that Diddy dangled you off a balcony on the 26th. We have this receipt showing that he was actually at the Trump Hotel here in New York during, I think it was the 24th of September to the, I think, 26th of September of that year, or just a couple days. It might be takeaway here or there. But the defense did file a motion for a mistrial, or renewed motion for a mistrial over the weekend. And so I was expecting some arguments about it this morning, but another diversion yet again, because the government has to respond to the defense's motion for a mistrial. Obviously, they're going to oppose it. And so business just kind of continued on as usual this morning. There was a little moment this morning where the judge was like, can I speak to both lead counsel in our chambers? And we thought maybe it's a jury issue. We didn't know kind of what was going on. And then again, they just went to business as usual. From what I saw of all the jurors today, they were all there. And so as far as the first question, the motion for a mistrial, the government will respond to that today. Yep. And so we could hear arguments about it possibly tomorrow.
All right. Elizabeth Milner, I know you got to head back into that courthouse. Thank you so much. Great reporting as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to continue taking your amazing questions. Back here with Candace Kelly, Tyler Bailey, William Corman. Okay. Thanks so much for being patient, guys. Okay, got to get back to this. So let's talk about this. We have an interesting question. I'm trying to find it right now. Tyler, I'll throw this to you. Where is it? Big question in this case. Was this sex work, right? For purposes of sex trafficking, for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution. Tyler, this is from Jason Hewitt. Has anyone testified to Diddy paying them?
That's a good question. I think that they have testified to receiving compensation for providing services for Mr. Combs, whether that is your rent being paid or other benefits that have come from performing in these sex escapades or freak-offs for Mr. Combs. Now, nobody's testified to receiving, as far as the victims being paid, but you also have these escorts who have clearly been paid to provide and perform sex work on the women and victims who have testified in this trial so far. So you have that. They weren't doing it for free. And then you have also the survivors or victims who are also testifying to the extent of receiving some compensation and being coerced or manipulated into performing freak-offs.
Well, look, Jane has testified that she was receiving gifts and cash, like wires, and that she was also getting her rent paid. But I don't recall the testimony of the Punisher. If he talked about receiving payment directly from Cassie or Sean Combs, maybe my producers know, we'll talk about it. But look, Jane has also supported the idea that there was cash that was used to pay these performers, that it all came from Sean Combs, that he was paying for the travel of some of these performers. So that idea of payment and transporting, very important for the transportation to engage in prostitution charge, but also for sex trafficking, right? You're talking about commercial sex acts and whether something these performers or even the alleged victims were receiving something of benefit or something of value in order to engage in this. Okay, Candace, this is from Peacemar. Is Jane the last witness for the government's case?
Potentially. I mean, they're saying if she goes to Thursday, and we have heard that the prosecution said that they will be done by Friday. I mean, it's unlikely, but potentially. But that's impossible in my estimation. I still think that just a lot of gaps that need to be closed. I mean, KK, D-Rock, I just want to hear from security guards. I want to hear from someone who was there at all times, because we know Sean wasn't driving himself around. We know that Sean was asking other people to help, decorate the rooms and things of that nature. I need to hear from other people, but the word is that they could be done by this week. I do not see it.
William, I mean, this is a question we just got from Paul Franti. It's about Christina Coram, this alleged chief of staff of Sean Combs. So many people have mentioned KK. When would be the most reasonable time for the prosecution to bring her onto the stand, assuming, she takes the stand? I think we have a problem with William's internet, so we're going to work on William. Let me throw it over to Tyler. Tyler, so many people mentioned KK. When would be the most reasonable time for the prosecution to bring her onto the stand?
There's been a lot of suspense regarding and surrounding KK this entire trial. I think that, you want to start off trial strong. I think they started off very strong with calling Ms. Ventura as their leading off witness and calling KK possibly as their closing witness who could actually tie everything together. Her being, Mr. Combs' right hand for so many years and being intimately involved in his business affairs, maybe calling her at the end to bring everything home before they rest their case. That would be a good strategic place for her to testify in this case if I was running prosecution for the government.
This is a great question we have here, Candace. I actually did a whole sidebar on immunity, all the people that have taken immunity. This is a question from Ashton McComb. Is it possible for someone to testify against Diddy and still be charged even if they have immunity? What does the immunity cover?
Well, the immunity covers things that are said in relationship to whatever they are talking about, unless they perjure themselves. They can't perjure themselves and then, claim to be immune. They also, if something comes out of that, let's say drug offenses, for example, there are 3 people, I believe, so far who have gotten immunity. If they talk about, being involved in a drug transaction as a result of being in this situation, then they would not be charged. And this allows witnesses to talk even more and more freely. And that's why we have immunity. So it makes sense, because we have a lot of people that were doing illegal acts here. And if you have them say, hey, I don't want to testify, well, you say, hey, listen, you'll be okay. But please just testify as a prosecutor. Please go ahead and testify as truthfully as you can, because you won't get in trouble for what you say unless you perjure yourself in this process.
And I mean, look, this is why Eddie Garcia, the former security guard for the LA Intercontinental Hotel, had to have some protection. Testified to accepting an alleged $100,000 bribe that he split with 2 other people for giving Sean Combs evidence, that videotape of him, appearing to beat up Cassandra Ventura, and then didn't report it on his taxes, deleted messages. It's a problem. He needed some sort of protection, but obviously was important testimony for bribery, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. Okay, we've got a legal question. This is from Erica Charlotte. I'll throw it to you, Tyler. What is the difference between a sidebar and approaching the bench?
So they're essentially the same. The judge could ask the counsel to come up there for a sidebar to talk about some ancillary matter associated with the case, and also counsel can ask the court or the judge, may we approach to talk about something, whether it's an exhibit, whether it's some small issue in the case. It's really a conversation amongst the lawyers and the judge, usually regarding some logistics or something minor involving just evidentiary issues, nothing that would sway the case one way or the other. And it's just more appropriate for it to be discussed in silence so the jurors don't think it's anything or the witnesses don't think it's anything significant regarding the case.
This is a good question. William, back to you. This is a super chat question from Nestdog. Thank you so much, Nestdog. Isn't there a 5th victim? I think there was. It was a pretrial hearing. In a pretrial hearing, the prosecutors informed the judge that they intend to call a victim 5. I don't know how much more additional information we have. I'll throw it to you, William. As you answer, I'll take a look to see if I can find something else more about it.
Sure. I do think they talked about a number of victims that they were going to have. The case is already going for quite some time. I think that they are doing a good job moving it along. I think that we may begin run into some sort of witness fatigue if the prosecution keeps calling witness after witness. I mean, again, they have to prove the necessary elements, but it's one of those things the prosecutor needs to keep an eye on. Are they calling too many witnesses? Is the jurors tuning out? Is it something that they really need to keep doing in order to push this case on, or is it testimony? I think those are decisions they need to make.
Yeah, and I think that this victim 5, who they might now be distancing themselves from since we haven't heard so much about it, was kind of like buried in all the legal back and forth, the legal documents. But it also appears that before the trial that the judge had ruled that victim 5 could not be granted anonymity at the trial, so we would know who this person is. The defense, I think, the defense's legal team, they tried to prevent victim 5's testimony from being presented. The judge allowed some of it to be heard, so I guess we'll wait and see. Okay, we have another super chat question. This is from Richard Esau. Thank you so much, Richard. Jesse, in your estimation, if the prosecution indeed, I think it's wraps up Friday, out KK testifying or D-Rock, do you think it's enough to convict Diddy? I'm going to throw this question to all of us, but I'm going to start off. I think yes. I think yes. Now, obviously, what do I mean by that? I've said it before, I'll say it again. For racketeering, whether it's the testimony of Kid Cudi regarding the car and arson, Capricorn Clark allegedly being taken at gunpoint for kidnapping, the various witnesses who've talked about procuring drugs for Sean Combs, including Jane, who testified she transported drugs across state lines for him. Those are underlying drug offenses. I think you've hit a number of the predicate crimes, and also forced labor. Mia, again, assuming the jury believes all this, so they're just ticking the boxes. I don't know what the jury's going to say, but assuming, the Mia, who worked for Sean Combs, saying she was sexually assaulted, and then these other workers who said they were being blackmailed and they were being forced to work long hours, I think that they've made a cognizable case for racketeering, at least proving the underlying crimes. And I think through testimony like David James, the former assistant, saying this was Sean Combs' kingdom, we're all here to serve it, that's what he was told, that the assistants were helping out and paying for things and setting the rooms up, the jury could accept there was an association of people, a criminal enterprise, to commit crimes, cover them up, protect Sean Combs, that there was a systematic pattern of abuse of women. I think they've made a case for racketeering beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know. They, my opinion, definitely have proven a case of transportation to engage in prostitution, literally transporting sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of sex work. There's been a lot of testimony about that. Feels like a more clear-cut case. Sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. I've said it before, I'll say it again. There seems to be two clear-cut cases. One, the 2016 tape, right? Sean Combs allegedly attacking Cassandra Ventura after a freak-off, dragging her back in the direction there, fits some of the elements. Another event, Sean Combs on a plane with Cassie, allegedly shows her freak-off tapes. She says she feels threatened. They land. She demands a freak-off. He gets a freak-off. So you have commercial sex, travel, coercion. Jane, sex trafficking, a little more ambiguous. Perhaps the jury would feel she really didn't consent to this, that he was manipulating her, that there were only so many ways she could actually express her reluctance to engage in this. But the jury could also say, her engaging in these sexual activities for a prolonged period of times, how on earth could she actually consent? But not so clean, not so clear-cut based on her messages. And again, I think she helps with transportation to engage in prostitution. So if they rested, maybe even after Jane's testimony, even after KK or D-Rock, assuming they would testify, I think they have enough to convict. Tyler, you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think they have enough to convict on a lot of these charges. And, jurors are weird when they get in that room. Sometimes they think they could possibly throw a bone to the defense by finding not guilty on one of the counts. I think Jane's testimony has been a little more difficult and not as clear cut with just some of the things that have come out that she's said regarding consent. But you also, like I mentioned earlier, I think that audio recording with Mr. Combs is powerful for the prosecution. But they've done a good job in really narrowing down the facts to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, we're talking about a conviction after we've solely heard the prosecution's case. I assume the defense is going to put up their own case, and they'll try to prove or disprove or show that the prosecution has not proven these charges that they've accused Mr. Combs of beyond a reasonable doubt. So still early to tell, but overall, I believe the prosecution has done a good job in proving their case. And we just got to see what the defense does next.
Candace, what do you think?
Listen, I think when you add up Eddie Garcia, Capricorn Clark, as well as let's throw in Regina Ventura and that extortion, which we had a corroborating witness from Bad Boy Company talk about how that $20,000 was given to her and taken back. Even though it was taken back, we've got the extortion there. You can look at a culmination of various witnesses to get to this RICO charge. But as you said, will the jury believe it? Do they think that this rises to a RICO charge? That's one question. On the other hand, the door is still open. On the defense, I'm sure we were going to hear about the fact that Sean Combs was a drug addict. Sean Combs was a sex addict. We're going to hear all types of information to contextualize how he treated Cassie, how he treated Mia, how he treated everybody within his orbit. But I think that they have done an amazing job. And I think that crossing state lines for the purposes of prostitution, I think even the defense has said, you know what? We know that's a given, that he is going down for that, but that's up to 10 years and they can kind of deal with that because he has time served. But these other charges, sex trafficking, extortion, bribery, obstruction of justice, I think that we are there.
Well, that's okay, because William Corman, criminal defense attorney, is definitely going to say they haven't done enough, right? He's going to say, no way have they been able to prove any of these crimes.
I'm defense inclined. I always am, but the state has done a brilliant job in setting forth, the evidence regarding RICO, which, as we've talked about before, is very confusing and very difficult to understand. But I'm echoing what my panelists have said. Between the Kid Cudi incident with the car, Jane has provided testimony about drug trafficking. She's wrapping up packages and bringing them, I think it was ecstasy, bringing them across state lines on an airplane. They really have hit all the high notes. They've done a brilliant job, a Katie Schultz level brilliant job in order proving these individual elements. So I think they've got a problem. And again, as Tyler said before, this is just been the prosecution case so far, and things could shift when the defense gets up there. But I don't know, there's a lot of ground to make up, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
I think this is going to be a long deliberation process. There is so much for this jury to consider with respect to each one of the alleged victims. Think about it. We put up a poll. Which victim's testimony has had the strongest impact on the government's case? 74% say Cassie, 15% say Jane, and Mia, 9%. Those are really, really interesting numbers, Candace, right?
Yeah, it really is. Honestly, Capricorn Clark was the one that really kind of had my head spinning, sitting there in court and just her throwing bombshell after bombshell. But we have to look to Cassie. We have to look to her as this tree in the middle that firmly is the foundation for everybody else to kind of branch off of. And for people in that poll to say, hey, listen, she's the most influential. If the jury believes the same thing, well, then again, the prosecution is doing its job because she's the center. Everybody else branches from there in terms of corroborating what she said. And they do so on many, many different levels. Every single witness has come and corroborated something that she says. If you're the jury, you're saying, okay, if I don't believe Cassie, right, and I'm in that 30-something%, then I don't believe anybody else. And I think that is an impossible feat. She was a very credible witness, an excellent witness to really kick off what has proven to be a mighty strong campaign against Sean Combs by the prosecution.
So, Tyler, here's a really good legal question. This is from I. Takahashi. How is the verdict decided by jurors after the trial? Is there some type of questionnaire for each question that can be provided by prosecutors so that the verdict doesn't come out as unreasonable?
They'll have a jury form that it'll be a simple question. So, do you find defendant guilty of sex trafficking or RICO? Check yes or no. And for each charge that he's accused of, the jury would check yes or no. There really can't be an unreasonable verdict. It's either they're going to vote to convict or they're going to vote to quit. And there is a lot regarding jury charges. And that's the big legal issue, is when the judge is explaining the law to the jurors. Right now, you're hearing the presentation of facts and you're hearing examination by lawyers. Eventually, the judge who's there to decide what evidence gets in will announce the law to the jury. And those jury charges are usually negotiated between the defense and the prosecution. And that's a big part of the case as well. Those jury charges, and then what's actually put on the jury form that the jurors are going to complete at the end of this case.
William, this is a question from Lisa 5472. Do you think the defense wanting a mistrial?
Really quick, we got some breaking news that I know that has nothing to do with Diddy okay? But this is some crazy stuff that we need to pull up here just for a second, okay? It's just for a quick second. This has to do with another lawsuit that's going on. Wow. This just in. Wow. Hold on. This is crazy. Okay, real quick. This has nothing to do, okay? This is nothing to do with the trial that we're dealing with right now. But this also has to do with a trial that we were supposed to be seeing coming out here very soon. And it all revolves around Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. And something huge bombshell just happened. Allegedly, Justin Baldoni's lawsuit has been dismissed? What? So if you've been following the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively lawsuit at all, this is just a quick left turn, okay? But I need to give you guys this update because I know a lot of people have been watching this and following this. Yes, I've been following this too, okay? Following Balake and Justin Baldoni's lawsuit. His lawsuit has been dismissed. All of his lawsuits have been dismissed. What in the what? What? Hold on. Okay, and just so you guys know, okay, for those of y'all who don't know what we're talking about, Justin Baldoni was suing a huge lawsuit, $500 million lawsuit to Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, and it was really bad, okay? Because he was basically being accused of Me Tooing Blake Lively. Blake Lively went to the New York Times, put out this scathing article about how he was making her time at on set a very hard time. How he was like, harassing her. He was just being very, very bad. This is what that's what the claims were. And then it's been a bunch of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, right? And Justin Baldoni came out with nothing but receipts that made him look like he was the innocent one out of the situation. So we're expecting that in 2026, if I'm correct, they were going to be having a huge lawsuit, a huge trial about this situation. Because again, Justin Baldoni was coming in with nothing but receipts, y'all. Nothing but receipts. And now, and also Balake was looking like Boo-Boo the Fool out here in these streets. So much that she was trying to grab and throw Taylor Swift into the mix. Okay. She even tried to drag one of her besties into this lawsuit. All right. But now it's been dismissed. All of it dropped. And it's not in the way that you think. Okay, let's take a look at this. So, because I was thinking the same thing. Was this settled? Did they settle outside of court? Is Justin Baldoni walking out victorious in this situation? Or no? So he loses legal war with Balake. His lawsuits are dismissed. This is all breaking news. So Justin Baldoni just lost big in his legal war with Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and the New York Times because all of his claims with them or against them have now been dismissed. So a judge threw out the lawsuits filed by Baldoni and Wayfair Production Company Monday, according to the legal docs obtained by TMZ, dealing a huge blow to the Baldoni camp. As you know, Justin Baldoni and Wayfair were suing Blake and Ryan for $400 million, the New York Times for $250 million, alleging defamation over an article about all the drama on the set of It Ends With Us, okay? Which we already know was, we already know about that part, okay? We already know about her apparently sabotaging or taking over the movie and all that, okay? But a story Baldoni alleged was part of a smear campaign against him. All right. Huge thing went out, right? Made him look like he was the worst person on this planet, right? And then he came out with receipts. He and his lawyer, Brian Friedman, came out with receipts, and then now we're here. Okay. Don't worry. We're gonna go get back to the Diddy trial. But this is breaking right now. This is a big deal. Blake's claims against Justin are still intact. So she is still sitting here saying, no, he did what he did to me. Baldoni has filed a motion to dismiss those as well. But the judge has not yet ruled. Okay. The judge, based on his opinion on the finding that Lively had included her allegations in a civil rights complaint and therefore could not be held liable for the claims. And the New York Times fairly relied upon that complaint on the basis of their story. So they're basically saying that she filed under this whole thing. She went underneath this within this civil rights complaint, and the New York Times was writing solely off of the information what in that complaint, right? What was filed in that particular complaint. So again, is that means for defamation? I don't know. So Baldoni had said that the Times cherry-picked certain text messages and emails to frame him as the bad guy. But the court said that the Times reporting closely tracked Blake's versions of events in her complaint. The judge ruled the Times reviewed the available evidence and reported, perhaps in a dramatized manner, what it believed to have happened. The Times had no obvious motive to favor Lively's version of events. As for Reynolds, you'll recall Baldoni accused Reynolds of actually falsely labeling Baldoni as an sexual predator. But the judge found that this statement was also consistent with Blake's allegations in her complaint, and that Ryan Reynolds had no reason to believe they were untrue. Therefore, the judge said that comment can't form the basis of a defamation claim. Oh my God. Like, what in the hell is going on here? What in the hell? Did they pay this judge off or something? That's kind of what it sounds like. Well, I'm not going to say nothing here. Let's just read the article. This doesn't seem right. Blake's lawyers, okay, tell TMZ, today's opinion is a total victory and a complete vindication for Blake Lively, along those that Justin Baldoni and the Wayfair parties dragged into their retaliatory lawsuit, including Ryan Reynolds, Leslie Sloan, and the New York Times. As we have said from day one, this $400 million lawsuit was a sham, and the court saw right through it. Of course, they reached out to Baldoni's legal team, and they had no comment. What in the hell is going on here? Sorry for the left turn, but that is some big news, okay? We're expecting this to be like, it's a wrap. Balake is a monster. She's done this, and this. You know, there's a lot of accounts. There's a lot of YouTube channels that have been going hard in the paint on Balake, like hard in the paint on Blake, okay? And now the whole lawsuit that he had is dismissed because of a technicality, it sounds like. That is some wild stuff, y'all. I'm telling you right now, I think that judge got paid. Some ain't right here. Something ain't right, because everything was going down the road of Blake looking like a damn fool, Ryan Reynolds looking even worse, and then suddenly out of nowhere, left turn, suddenly, oh, no. What the New York Times was doing was reporting what was said in her complaint that she filed, her civil rights complaint. So that's not wrong. And then what is being alleged of Ryan Reynolds is not right. It's not defamation, because it's going off of what she claims in her lawsuit as well. Like, it's like, this is all a technicality. Why didn't they talk about that months ago? Why did it take the judge this long to figure that out? That just seems a little bit weird, don't you think? And now you got Justin Baldoni now looking like an idiot. That is just really, really interesting, y'all. Wow. I did not expect that to happen. All of his claims, all of them. Okay? All of them dismissed. All of them. Did they not start yet? Well, let's take a look at what he has to say. I mean, what do you think of that? I know that's a little bit of a left turn, but I'm saying right now, yeah, I was just thinking that too, because Candace Owens has been literally been on that case, that whole lawsuit and all that, like crazy. She was kind of like the lead person on that particular case, and I am very interested. Okay. I'm very interested to see how. I'm just interested to see how they, how Candace or any other person that's been covering that, how they respond to it, because again, that just seems like I don't know. Like I said, it's a little bit of a shock. I'm gonna be real. I'm a little shocked, but we'll see what everybody else says, right? Because there's a lot of other people that have been following it hard. And a lot of them are leaning very hard on Justin Baldoni being innocent. Even myself, I believe that, from the footage, from the information that's been out here, at least what was being put out here, I was like, yeah, Balake is looking bad. Blake is looking bad out here, but the fact that everything's been dropped. Yeah, Justin now looks like, now everybody's going, was she telling the truth? You know what I mean? All because of technicality. If you really think about it, it's a technicality. It's a very interesting technicality, though. But okay, we're back to the Diddy talk, though. Let's get into this conversation. Now, here's the thing. What's interesting about this is, let's hear what Inner City has to say about everything that's going on inside that courtroom.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here, midday, Monday, June 9th, day 19 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, and it's all Jane. Jane has continued on direct. This will be the last day, according to Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey. But what a day it's been. Basically, it started, there were a series of communications in October 2023 where she was like, it's over, you've made me do these terrible things, you keep threatening me in the house. And he did then threaten her about the house, saying, if you don't perform for me, I won't perform for you. But then the Cassie lawsuit hit, and they've just been playing this audio tape of when Jane called Diddy, or Diddy called Jane, and they're communicating about the lawsuit. And he says, I need you now. You know what I'm saying? Are you recording me? And she says she wasn't recording you, but there is a recording. So the question is, where did this recording come from? There was a stipulation read about a seized cell phone. So I think we're going to find out in the afternoon. But we also, then at 11, and the cross will begin.
Just so you know, the recording was recorded by Christina Coram. Just so you know, they said that it was on Christina Korum's phone when they seized Christina Korum's phone. So that recording where he's sitting there going like, I need your friendship right now. I need your support. And don't worry, I got you. Don't worry about don't worry about the rent, basically. I'm still going to pay it. I'm still going to honor our deal. I'm going to still honor our agreement here. Okay. But I still need you. I need you to take my side. I need you, potentially, I need you to lie for me, right? I need you to lie on my behalf. All those things. All those things were being recorded, and they were actually being recorded by Christina Korum, or at least on Christina Korum's phone.
And it really should be something. We're also dealing with a number of other issues. One was on the censorship of the LA material by YouTube. That was removed. Appealed it and it won. Of course, with the UN, there is no appeal, right? So you do accurate reporting. They don't like it. They throw you out, and then nothing happens. Even law firms write to them. Nothing happens. But we remain pushing forward, and we're going to do the best that we can this week, and we're going to be continuing throughout whatever weeks it takes. U.S. versus Sean Combs, Inner City Press on the case. To be.
Yeah. And that was about 36 minutes ago. So hopefully we have some new information. Yeah, I guess they haven't done any new updates yet. That's a long break, y'all. They lied. Okay? They straight lied. Let me get this. Pulsar, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Great reporting as always. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. I might play a little bit more of this. Hear what they got to say here too.
Move for a directed verdict on particular charges. That could be specifically done. Generally, what happens on the directed verdict, though, you have a defense lawyer make an argument for a directed verdict on all the charges. Strategically, it could be favorable, I guess, to try to split it up if the prosecution just has not done a good job, or that they don't believe they've done a good job, for example, on RICO or sex trafficking. They could do that, but generally, more times than not, it's just a directed verdict on all the charges that the government's bringing.
We have a poll up. Who would you want to see on the stand next? 76% say Christina Korum, 23% say D-Rock. But clearly, you have two individuals who seemingly play major roles in this saga. I do believe Christina Korum, is somebody that is very, very important, just based on the fact that the prosecution hasn't missed an opportunity to bring her up in every witness who's testified. All right, this is okay. So this is from Cecilia Bogle. I throw this to you, Candace. Will Sean Combs testify?
Well, you mentioned Christina Korum. That's a very good segue into answering that question. In that if Christina Korum testifies, I predict she's going to throw it all on Sean. And at that point, I think that he will have to think even more seriously about testifying if he isn't already. Obviously, it is not a good idea. I mean, think about his testimony in a sense already in terms of his apology tape that he had time to prepare for. How did that come off? He would not only have to answer to that, but he'd have to answer to every single thing that a witness says. But I think that if she testifies once again, if she pins it all on him, he might think this is going to be my only saving grace. Because now you have this woman over here who has been there every step of the way, probably going to make a very good witness too. That's just my guess. And he's going to feel on the defense. I think his ego would probably kick in. And I think that he probably would much more strongly consider testifying if she goes for the jugular and puts it all on him. Absolutely.
Do you really think that Diddy should take the stand? I mean, I'm with Mr. Sonny Truth right there. I think he would be a fool if he did. I think he would be absolutely idiotic. But I could see him being crazy enough, being like, put me on the stand. I will win these people over because I'm Diddy. But in actuality, I don't think he should. I think it would be very dumb for him to do that. I think it would be very, very dumb. Be very dumb. But I don't know. Wilder things have happened.
They definitely will say, all right, there was no violence when you compare it to all these other people, the hanging out of the window and Mia's door, her being slammed in the door. But I do think that saying it was contrived, I think that that's a long way to go in terms of just continuing to say, oh, they're lying, they're lying, they're lying. I think at first, when the defense would say, okay, aren't you lying? Isn't this a money grab? Isn't that not the truth? It worked a little bit, but I think that that's kind of worn off. The fact that there is no violence, as you said, we have yet to see that with Jane, but Jane is just one person. Every single other person, every single witness almost has testified to some violence who was in his inner circle. And I think that they've already made the point. So Jane, she goes either way. I think that even if the jury does not believe her at all, I think they still have enough and that it may not even make that much of a difference.
Okay. So by the way, there was no court update. They still haven't started back up again. So that's interesting. But I'm going to get some final thoughts. And let me throw it to you, Tyler. As a final thought, this is a question from Sar to Sav. Surely the prosecution knew that Jane's testimony was flawed, given she said she consented. Why would they still put her as a major witness? Is there a strategy here?
I think that they're looking to prove this sex trafficking charge with her. And I think that she's called, we're at week 5 of the trial, this late in the game for a reason, because they know she's not the star witness, not the strongest witness, but she's a victim. And I think if this prosecution is truly doing this for the right reason, they believe that all victims should be heard and they should have justice should be brought on those who abuse and commit crimes against others. So she is flawed, but many times in cases like this, victims are flawed. They're not Cinderellas. The story is murky. And oftentimes I've seen it where prosecutors have dropped cases when they're deserving victims, despite how flawed they are, drop the case and not allow them that opportunity to bring their story to a jury. So despite how flawed she is, I do commend the prosecution as the defense lawyer for still giving her an opportunity to have her voice heard and the jury making the decision whether they believe her or not.
Candace, I'll throw it to you. Final question. This is from Enlin DK. Why are the prosecution not pulling up his apology video to show he lies?
We haven't seen it yet. I'm not sure exactly why they haven't done that. That would be a very strong thing to do. However, we have other information and other witnesses to show that he has lied, right? So, and it's something that they may not even need to point to. I'm surprised they haven't pulled it yet. It's not over, but it's something that the door is still open to.
All right. Well, the conversation continues. The debate continues. First of all, I want to thank William Corman. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to ask.
Internet problems. But yeah, I think this Diddy taking the stand would be the dumbest freaking thing. I just think, but I know somebody, Heather was like, yeah, it would be really dumb for him to take a stand, but secretly I would want him to. I mean, I think we all would want him to, right? Secretly, we want to see him just fall on his face because dang, it's entertaining, right? That would be entertaining as hell. And of course, you want to see how he'll be able to manipulate or how he'll be able to finesse or handle the situation, if he can actually handle the situation. Excuse me, that's the question. Sorry, I'm just refreshing the thing to see if there's any more updates, and nothing so far. But let me see. Maybe there's some insider reporting. Well, his mom's in the house. And that's one thing that's for sure. Combs appears to be happy to see his mom in court. So his courtroom personnel and spectators filed back into the room. That was 28 minutes ago, by the way, as far as this reporting. Okay. Prepared for the post-lunch session. Did he spot his mother? So you can see him mouthing towards her, I love you, mommy. All right. Then texts show Jane breaking away from Diddy at the end of 2023. So prosecutors showed a series of text messages between Diddy and Jane in December of 2023, shortly after Cassie, and months after Jane expressed displeasure at Diddy's insistence to have relations with other men. In one message, she writes to Diddy that she is crying and troubled, insisting that she no longer wants to do those nights with him, quote unquote, those nights. She urges him to hire pros rather than emotionally hiring women who actually do love him. Later that month, Jane texts Diddy that he was never satisfied. Diddy wrote back that he didn't want to fight and asked her how to move forward. Jane told the court that she didn't see Diddy after Cassie's suit was filed in November of 2023 until February of 2024. She testified that they were actually on a break at that time. So after Cassie files that lawsuit, that's when she said, I'm good. I'm taking about 4 or 5 months away from you, man. I'm good. Bye. And so she takes those months away from him. She's done. Right? But still, she comes back, y'all. She still finds a way to go back. You know what I mean? So again, this is a very, and what we heard in Law and Crime is true, right? That it's not going to be, it's not going to be clean cut, right? It's not going to be straightforward when it comes to victims, right? Because victims are flawed. They very much are. But there's so much gray here, okay? There's so much gray. It's ridiculous. There is so much. So I could see, like I said, we got to look at both sides of the situation. We got to look at both sides. We got to see what the prosecution is trying to present, and we got to see what the defense is looking at and how they're going to attack and look at this particular Jane Doe. And then also on top of that, we also got to think about what the jury is thinking on as well. Let's not forget that too. The jury, most importantly, is looking at this and going, wait a second, why you keep going back? Every time I leave, something keeps bringing me back. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? Every single time she has an opportunity to get the F away, and she actually does. Right? She actually has a window, and she actually takes that break. She gets away from him. She could go away from him for good. There's Jay. Excuse me, Jay. Just so you know, okay. You said I wonder how many men versus women are on the jury. There are more men than women in this jury. I think it's 7 men and 4 women, if I'm correct. Or I'm sorry, 8 men. I'm sorry, and 4 women. I did the math wrong. Simple math, just totally out the window. But very interesting, though, right? Yeah, and I get it. Everyone's sitting here saying, well, she needed to get that money paid, or she needed to get that money because that rent needs to get paid. Maybe that's what that's the case here. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, right? But nonetheless, it is strange. She had an opportunity. She found freedom. She got out from under his shadow, from out his grasp, and then come February, they're back together. Here's the other thing, Stockholm syndrome. Maybe she thinks she can't do any better. Same thing with Cassie. Cassie wanted to get away from him, wanted nothing to do with him, right? But she kept getting pulled back in there, staying with him on and off. And he was doing a lot of crazy stuff with her, with Cassie. Not only was he putting her through these crazy types of freak off nights, but she was also getting attacked viciously by him as well. Let's see what the update is. So she said it was best for her mental health to stay away from Diddy. Duh! So the witness told Diddy in 2023 that she needed to stay away from him, accusing the music mogul of gaslighting her. In a series of text messages shown to the court, Jane said it was best for her to stay clear of Diddy, who didn't seem to understand her need for this distance. I wrote that because he was trying to work my reality again. Every time I would speak the truth or tell him how I was feeling, he would move on from whatever I was talking about. He didn't care about her. Come on now. We all know that. He didn't give two damns about what she had to say, what she was thinking about, etc. He did not give a damn. And yet she still stuck around. Maybe because of the fat pockets, I don't know. Right? But she still stuck around and dealt with this. But there was clear as day moments, huge red flags that popped up a million times over. And it's sad because she probably thought that, yeah, maybe it is denial. Maybe she really did think that what they were doing was something truly intimate and truly profound, right? That would define their relationship on a whole other level. They're still not back. Have mercy. What is going on? It's like they were supposed to be back at 1:15. It is it's about to be 2. And they said, I mean, allegedly they're going till I guess 5 today. Are they going till 5? This is crazy. But let's take a look. We got some updates over here too. So she says she didn't see Diddy in person for 3 months after the Cassie lawsuit. Okay. So in her mind, she and Diddy were on a break between 2023 of November and February of 2024. But they still had some communication in those months, she testified. She says, please stop using women for your fetish. This is what she wrote to Diddy. So she sent him a message on December 7th, 2023, with a screenshot of something on Instagram that she said was, quote unquote, something that was very triggering for me. The Instagram post was not discussed or shown in court. Jane texted Diddy, I'm crying. And it's so close to some nights I felt forced. I'm sorry. It's so close to some nights I felt forced. She also wrote, please stop using women for your fetish and leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. Hire pros and stop emotionally harming women that love you. He responded, you're trying to set me up. This is crazy, effing crazy. Are you recording our phone calls? Wow. Because of course she's sending these text messages to him. And of course he's sitting there going like, wait a second. You already know I'm getting attacked right now. You already know about everybody and their mama coming at me with all these lawsuits and stuff right about now. And now you telling me you don't want to talk? You feel, stop using women for your fetish? Are you recording all this stuff? Is this mic on? What's going on here, really? Right? And you never know. Maybe, okay, we got to play both sides of the fence, so let's ride it. Let's ride this side of the fence. But actually, before I go on that side of the fence, let me finish this piece, okay? So he says, you trying to set me up. This is crazy, effing crazy. Are you recording these phone calls? So she texts back, no, stop calling me. You will never understand because you're so deep in your own lies that you tell yourself. Then she also wrote, I set up the men for myself because I didn't want to be set up with any more strangers. It was a protective instinct for myself. Okay, we got to talk about this. Because we got to look at both sides of the fence, baby. Now, here's the thing. There are going to be people that are going to look at that and go, wait a second. Even the court, even the defense can look at this. I'm sorry, we got to look at both sides of the fence. Because right now, I understand. She's getting triggered because she's seeing a bunch of things online. I'm sure she's seeing things on Instagram. She's, like Hollywood Unlocked is probably going, another lawsuit, of Diddy S-ing another person, another lawsuit of somebody else getting S-a'd by Diddy, a former employee saying that they were viciously S-a'd by Diddy, right? So there's plenty of those going on, right? So she's probably getting constantly triggered, right? To the point where she's like, F you, man. Now I got something to say because I don't like you anymore because of what you're doing. This is some messed up stuff, right? I'm not doing these things anymore. But here's the thing. Here's the other side. The defense could look at that, and other people who are sitting there waving their free Diddy flag, they could all look at this and go, wait a second, is she literally laying out the breadcrumbs to lead to make it look like she is a victim as well? She's putting out the groundwork early on so that it doesn't come back to bite her in the boo-hoo-tee. Is that possible? Okay, thanks, Vanessa. But like I said, very interesting though, right? I can see the defense being like, did you not feel scared after you saw the lawsuit by Cassie? Did you not feel that you wanted to sue Diddy as well? Did you not want to send out some text messages to seem like you were a victim as well so that you could be here on the stand today? I'm waiting for that, y'all. I'm literally waiting for that because he even said, you're trying to set me up. Man, this is crazy. Effing crazy. Are you recording these phone calls? Because he's instantly going, everybody's against me now. Everyone's seeing an opportunity to make some monies. You're trying to set me up to either take me down in court or blackmail me to pay more and spend more money on you. I'm already spending $10,000 a month on your home. You see what I'm saying? So again, it's very, very interesting. I can see both sides. I can. Because remember, there were people out here that were side-eyeing this particular Jane Doe when she first got on the stand. A lot of them are like, oh, miss me with the nonsense. With your crocodile tears going, I was these things and I'm so scared. You know what I mean? Some people are like, stop it. You're a professional baby mama. You just wanted to be kept. And so you had to act these things out. But then when we started hearing more of her testimony, it's like, oh, damn, this is some bad stuff. Ooh, she went through some things. But then now we're hearing more stuff, and it's like, wow, she keeps going. She's bouncing back and forth like crazy. And there's a lot of gray in here. But it doesn't mean that she did not experience some sort of trauma. Remember that. But some can look at that and go, she's trying to set things up for right now. For this moment where she's sitting on the stand right now as we speak. I'll just leave that possibility and those thoughts to you guys so you guys can conversate on that. All right. But let me continue on. Okay. Because I know that they're finally in the room. But like I said, I like to let it cook a little bit so that we're not constantly refreshing over and over again. You know what I mean? That's frustrating. Okay. But apparently they're back in the courtroom, which is good. All right. I'm just wondering what took so damn long. So Jane says, I became the side chick in my own relationship. You were always the freaking side chick from the beginning. But she just didn't get the memo. She just did not get the memo. She was always the side. She was always the side chick, y'all. Okay? I'm sorry. She was always the glorified side chick from day one. That is it. But again, I understand if you're in that world and all you're seeing is as far as you can see, and you're believing, okay, he's got other women. Okay, I get that. He's got other women. Cool. He got other women. I'm fully aware of that. Let's move on, right? You're instantly thinking that you may be his side, you may be his main chick out of like 5 other girls. But you know for a fact, she's not. I wonder if she would feel some type of way if she found out. Let's just say in a world where she's doing these freak offs, but she's not the only one doing these freak offs, that there's other girls that are doing the same freak offs at the same damn time for Diddy. Would that anger her as well? I'm kind of curious. Or would that make her feel, would that calm her down? Would that make her feel happy? Like, okay, he does this with all his girls. Okay, that's fine. I'm kind of curious about that too. I'm quite curious. But nonetheless, the fact that this was going on and she had no clue until she realized much later, years later, that she was the side chick, ay chihuahua. As soon as you start doing, after the one night, after the one freak off, and you start going into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, every week, at some point, you're going to be like, oh my God, I am literally just his plaything. At some point, mid-stroke, you're gonna come to your senses and realize, holy crap, he is not doing this with other people. Or I'm going to him and being like, how many other people are you doing this with? No, this is just for my own peace of mind. Are you doing this with other people, or am I the only one who's doing all this crazy, nasty stuff? You know, I'm swimming in other dudes' milkshakes and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Their vanilla milkshake spilled all over me. Am I the only one who's doing this, or is there other people doing this? Because I need that for my own peace of mind. Oh, I am the only one. Okay. Cool. I'm a side chick. Instantly, boom. And I need to be out. Literally. Spilling milkshakes everywhere. Vanilla milkshakes everywhere. And letting him lap it up. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. Right? I don't know why I did that. That was a There Will Be Blood reference. If you don't know that movie, then you don't know that movie. Okay? But like I said, milkshakes. Okay? I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. So, and that's what Diddy was doing, lapping it up. La, 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 la. I guess he's not lactose intolerant. But anyway, at some point, you're going to realize, oh, I am the mother-loving side chick. I'd be mad. Okay? I'd be mad. All right? And I would have, that's just me, though. I would have been gone a long time ago. Okay? But let's continue. Vanilla milkshakes everywhere. All over the JJ, everywhere. And then they're just rolling around. Her and Diddy rolling around in these guys' juices. Like, that's weird. Okay? Moving on, though. She sent an audio message, which was not played in court, and then wrote, in part, I became the side chick and an S worker in my own relationship. This was not a relationship. Okay? Who drinking a milkshake right now as we speak? Oh, my God. Oh, diabolical. She said the situation was traumatizing for her, which, of course, it would be. But see, that's what we're talking about. How much of it was traumatizing? How much of it was not? And that's the thing that needs to be clear. That's the one thing that desperately needs to be clarified when it comes to this particular woman. Respectfully, it needs to be figured out, because remember, there are moments that weren't traumatizing for her, and then there are moments that were. And I get it. It can ebb and flow. Again, one moment she could be all about it, and then the next one she doesn't want to do it at all, right? And those are the moments that I hope that she spoke out and said verbally, I don't want to do this, right? That's a very important thing, right? I'm sorry for ruining you guys' milkshakes, your love for milkshakes. I'm just saying, like, it's just, she's used as a freaking petri dish. It's sad. It's sad. And then he's lapping that ish up. This is just gross, man. Nut juice on chesticles, okay? So he responded, asking if she was seeing anyone, and later asked if she wanted to see him in the new year, and asked about his Christmas present. Okay, so Jane responded to him saying that she was only going to provide her child for the holidays that year because she, quote unquote, had an unproductive couple of years. So in other words, she's saying, me broke man, me don't have no dinero, whatever. She testified that she was referring to the years she spent in the relationship, where most of her time was taken up to those hotel nights. I'm not even the same person anymore, she texted to Diddy in December of 2023. Jane is continuing to testify about messages she exchanged with Diddy in 2023 of December. On December 27th, 2023, she sent Diddy text messages in which she said he was, quote unquote, never satisfied. I could see that. I think we could see that from space, right? You couldn't ever handle this pain. I'm not even the same person anymore, she said in the message. He asked her how they could move on and asked if she was free in the new year. Okay. She said she then lifted him up in those rooms. She said she lifted him up in those rooms and took on a lot to make him happy. In later messages, Diddy said, stop with the rooms, and accused her of setting him up. Yeah, because he was like, stop talking about this. Stop with the talking about these damn rooms, right? And then, are you recording me? This is insane, right? Jane testified that he was referring to the hotel nights, and testified that she was not planning on filing a lawsuit against him. So she was not planning on going after him. But I could see why somebody like Diddy would think that she's trying to set him up. I could see that, okay? Moving on. A shameful, dark secret. Jane explains why she didn't tell anyone about the hotel nights. I don't blame her. I wouldn't tell anybody. Who would want to tell? Man, this one time me and Diddy were like doing a whole bunch of dudes at the same time. It was glorious. No one's wanted to talk about that. Everyone would be like, what do you do? What? Say what? Man's milkshakes? Say what? Vanilla milkshake? What are you talking about, girl? What? So she's testifying more about the text messages she sent to Diddy, okay, in 2023. She said she felt manipulated and violated. She definitely was manipulated, okay? And she said she was venting to the only person she could because she'd never confided in anyone else about these hotel nights. When asked why she never told anyone, Jane testified, because it was just a shameful, dark secret of mine. That the defense is going to argue that she loved and was all about it. That's the issue. The defense is going to say, you loved it, quit lying. You were all about it. You were even setting those things up. Don't act all like you some innocent person like Lil Bo Peep. Okay, you ain't innocent. And that is the situation that's going to go on right now, okay? In the messages, Diddy asked to see her, but she wasn't answering him for a time. She testified that she was trying not to answer Diddy because he would gaslight her in a way that warped her sense of reality. Every time I would speak my truth or how I would be really feeling, Sean just gave me a different version of it and say, it wasn't this, it wasn't that, she said. At one point, they got on a FaceTime call. She testified Diddy told her on the phone repeatedly to, quote unquote, charge him an amount that would help her move on. Wow. Isn't that crazy? He's basically saying, shut up. Just send me an invoice, man. Send me an invoice for this and I'll pay for you to shut up. Just send me the thing. I'll pay it how you want it. You want me to send it Venmo, Cash App, you want me to wire it straight to your account? I just don't want to talk about this ish no more. Okay? Just invoice me this ish and shut the hell up. All right? Invoice me so I don't have to hear this no more so we can move the F on. Can you believe that? Invoice me. Invoice me right now so you can move on as well. Because I am tired of this. According to Jane, Diddy said things on the phone like, charge me your resentment. I can't say that. I don't know why I can't say that word. Let me say that again. He said things on the phone like, charge me for your resentment. And quote unquote, I just need you to get over this. He doesn't care about, why does she not know he doesn't care about her? We don't know who this Jane Doe is, but I'm wondering, did she have a good father? Was her daddy a good daddy? Like, diggity damn. So she testified. He also said that at the time, I don't want any loose ends. Here, let me say this too. This is also just Diddy being a butthole. All right? He's an arsehole. Okay? He's a jerk off. He's a piece of trash. All right? The fact that he is treating this woman like she is nothing is absolutely insane to me. But the fact that she is sitting there and still taking it too is insane to me. Just invoice me your resentment, okay? Just shut up, invoice me. Can we just do that? Because I'm tired of talking. I'm tired of talking, okay? Just email me an invoice and I will take care of it like that, all right? Because I got things to do and I'm still single and we just bumping uglies here. You feel me? We ain't even that serious. We ain't even that serious. All right? You ain't nothing but a girl to me. Come on. Like that's... Oh, dear Lord. After that call, Jane sent Diddy a text outlining terms in which Diddy would pay her hundreds of thousands of dollars for what she felt would compensate her for their 3-year relationship. She should have asked for $30,000. $30 million. I meant $30 million, dag nabbit. But, she should have asked what Cassie asked. $30 million mother-loving dollars. In response, Diddy told her she was an opportunist, a liar, and a con artist. She also testified that Diddy threatened to show her S-tapes, to the father of her child. Oh my God. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so that is blackmail. Yeah. Talking about girls swimming in man's milkshakes. Yeah. Oh, that's bad. That's not good. That's no bueno, cabrón. Cabrón, that's no good. Your baby daddy seen the sex tapes? No. No good. No good. No good, cabrón. No good. So that's not good. That's no good. So he just blackmailed her right there. Right there. Whew. Okay. So Jane Doe told Chief of Staff, KK is back in the conversation again, about the S-tape threat. Okay? So, on December 28th, 2023, a day after this exchange of text messages, right? And then he said, you know what? You keep talking this way, you keep trying to set me up, I'm exposing your whole ass to your baby daddy with these S-tapes. Why? And I'm wondering, actually, hold on. Real quick, going back to that. Text messages outlining terms in which she would pay in which Diddy would pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to her, right? In response, right? Are they showing this in the courtroom? Because if he said in a text message, I'm about to show these videos to your baby daddy, oh, he's screwed. Because that is blackmail. Kimberly said, that is the defense. That's what the defense is going to say. No. That wasn't blackmail. All right. That was a counter offer to the hundreds of thousands of dollars. That was a counter offer. Okay. Yeah, no, that's blackmail. I'm sorry. That's blackmail. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, the counter offer got me weak too. Okay. So she says that she went to KK and told KK about these threats. This is super big time. And Law and Crime did talk about this too. They said that there's a possibility is not confirmed, but there could be a possibility of KK being brought in as a witness for the prosecution. I'm kind of curious about that. We will see about that, right? I don't think she will. I don't know if she will, but we'll see what happens, right? But anyway, so she texts Christina Coram the day after this exchange of text messages, okay, telling her about how Diddy threatened her, like exposing these tapes that she's in, okay? He said he would expose me and send them to my child's father. He has been bothering me for 2 months. This is what she wrote to KK. And this is just snippets of that. She said that she talked to KK on the phone the next day, and KK agreed to hide the phones and tapes that were on it. KK then suggested Diddy and Jane give each other space. Jane said KK told her, I always tell him all the time to just give these things space. Otherwise, we end up in a situation like we're in now. Jane said that she understood KK was referring to Cassie's lawsuit. I mean, Jane describes a sense of calm during a month of distance from Diddy. So after their conversation in 2023, they didn't speak again until February of 2024. And she didn't say a peep. And I understand why. Because he said, if you start talking, if you keep coming at me, if you keep becoming a problem, I'm going to expose all of you to your own baby daddy. You don't want that. You don't want to lose custody over your kid. You really think that your baby daddy's going to be okay with you doing these crazy things with these strange men on film as well? Completely under the influence of God knows what? Trust and believe he's going to rip that child right out from your hands. And next thing you know, you're going to be alone, all by yourself in the cold. Sans child. Literally. So of course he's going to stop and not say anything until February of 2024. I'm telling you, KK is a co-conspirator like a mother lover, okay? She is a co-conspirator like a mother lover. The only reason why I think that she might go up and speak against him for prosecution is because, and only because, she struck a deal. Yes, I said it. If she goes up, because remember, they're saying that this is their last witness. I don't think they're done. I truly don't think that prosecution's done. This Jane Doe is going to take up till Thursday because she has to go. She leaves town. Okay, she flies off on Thursday. Thursday and Friday, that could be KK. That could be a bodyguard. That could be anybody for prosecution. Or it could be the chance, or they really are done. And this is the chance for defense to start throwing up their witnesses. But I feel she's going to be making her appearance. She will be making her stage appearance very, very soon. I just don't know if she's going to be speaking on behalf of the defense or on behalf of Diddy, or if she's going to be speaking on behalf of the feds. Part of me feels like she will be speaking on behalf of the feds because, let's be real, she is looking at some serious charges. If Diddy is found guilty, she's in some serious trouble. And she's a witness and covered up a lot of stuff as well. So she has no choice in this situation but to save her own butt and strike a deal with the feds. So if she does speak out, and she does it for the feds, it's because she struck a deal with the feds. Solely that. That's it. It's going to be bad, y'all. Okay? And then I'm wondering if she was involved in any of these freak-offs too, or if she was just straight up an employee. I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, there was a lot of male vanilla milkshake spilling all over. Okay? The cup runneth over. Okay? I'm just saying. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. So, let's move on. Slurpage. Ugh. All right. Jane describes a sense of calm from a month of breaking it off with Diddy. Okay? So she didn't speak to him until February of 2024. All right. Spillage. Moving on. She felt a sense of calm during the time that with some distance from Diddy. She testified. She described a trip she took in January of 2024 with friends to Las Vegas. She flew to Vegas on the rapper's plane, or on a rapper's plane, I'm sorry, and went with the group to dinner, a show, and later the rapper's hotel room. Who could that be? I'm wondering who that rapper is now. I'm wondering who she smashed then. When some of the group got to the hotel late that night, one of the quote-unquote entertainers she and Diddy paid for hotel room encounters was there. She testified. He was having relations with a woman while others watched, Jane testified. What in the hell is going on? So she's like, I know him. He's just sitting there going, you know what it is? It was the Spanish muscular guy sniffing, and he's like, see, and she's like, I know him, right? Jorge, man, that's Jorge, y'all. You know what I mean? So he was having relations with a woman while others watched. Jane testified. She didn't name the rapper or any other person in the party other than the entertainer. Jane's finances started to pick back up in January of 2024 after she started an OF account posting content of her in lingerie, swimwear, and others, suggestive positions, she testified. She said a friend also helped her by sending her about $9,000 that month, she testified. Who the friend? Who's that friend? $9,000. Is it? Well, I can't say any names. I can't say no names. But if it's who you're saying it is, he ain't a rapper. He ain't a rapper. He ain't a rapper. Okay? Hold on. Doug D, thank you so much. What do you think is going through his mom's head? Diddy's mom's head? She's probably like, please don't get my name mentioned in this mother loving stuff. Or she's like, damn, there goes all the freak offs. You know what I mean? She's like, I had a good time. Those were good times, those freak offs. You know? One man literally knocked the dust off my stussy. Oh, God. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay, moving on. Let's continue on. Yeah, she's probably terrified out of her mind that her name's going to be mentioned for sure. But here's the thing. They were at a party. They were in Vegas. They went on this rapper's plane, okay? Went to a group. They went with the group to dinner, a show, and then they later went back to the hotel room with this particular rapper. Okay? So, this is weird. We can't ignore this piece right here. Aside from her going, "Oh my God." "Oh my God, that's Rico." Right? When some of the group got to the hotel room late that night, one of the entertainers she and Diddy used to pay for these encounters was there. He was having relations with a woman while others watched. That's not normal. So again, this is a thing that's going on within that world. It's got to be. How can this other rapper be like standing around watching another guy dig another woman out in a room, doing the hibbity-dibbity, as they're just sitting there drinking drinks and smoking smokes and snorting snorts? You know what I'm saying? Some freaking leakish stuff. Okay? That's weird, right? Yeah, some Caligula stuff, y'all. Real talk. So she's sitting there watching all this stuff. And then she goes, "Oh my God, I know that guy. Oh my God. That is crazy." You know? That's weird. So it's common. She says she got back in touch with Diddy because she, quote unquote, missed him dearly. Some people would be like, did you miss him dearly or you missed his checks? So she said that she and Diddy got back in touch in February of 2024. He texted her that he had a dream about her. She testified that she responded because she, quote unquote, missed him dearly. In the messages, Diddy said that he missed her smile and told her to send a picture of them pretty teeth that he paid for. Let's not forget. I have never heard that phrase before in my life, AJ. Doing a hook a book. I ain't never heard that before in my life. That's a new one. That's a new one. Okay. Doing a hookabook. Moving on. He wanted to see them pretty teeth. He then asked if she was free on her birthday. In later messages, Diddy said that he would love to spend her birthday with her. I'm a little traumatized from my past birthdays and what they ultimately led to at the end of the night, she texted him. She testified she was referring to the hotel nights, which we already know. And of course, she was ran through by 3 dudes that night. And then on top of that, let's add Diddy as well. So 4 men, okay, 3 of them random. One of them happens to be Diddy running through her that night for her birthday. That doesn't sound like a great birthday gift, okay? So moving on. She testifies about how she got back together with Diddy. So they saw a long text message exchange between Jane and Diddy about whether they should spend her birthday together. She expressed in several text messages that she didn't think that was a good idea, but she eventually agreed to visit him in Miami for her birthday. When she got there, they had a private dinner with decorations and gifts set up in his home in Miami. After dinner, Jane and Diddy started drinking and took some X. What is going on? I hope that's not true. What I'm thinking is going to happen sometime in the early morning hours, Diddy asked if Jane wanted to see Don, one of the entertainers from the previous hotel nights. She testified that she agreed and had relations with Don in front of Diddy at Diddy's residence. Come on, man. You already, listen. Do I have to even say the quiet part out loud or the loud part out loud? I mean, do I? Yeah. Like DMX. Here we go again. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, man. You knew this was going to happen, man. Come on, man. Man. Come on, man. You knew this was going to happen, man. But once again, she's doing the hibbity-dibbity with a stranger. Okay. Prosecution asked why she agreed to have relations with Don. She said, at this point, I'm just so used to this being the outcome of whatever we're doing that I just accept it. She and Diddy rested in Miami a couple days after. A couple days after that, before she flew back to LA. When she left Miami, Diddy and Jane were back together, she testified. So the cycle was back all over again. The saga continues, y'all. Excuse me. The saga freaking continues. So Jane and Diddy had more hotel nights after they reconciled in 2024. So after Jane and Diddy got back together in 2024, she took about 3 trips to Miami to see Diddy, and he came to LA a couple of times. They didn't go out in public because, quote unquote, things had really hit the fan with everything going on. So it was just better to keep it private, she testified. She testified that they would have had hotel nights. They would have hotel nights at his home or at her house. So it never stopped. It never stopped. He just said, I miss you, girl. And in a way, it's like the defense is going to present, or at least I think they would. Out of nowhere, AJ's like Epsom salt. Yeah, I would think Epsom salt for sure. I'm sorry. Yeah, big time Epsom salt. You'd think that he would have like pallets of baby oil, Astroglide, and Epsom salt. You know what I'm saying? But Epsom salt for sure. Because yeah, she probably, whoo, she's tired, man. She's tired. I understand that. Mm-mm-mm. So let's get into this, all right? Okay. So she says, I'm commenting about the girlfriend of another rapper. I said she is so beautiful. Was this rapper an old friend of yours? Yes. I was flown to Las Vegas. There was a birthday party and we went to a strip club. I recognized Anton. So that's the guy. They went to a strip club and recognized Anton. Other than that time, had you ever seen Anton other than on hotel nights? No, I did not. This friend, was it platonic? Yes. In the hotel room, Anton was having relations with a woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. There was flirting, but nothing big. How were your finances in January of 2024? Better, a lot better. I finally decided to do OF. What kind of content did you create? Lingerie, swimwear, implied nudity, that stuff, soft core stuff. What's that? Your hand covers your body. I wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. So, she was like, what do you mean by implied? What's implied nudity? What is that? Yeah, your hand covers your body in these particular areas. And she's like, I just wanted to be independent. I wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. I was also getting child support, and some money from Bear. I advertised his brand on my social media. He offered me money. Actually, he just sent it to me. Really? How much did he send you? About $9,000. He said, if you want to post for my brand, do. But no big deal if not. So later on, Diddy messaged me, said that he had a dream about me, that I was on the Concorde. Why did you answer him? Well, I missed him dearly. He said, so what you want to do on your birthday? I said, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they actually led to. So what is Sean write? He said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy, love. What did you write? That I'm just being mature. I don't think I'm ready to see you. Did you see him for your birthday in February of 2024? Yes, I did. She folded quick, y'all. She folded quick. I'm just not ready to see you. I don't think I can handle seeing you right now. I'm being mature. And he's like, all right, no worries. You know what I mean? If you want to, meet up, I'll miss you. It'd be great to see you. And then she's like, no, okay, I'll see you, right? How was it in Miami? Sean had candles. My heart was beating super fast. And I think his was beating fast too. We were oddly in the same color. Maybe they were wearing the same color clothing. I don't know. I thought it was nice. What happened at dinner? Balloons, a 5-course dinner. We used some X. Then Sean asked, do you want to see Don? And then, of course, prosecution says, and what was your reaction to that? I was feeling it on the X. So I said, okay. Me and Don had relations in 1 star. And then we rested a couple days. And then we flew back to LA. And then after that, it was like we were officially back together again. In 2024, where did you visit Diddy? Miami in May, July, and August. And then there was some at my residence in LA. And that was a couple times. Did you and Diddy go out in Miami and LA in 2024? No. Things really hit the fan. So, and a lot of things were going wrong in his life. The press was after him about the Cassie's lawsuit. With which entertainers do you have relations with in 2024? So it was Anton, Don, Larry. We stayed in residences. There were a lot of focus on Diddy elsewhere. So I showed him how lucrative I was, how much money I was actually making, how lucrative it was to be on OF. So Diddy put on some music, and then he went to my phone. He asked me, "Who's Bear? Why are you texting like this with him?" The money thing came up, that Bear had sent me money. He started getting dressed. I started crying. I felt misunderstood. What did he text you? So they were playing music, and while they were playing music, he just opened up her phone and just started going through her phone. And during the time that they were on a mother-loving break, she was in a conversation with a guy named Bear. And of course, Bear was trying to hook her up with some money. Maybe he was trying to get a little il-na-na. We don't know, but it doesn't matter. He says, "Hey, from my brand, I could really use a little bit of a hookup from my brand. Here's $9,000. You can, give my brand a shout out or not. If you do, cool. If you don't, no big deal." But he has a problem with that. He has a problem with her even talking to somebody else. You know what? What could possibly even piss him off even more is that there's somebody else. There's somebody else that's willing to drop coin on her, y'all. That willing to drop coin on her. That's not Diddy. So of course he's worrying about her going over to Bear because he's got money and the guy's willing to spend it on her. He doesn't want to lose his side piece. He doesn't want to lose his glorified bottom B. Let's be real. This is his bottom B. Shoot, where's that? Where's that doggone? Right here. I'm telling y'all, this book right here, I'm not kidding. It explains everything. Okay? This book explains all of that. All right? He didn't want to lose his bottom B. And now you got a new dude coming in going, "Hey, what's up, Jane? Hey, here's 9,000. It's cool. Like, I don't need nothing from you for that 9, but I'm just going to give it to you anyway. But if you can promote my brand on your social medias, that'll be dope. If not, no biggie. But trust me, that I'm just giving you that money. That's just a gift. All right?" But he's looking at that going, "Wait a second. Dude trying to take my girl." So that's where he gets in his fifis, gets dressed, and starts walking away. And she's like, "Wait a second. It's not even like that." Right? And he's like, "Oh, no. Trust me. It's like that." He didn't like that. So he says, after he started getting dressed, she started crying. "I felt misunderstood." That's what she said. So moving on, she says, the prosecution says, "What did Diddy text you?" He wrote, "What's going to happen if I come over tonight?" I said, "Do you want me to be alone? I can arrange that." I wrote back, he was supposed to see his mother, in air quotes. "I met another woman. And he wanted a party." What did Diddy ask? He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat. "Had you ever sent him a demand letter?" "No." Diddy said, "You're making your own money." What did you reply? I said, I'm working on paying off my debt after being on call, unfocused." Literally, all she was doing, it sounds like, was bumping uglies. And that's it. That's what she's basically saying. She's like, "I didn't have any time for anything else. So all my time was just bumping uglies. And that's it." That's crazy, y'all. So she's like, "I'm working off my debt after being on call and unfocused." How did you get into debt when you were dating a millionaire who gave you thousands? Objection! Sustained. "So what did you write in return?" I said, "I'm tired. You can't even make it to the 2 years without bringing it up to me." So what did he say here? "Bear, my colleague." I said, "I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off. I asked, did you tell Robin, this is his accountant, to cut it off? He said, make your own money. Did he continue to pay your rent? Yes, he kept paying. Did you learn his houses were searched? Yes. In fact, Homeland Security actually came to my house too. Ooh. Who hired you a lawyer? Diddy hired a lawyer for me. Is Diddy paying for your lawyer right now as we speak? Yes. That's crazy. He got a lawyer he's paying for her own lawyer. She literally bamboozled this dude. She bamboozled this dude. It's gotta be. She bamboozled this dude. Hold on. Hold up. What's crazy, because there's a lot that was being said there. Okay? Bear is my colleague. I said, I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was going to come off. I can't live that way. I asked, did you tell Robin? Okay? Did you tell your accountant, Robin, to cut me off? And he said, make your own money. Okay. Prosecution said, did he continue to pay for your rent? She says, yes, he did. Did you learn his houses were searched? Yes. Even Homeland Security came to my house because her house, I'm sure, is under the Bad Boy Records like company or something like that, right? I'm sure of it. It's under the LLC. I'm sure of it. So they came and they raided everything that he had. Who hired you a lawyer? Diddy. Is Diddy still paying for your lawyer right now? Yes, he is. He won't be paying for her lawyer anytime soon anymore. Did you talk to Sly after the 2024 searches? Yes, I did. He called and he said he had a tape and he intended to release it bit by bit on the dark web. What? Oh, Sly, you sly little dog. Sly now is like, ooh, I got video. I got clips. I'm going to put it out bit by bit, exposing everybody stroke by stroke. Wow. I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Diddy picked up his phone and recorded with it. Diddy is sloppy. Oh, he is dumb. He's dumb. Oh, Diddy's dumb. Oh, he's dumb. Okay. He said Diddy picked up his phone and recorded with it. I asked Sly/Cabral how much he wanted for it. He said $10,000. Man, he should have asked for more. He should have said $1 million. I told Sean Cabral, okay, I told Sean Cabral just tried to extort me. Diddy started crying. What did he say? Get legal on it. Did you speak with Cabral? Yes. I told him this was sextortion and that I would not talk with him. Then media called me and said they bought the tape and did I have a comment? I fainted. We had to cry, or I guess we had to, and she's sobbing, control the situation. Whoa, wait a second. Oh. What media company has the video? Oh my God. Okay, wait a second. All right. Whoa. Okay. Hit and rewind. Hold on. So he called her up. Sly, someone she actually liked, by the way. This guy is in Atlanta. This guy Sly, okay? This is the one that she liked. That you know, they would have a good rapport. But this mother lover is also greedy and also saw an opportunity. Okay? So he said he had the tape and he was going to, and he intended to release it bit by bit on the dark web. I asked Sly how he got the video. Diddy, with his dumb ass, picked up his phone, Sly's actual phone, and started filming it. He is so sloppy, okay? I asked Sly/Cabral, I guess his name is Sylvester Cabral, I don't know, how much he wanted. He said $10,000. I told Diddy, Cabral just tried to extort me. Diddy started crying. What did he say? Get legal on it. So, did you speak with Cabral? Yes. I told him this was extortion and I would not talk with him. Then a media company called me and said that they bought the tape. And did I have a comment? Could this be the New York Post? It might be the New York Post. She said, I fainted and we had to control the situation. Did the media company ever publish the video? No, they did not. Do you know why? No, I don't. Then the hotel video of Diddy and Cassie came out. I was with Sean in Miami. How did you first learn of that video? There was a knock on my door. Diddy was called out. I went down and everyone was talking. It was a 2-star, or it was at 2-star, I'm assuming. What happened? Diddy was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later, we had a huddle. His sons were also involved. A huddle for what? To come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he was going to say on social media. Did you read it? He addressed Cassie by name in the draft I saw. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough. So he said, here's the apology that I'm going to do. Here's the scripted apology. So when he said, I found God, I found God, I found sobriety, I found therapy, I'm just a man, I make mistakes, I'm just human. That whole thing apparently was choreographed and pre-scripted by him and his family. So Sean was called out. Hopefully we're going to get some information from the other news articles, but here we go. I'm repeating this again because this is important stuff, because they were all in on it. They were all in on it. His whole family. They're all putting this together. Oh, we need to bamboozle the people. I'm just a man. I found God. I found sobriety. I found therapy. I'm only a man. I make mistakes. Trials and tribulations, whoa. You know what I mean? So, Sean was called down. I went down and everyone was talking. This was at the 2-star, the other house. And I think this was at the other house that was recently raided. Just so you know, this one was the one that the feds allegedly overlooked, if I'm correct. Okay. But there were 2 houses that were supposed to, that Diddy had on Star Island. And another one was not actually raided in Miami, just so you know. One of those 2 was not raided until just recently. Okay. A couple weeks ago, just so you know. All right. So they're in the 2-star house. Of course, yes, it's PR. It's definitely PR, but it's definitely them putting something together to make him look good. All right. Especially after the Cassie video got dropped. So again, the media had the video of the actual, the media had a video of her bumping uglies with the dude. And I'm assuming with Diddy in the background or Diddy in the foreground of the video, giving directions, or in the corner, beating off. Okay? I'm not saying that it's illegal, Coco Melon. I'm not saying that it's illegal, but you could tell that his family was a part of that whole thing. It's all about manipulation. That's all. Moving on, though. Okay? Says, did the media company, they had a video. They had 2 different videos. Could it be CNN that had both videos? I don't know. But they had one video where she's bumping uglies with an S worker and Diddy somewhere in the shot. Okay? Or at least heard in the video. And then there's the Cassie video of him attacking Cassie. That one came out instead of hers. And I'm wondering why. Maybe it was too saucy. Maybe it was way too spicy to put up online. I don't know. But damning stuff nonetheless, because a media company out here it's confirmed, most definitely has an S tape in their possession. Where is it? We don't know. Okay? So she says, did they ever publish it? Do you know why? No, I don't. But then the video of Cassie and Sean came out, that hotel video. I was in Miami with Sean. How did you first learn of the video? There was a knock on the door. Sean was called out. I went down and everyone was talking. It was at the other house on Star Island. What happened? Diddy was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later, we had a huddle, and his sons were also involved as well. Then they said, huddle for what? To come up with an apology. He showed a draft of what he would say on social media. The prosecution said, did you read it? Yes. He addressed Cassie by name in the draft that I saw. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought that one was good enough. Did you talk later one-on-one with Diddy about that video? Yes. He said that he attacked Cassie. He said that Cassie hit him too. Then I was told that KK was coming and I had to go into another room. I did. And I went back to LA. Do you recognize this? Yeah, that's Diddy's IG apology. Videos played, not on a public screen in the gallery, but I'm sure they can hear the audio. And everyone's seen the video, okay? Therapy, found God, you know what I mean? Found sobriety, you know what I mean? Which is all not true. But anyway, says disgusting. I have asked God for mercy and grace. I'm truly sorry. Moving on. How did you feel about it? Man, I was disappointed. I felt that there was no heart. Okay, so then defense says, sidebar, please. And of course, the judge says, sure. This is interesting. Wow. Man, and she's a weeping mess for sure. Let's see. Stay away from him. All right. Jane said that she had some ideations, not so great ideations in 2023. So she testified that she had ideations at the end of 2023 and that she expressed to Diddy that she would do something unthinkable. Okay? She believed that Diddy would use or break her and that she hated her life. She wrote to Diddy that she was done with her, that he was done with her, and that she just wanted to pass away. So when asked why she wrote these messages by the prosecution, she cried so hard that her answer was difficult to understand. Yeah, he broke this woman. Real talk. She really broke this woman. Really. Let me get a sip of this really quick. Okay. Yeah, we need that feedage for sure, Astro. Feedage would be nice to see. That footage would I don't know. It would have to be all like a lot of stuff blurred out, but I'm sure if it's out there, I feel like it's about to get leaked today. Real talk. I have a feeling it's going to get leaked today. But moving on, because now that it's been mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if it's out there, leaked out there by the end of the day. Real talk. But let's continue on. In late 2023, okay, so she says that he threatened her with those tapes. So in 2023, December, he threatened her to release those tapes and show them to her baby father. Okay? She said that Diddy kept calling her and pressuring her as their relationship devolved. Sorry. Jane told the court that he told her that he had nothing to lose by releasing these tapes from the hotel nights. Jane texts Diddy's employee, KK, to alert her about the situation, an exchange that was entered into evidence. Jane wrote that she was traumatized from the experience with Diddy and wanted space, but that Diddy thinks she was going to blackmail him. She wrote that Diddy was threatening to expose these S tapes in which she was heavily under the influence and begged KK to talk sense into him. KK responded with reassurance that nothing would happen. And of course, this is what she told the court. She also says she joined OF, that platform, okay, because she didn't want to rely on anyone. So she joined OF, which we already know. Okay, I wanted to reclaim having my independence and not rely on anyone and stand on my own 2 feet, she said. So she says she had relations in front of Diddy in February of 2024. So it's some wild, diabolical, and really sad stuff, y'all. Really, real talk. This is some really, really sad stuff. Real quick before we continue, okay? Because there's a bunch of people in here. I appreciate it. Please hit that like button down below. Let's get it to 1K. It takes 2 seconds. It's free. It's free 99 and it helps the platform. Please do that for me. And of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, please, and thank you. Okay? Thank you, guys. That would really mean the world. But moving on. So she had relations with him, okay? So he convinced her to come back out to Miami to celebrate her birthday. But she went out there. They had a great dinner, which we already know. And then she ended up, taking some X. And next thing you know, she's doing the hibbity-dibbity with some random guy in front of Diddy again, okay? Real quick, Dabs, thank you so much. He groomed Cassie and Jane, not unlike me. What? Wait. Not unlike. Maybe you're not saying me. Maybe you're saying not unlike a CM or a pimp. Maybe. Okay. Shower them with love, make them dependent, and then attack, then rinse and repeat. I think that's what you mean. Okay. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't know about you, but again, okay. I definitely think that's a typo for sure. But yes, definitely like any of these predators, any of these, serial predators that are out here, that's definitely the vibe I'm getting here for sure as well. Okay. So let me see here. So she says her house was raided, okay, and that Diddy was paying for her lawyer. So she said to the court that she was leaving a residence paid. She was living in a residence paid for by Diddy in March of 2023 when Homeland Security investigations raided multiple residents belonging to Combs, including this actual home. Homeland Security arrived at her home at the time. She testified. She told the court that she called Diddy's head of security to alert him of the matter. Jane said that she was represented by 2 different lawyers, both of whom were paid for by Diddy. S Worker wanted $10,000 for the tape. So S Worker wanted or asked for $10,000 to keep the S tape of himself and Jane kept under wraps. The man identified as Cabral. So that's the one I was confused about. I'm like, is it Sly or is it Cabral? So now we're hearing that it's a different person. So this is a separate person from Sly. So Cabral is the person that actually had the video because Diddy apparently picked up his phone and started filming. Stupid. Thus giving the S worker easy access to the footage. Duh, because it's on his phone, right? An undisclosed media company purchased the footage, but the explicit video has not been publicly shown. Not yet, at least, but it will. Now that it's been spoken about, now that it's out here for everyone to hear, it's coming out. Watch. It'll come out. Yeah, sometimes some of this is like the same stuff over and over again. But here's something. Okay. So Jane says one of the entertainers, we already know, threatened her. Okay. So she said one of the entertainers they used frequently, Sly. See what I'm saying? So is it Sly or is it Cabral? I guess it's Sly Cabral or Cabral Sly. It's so weird. Okay. So weird. But it sounds like it's this. Now I'm getting the vibe that it's the same person. So Sly and Cabral are the same person. Okay. Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn. Okay. Anyway, Sly said he had a 35-minute video of he and Jane during a hotel night because Diddy had recorded the video on Sly's phone instead of his own, like a dumbass. Okay? My heart was beating out of my chest. I couldn't believe what he was saying to me. She asked Sly what he wanted for the tape, and he asked for just $10,000. He didn't know what kind of power he was holding. She told him she'd try to make it happen. She said she called Diddy, who got his legal team involved. She then spoke to Sly again and told him that she had legal representation. And what he tried to do was extortion. All right. And she wouldn't be having further conversations about it. Later, she received a message from a big media company saying that they had just bought that tape and were asking for a comment. She said, I fainted and I called my lawyer. Okay. Jane said the company was never released the tape, but she didn't know why. She said she never spoke with Sly again. Now, let me tell you something. Again, like I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again right now. If you at all decide to make tapes, delete them. Stop making S tapes with random people. Oh, and another thing. If you're famous or have a whole lot of money, stop. I repeat, stop making S tapes with people. Just saying. Stop being dumb. Okay? Stop it. You a public figure? Stop showing your figure on video. Just do us that favor. Stop it. Yeah, I had to say it on the megaphone. Okay? Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Just saying it out loud, guys. Just stop. Stop. Okay? Stop. Moving on. Jane says she was with Diddy the day the hotel video was showing him attack Cassie when that was actually released. Okay. So she was at his residence in Miami the day that CNN released the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video that showed Diddy attacking Cassie. Diddy's son came into his bedroom to tell Diddy something happened. Jane said she gave Diddy space that day while he huddled with his family and friends. At some point that day, she was invited into the huddle with Diddy, his sons, and others while they planned a severe apology post to address the video. She and Diddy didn't discuss the video in those first days, but she never heard him deny it was him on that video. I mean, that's the biggest piece. One of the biggest things right there. Okay? One of the biggest things. Clearly he didn't say, that ain't me, y'all. He said, my bad. I'm sorry. I found God. I found therapy, etc. Right? She and Diddy didn't discuss the video, right? And she never heard him say that it wasn't him. It wasn't me, right? The next day, he showed Jane a draft of the statement He posted on social media, she said, and she testified that she gave him positive feedback on the post she drafted, and she flew back to LA from Miami soon after that. And I'm sitting there going like, so you saw that video and you still stayed with the dude? Like, that's a vicious video. What makes you want to stick around with a dude like that? But anyway, Jane and Combs discussed contents of Cassie's attack video weeks after the release. So, Diddy and Jane didn't immediately discuss what was shown in the video that showed him attacking Cassie, but they had a conversation about it later in 2024, around June or July, a month or two after the video was released. He said that was the only time he had physical violence. They had physical violence like that. This is the only time that they had physical violence like that, he said. Okay. He also told her that Cassie was a hitter and that she would hit. So prosecution asked Jane if Diddy said whether he would hit Ventura. Jane said she thought he addressed it, but couldn't remember what he said. Yeah, I feel like that's something that you would remember for sure. For sure. Let's see if they're back from the break. Okay. A little bit. Oh, so they went on a break. Diggity damn. I hate when they do this. But So prosecution, can I get a proffer as to the relevance? And then, of course, prosecution says, if I can't compare the drafts, I'll strike the last question about comparing the drafts. Agnifilo defense says, we want all those questions stricken. Okay. Then he continues saying, I advise not to name Cassie as she might be a grand jury witness. So privilege. Okay. So prosecution says, our next questions are about Diddy's violent A on Jane and forcing her to have relations with an entertainer while still injured. It goes to state of mind. And then it stops right there. Oh, I hate when that happens. I hate the pauses. This is what I hate more than anything in the world. Let's see what they're saying. We got a bunch of updates over here too. Threatened her with the tapes. Said she was having ideations after Cassie filed her lawsuit in 2023. It opened the door for federal prosecutors to eventually indict Combs. On the stand, she teared up as she described wanting everything to go to black after she read the whole 35-page indictment. I was just in a complete state of shock, just messaging him like, what is this? Diddy responded by offering her money. She testified. Like I said, just invoice me what you want so you can shut the hell up. Just invoice it to me, okay? And I'll pay it, and then we got to move on. I'm not talking about this anymore, okay? Just invoice me, man. Damn. That's basically what he's saying, which is insane. So he offered her money. She testified. Then she backed out. So, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they asked Jane several questions Monday afternoon about whether she ever planned to sue Diddy during their relationship, including after she saw a lawsuit from Cassie in which the singer detailed a harrowing experience, blah, 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 that echoed a lot of Jane Doe's experience. He raised, so Diddy raised the topic of money shortly after the lawsuit was filed, when Jane began pointing out the similarities between their hotel nights and the freak-offs alleged in this lawsuit. In a phone call, Diddy told Jane, like I said before, charge him for the resentment she felt, okay? Because he didn't care. Like I said, he didn't feel like he did anything wrong. He's like, we have an agreement. I get to do whatever I want with you, and I pay you for it. And that's it, right? So he's like, you have resentment for me, towards me? Shoot. Invoice me that. I'll pay you so you can stop feeling bad. And so you can stop trying to make me feel bad. I already got enough on my plate, girl. Right? So she was testifying. Okay, she went back to him with a number, but was immediately shut down by Diddy, who became irate with her because she went back for hundreds of thousands of dollars, which I don't blame her. Okay. So she never told Diddy. She never told Diddy she would sue him and never sent a demand letter, she repeated on the stand. So she was like, I wasn't going to sue. I wasn't going to demand any money. You asked me to invoice you for the resentment, and that's exactly what I did. Couple $100,000 is all I was asking, not $30 million, right? Yeah, I did say Ace Ventura. Somebody caught it. Somebody caught it. Congratulations. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome. So escort threatened to release video of Freak Off. Let's take a look. Hopefully they got more details here. So like I said, Sly is Cabral. Cabral is Sly. They just keep changing his name for some weird reason. But she testified that one of the S workers that Diddy hired, a man referred to as Cabral, had threatened to release a video of him and Jane having relations after the Cassie lawsuit was filed. The escort saw an opportunity to make money and asked Jane for $10,000, she testified. She declined and called Diddy, and he told her to get in contact with his attorney. She was already in conversation with the lawyers after federal agents tried to secure her cooperation. This testimony could be a way for prosecutors to get ahead of Diddy's legal team, who will probably argue that Diddy was committed to keeping these spicy videos of Jane off the internet. After the threat, a major media company that Jane did not name contacted her saying that they were going to publish this video and asking her for a comment. I called my lawyer, and the video was never published, but Jane said she did not know why. And I'm wondering what's going on with that. I'd really like to know. Okay, so they did a final draft of the IG video that we all have seen. She testified that she and Diddy were asleep in his Star Island mansion when one of his sons woke them up and said something happened. It was just a very eerie day. I just remember that Diddy was just huddled with his team and his family. The next day, he showed her a final draft of the statement. She said that version was different from the video that he eventually posted. And of course, we already know about that too. Still nothing. I don't know. I don't know if it's TMZ. Maybe it is TMZ. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But I am quite curious. I am quite curious. I'm wondering what the heck is going on with these freaking breaks. Yeah, I mean, it could be TMZ. It may not be TMZ. I mean, it could be Fox. It could be it's CNN as well. Maybe CNN has it again. You never know. You know what I mean? I mean, anything's possible. Yeah. Yeah, phenomenal. I want to know, right? Who has the doggone video? Who? It's like they're arguing about asking her about the hold on. Arguing about her like drafting the actual about her being an eyewitness to him putting together the actual draft, like drafting the apology video and making the apology video. And it's true. There is nothing wrong with somebody making drafting an apology video. I just think it's interesting that his whole family and his team were together. His kids, his team were all together, helping him piece together or pen together. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Pen together an apology video. I just think that's wild. It's like something that he can't do by himself. He's got to do that with the whole team. I think it's interesting. But, he may have been like, no, I'm not saying nothing to nobody. I'm not responding to that. I'm not saying nothing. And maybe his team was like, no, you get it. You need to get in front of this. And you need to admit that it's you. And you just need to apologize. And also, you need to apologize because there's a lot of people that look up to you out here. And they just saw you in a very bad light. So this is destroying your whole brand right now, bro. So you need to apologize just for the sake of your brand. I mean, like I said, it's some fabricated BS if you ask me. Because for a fact, he's like, I found sobriety, I found God when he's doing X and doing all kinds of substances just weeks before this. You know what I mean? Even days before this. It's BS. And it's also kind of wild that like his kids don't know about him being on substances and stuff like that. Really? His kids don't know that he's on stuff all the time? I beg to differ. I beg to differ. At some point they figure it out. I mean, yeah, Pam. I mean, we all kind of like scoffed at the damn video. Shoot, we ripped that thing apart. Like I said, it sounded like the intro to a song, to like an old R&B song. You know what I mean? I found God. I found therapy. I'm just a man, right? It was not a good look, but he does not deny that it was not him. He confirms that it was him. So we got a few more here. Thank God. So our next questions are about Diddy's violence on Jane and forcing her to have relations with an entertainer while she was still injured. It goes to state of mind. So I could play the video again and avoid any privilege issues. Okay. Bring the jury back in. So apology videos played again. I was effed up. I hit rock bottom. He's been on rock bottom for years, for decades, y'all. So it's so crazy to be like, I saw professional help. I'm going to therapy. I'm going to rehab. No, he's not. Not once was he doing that. Okay? Not once. All right? Moving on, though. So, Jane, what did you understand he was referring to? He's referring to that hotel elevator lobby video. Hotel elevator lobby video. Hotel elevator lobby video. That's hard to say for some weird reason. Maybe I'm just tired from talking so much. But moving on. The next time you saw him, June 18th of 2024. Where did you see him? Home in LA. It was date night in the house. Jonathan came to help set up. Don't know who Jonathan is. Definitely not Jonathan Odie, because Jonathan Odie or Odie, however you say his name, he's locked up by this time. He's already been locked up. So it's not that. Okay? Definitely not that. Because somebody said underneath, Jonathan Odie? No, it's not Jonathan Odie. Jonathan Ottie's been locked up at this point. Okay? Yeah, refrain from saying like everyone's hovering towards, one particular person's name, in regards to this. I don't know if it is her or not. All I can say is let's just refrain from saying those people's names in the chat, okay? Because we don't know, all right? And the only people who actually know are the people that are in the courtroom seeing her testify, and that's it, all right? Dabs, thank you so much. Yes, I seen. Okay, yes. So he groomed Cassie and Jane. Yes, he did. Not unlike a pimp. Yes, shower them with love, make them dependent, attack them. Okay, then rinse and repeat. Absolutely. Thank you so much for reiterating what you said before. Thank you for clarifying. But yes, that's absolutely true. That's exactly on point. Definitely Diddy is a serial predator for sure. That's just how I see it too. Okay? But that's the thing. Is he on trial for being a serial predator? No. He's not. So we need to see what, everything else. There's a lot of things they have proved that they have proven. Sorry. There's a lot of things they have proven. So I'm really interested to see what happens when the jury goes in to deliberate, right? So, wisen up? Yeah, she was groomed for sure. He was plying her with substances and all that. She definitely was. She was finessed for show. So, did he claim hotel incident was the only time he attacked Cassie, which is a bold-faced lie, because we've heard and seen footage which clearly shows that those things were lies. All right? So, Diddy invited Jane to a huddle, okay, he convened last year to address the fallout from the actual video that we all saw, the hotel video, okay? So she told the court that Diddy was attempting to come up with a response, at one point denying the video, but eventually posting an apology video to social media. Later, when she and Diddy spoke about the video, Jane said he told her that it was the only time that he engaged in a physical altercation with Cassie. Diddy also told Jane that Cassie was a hitter. This is what Jane is saying during the testimony. When asked if Diddy told Jane he would attack Cassie, she said, "I think so, yes, but could not recall the specifics." Let's see if there's anything more. So again, Jonathan came to help set up. What did Jonathan do? Put some candles around the room, decorate with red lights, make the environment cozy. What was the plan? What the plan? What the plan is? So, was there a plan to have an entertainer? No. I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which is a really nice view. Huh. Okay. Yeah, she says hour, which is weird. Yeah, Teresa, that's weird, right? It's like, yeah, we got to, we were there. We set up the place, made it nice and cozy. I'm assuming Jonathan is one of his assistants or something like that. He's there setting everything up. We're trying to make it nice, make it like kind of cozy but sexy at the same time. Blah blah blah. And then, did you have plans to have an entertainer? No, I wore a long brown dress. I opened up our patio, which has a really really nice view. Our patio. Yeah, this is someone who is absolutely brainwashed. How did he do this? It's insane. How does anyone do that? Oh. And we wait. Ugh. Excuse me. Several hours of sitting, Oy, 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 oy. Hmm. Let's see if there's anything more. Okay. I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which has a really nice view. Did you two get into an argument? Yes. We had champagne and then some tequila. I started confronting him about who he was with his family, who he was with, on his family trip to Utah. What did you say to Sean? I said, you are a PDF. He was 25 or years older. He was 25 or more years older. You are a P word. Who is he talking about here? Wait. Wait a second. Wait. We had champagne and some tequila. I started confronting him about who he was with on his family trip to Utah. So again, this has to do with maybe Young Miami, or this has to do with Gina. I'm assuming it's Young Miami. So now she's upset because he's on a family trip with Young Miami and not her. So now that's why she's calling him the P word, being like, you're a P word. You're like a billion years older than her. What the hell's wrong with you, right? And he's like, nah, this is strictly business. It's strictly business, right? Interesting. Come on. So again, did you two get in an argument? Yes. We had champagne and some tequila. I started confronting him about who he was with on his family trip to Utah. What did you say to Sean? So I called him a P word. He was 25 or more years older than this person. I said, if a girl can't buy her own drinks, what makes you interested in her? I believe she was under 21. But older than 18? Yeah. I pushed his head into the marble. Then what? Whoa. pushed his head into the marble. Then what? I started throwing candles and glass. I was angry. Oh, well, this is not Diddy putting his paws on her. Not yet, at least. But what is going on here, right? Wait. Was okay. Question, because I don't follow Young Miami like that. But is Young Miami older? I mean, is Young Miami like that young? Is she under 21 when she started dating Diddy? I thought she was in her 20s. Okay. So then maybe she's talking about somebody else. Yeah, I was going to say, ain't she in her mid-20s or something like that? She's well in her 20s. So again, whatever they're referring to, whoever they're referring to, we don't know. Okay? Remember, this is as of the last, this is within the, when did they say? June of 2024. Okay? Just so you know. But that's very interesting nonetheless. So she had a problem with somebody going on a trip with Diddy, going on a family trip with Diddy, who was young, okay, at least 19, 20 years old, not even old enough to drink. Okay? So, don't know who that is, but she was so angry, she pushed his head into the marble. Hopefully they'll describe or give us more information here in other news outlets. But anyway, then what? I started throwing candles and glass. I was angry. I mean, yeah, everything coming to a head, right? I started throwing glass and candles. I was angry. He was probably cursing and calling me crazy. I wanted to lock myself in the master bedroom. So, Sean, did he touch you? Not yet. I locked the bedroom door. But he kicked it down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door. Straight off the hinges. Off the hinges. So she shoved his head. She threw some glass, some candles. She was angry. She's throwing a tantrum. She runs into the bedroom, master bedroom. He knocks down the bedroom door. She runs into the bathroom. He knocks down the bathroom door straight off the hinges. And then that's when they say, and we're going to adjourn for the night, for the day. I doubt it. Talk about being unhinged. Yep. Indeed. Yeah, Diddy smash. Indeed. He's yeah. He doesn't like getting manhandled by women. That's clear. That is clear as day. Do me a favor as we wait, hit that like button down below, please and thank you. All right, let's get it to 1K. That would be we're less than 30. We're less than 30 likes away from 1K. So just hit the like button down below, please. That'd be greatly appreciated. All right, don't forget to subscribe. Again, subscribe. Okay. And of course, hit that join button down below. Become a member. That'd be greatly appreciated. Okay. That would be dope. Please and thank you. All right. Subscribe. All right. Let's see. So, a very terrible day. So she testifies about a fight that she had with Diddy at her house. So after she flew back from LA from Miami in May of 2024, Jane didn't see Diddy again until June of 2024. She testified she remembers the date because it was a very terrible day. They planned for a date night in the house where she lives, with Diddy coming to LA after a family trip to Utah. So Diddy's assistant, Jonathan, came over to help set up the house with decor and candles and to stock the fridge, she said. When Diddy first arrived, they spent a little time catching up in the backyard. So the jury saw pictures and video that she took of Diddy that night. In the video, music was playing, and you can hear Diddy talking. So Jane and Diddy got into an argument about half an hour after the video. So she started confronting him about who he was with on his family trip. I was making an assumption that he was with another woman. She called him the P word, she testified. And she said the woman that she thought he was with was an adult, but she was roughly 25 years younger than him. At one point, he bent over to tie his shoe, and she pushed his head into the marble counter. That's messed up. Okay, she didn't see any marks or injuries on his head later, she testified. She says she started throwing candles around the house and repeatedly saying that she hated him. She said a lot of candle wax went into his clothing, but she didn't see any glass hit him directly. So I think he was probably cursing and calling me crazy, adding his tone was angry. And that's all you have? Come on, mine. That's all you have? Well, that was some horse-ish. He's already busting through doors, okay? If things going off the hinges. So I locked myself into the bathroom, or I locked myself in the bedroom, okay? He kicked that down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door off the hinges. He kicked his way into my closet. I tried to run, but he hit me with his foot and put a chokehold on me, and I couldn't breathe. I went to the front door and to a wall 6 blocks away. Interesting. How long did you hide there? About 2 hours. Then I went back and I saw Diddy. Oh. Yes, and of course, this is the first time of her saying that he's ever put pause on her, or that he ever put pause on her. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, boy. It was a long night and a very early morning, so sorry, guys. Starting to gas out a little bit. Oh, by the way, I will be on a little bit later on tonight. Well, actually, not later on tonight, but in a couple of hours, I'll be back on. I got a very short show, but it's going to be a nice, quick one with Lauren Conlin. She is somebody who's been inside the courtroom. We're going to be doing some coverage on getting some recap and some bird's eye or boots on the ground inside the courtroom, kind of reporting and some updates on what's going on in the courtroom. That is going to be at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, so definitely, if you can, be here because it's going to be a short show. Yeah, finish strong, D. Finish strong, bruh. Finish strong. Yeah, no, we gonna be all right. But that's gonna be tonight. Okay, at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I may be on a little bit earlier than that, just to kind of, talk to you guys, do a little, catch up on everything. If there's any new information that's popping off. But then Lauren Conlin, you might have seen her on shows like Nancy Grace and all that. She is going to be on for a short amount of time to talk about what's going on and what she's seen in the courtroom and all that. Okay, so I'm really looking forward to having her on. Like I said, I was going to be bringing in people in to chop it up, talk about things that are going on, etc. So I am really looking forward to having her on to talk about what she's seen in the courtroom, what she thinks so far, as far as how this trial's going so far. Have the prosecution covered everything, right? Have they covered all that needs to be covered? All right. But yeah, Lauren Conlon will be on the show tonight. So I'm looking forward to that for sure. Tisa, I mean, shoot, I would love to have Tisa on the show. She's fantastic. I think she's doing a great job covering what she's covering, right? But yeah, she's busy. That woman is busy. So one day, maybe our paths will cross one day. You know what I mean? Maybe one day. But I don't know right now, given how busy she's been all over the place lately, as far as what she's been doing. Yeah. She been on the go. And I don't blame her. Go ahead and do what you do. Okay. It is right now. It is almost 3. It's almost 3 p.m. So like I said, this is Central Standard Time for me. Okay. So 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then we'll be having Lauren Conlon on the show, which I'm really looking forward to. Let me see here. Anything? Still nothing. Yeah. And of course, we are still keeping an eye on everything that happens tonight, or what could potentially happen tonight. Just so you know, because there still could be some crazy stuff going on in LA tonight. And if that does happen, we'll be covering a little bit of that tonight as well. That depends on if ish hits the fan, right? I don't know if it will. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But we are definitely keeping an eye. Oh, snap. Yeah, it ain't over. The protests are still going on. I just want to show this to you guys since we're waiting. I know some of y'all are like, we ain't hear about this, man. But I want to share this regardless. Look at that. That's what's going on right now as we speak. And that's what? It's 12:30 in the afternoon. Like it's lunchtime in LA. And so this is all that's happening right now. So people are still feeling some type of way. Just so you know. Oop. Just make sure I got everything. Let's see. Let me refresh this and see what's going on here. Yeah, there's so much going on. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay. Wait, what? Is that true, Kelsey? Is that true? That's insane if that's true. What's the name of the who? That's insane if that's true. Let me see if there's anything. CNN, let's go. Let's go. So, one new update. Splat out. So she said she hid outside of her home for 2 hours after Diddy attacked her, put his feet on her, and then wrapped his hands around her neck. All right. So when she realized that the fight with Diddy was escalating, she said she tried to lock herself into the master bedroom. So then he opened the bedroom door. She locked herself in the master bathroom, she said. Then he kicked that door off the hinges. She ran into the master closet. She changed clothes while she was in the closet. So she changed quickly because she knew she wanted to wear something she could escape in. Yeah, she was getting her J-Lo enough gear on. She was about to be pop, 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 right? She didn't want to be in a long brown dress. She wanted to run, right? Okay, I'm going to look at what you guys are talking about here in just a second, right? So she changed clothes because she knew she needed to get tactical. Okay, she needed to move around, right? She can't be in this nice long brown dress, so she had time to change into out of the dress into some pants and a t-shirt or something like that, right? So he knocked open the door. He kicked open the door, okay, and then she left the room and ran for the front door. That's when Diddy caught her, okay. So he, of course, kicked her in the back of the thigh. She fell down. That's when he picked her up and he put her in one of these holes. I'm assuming one of these holes like this, blah, right? Bang, just like that. So she got scared. Somehow she was able to squirm out of his grasp and run outside. She testified that she didn't want to wake the neighbors, so she quietly hid by a wall outside until she thought Diddy would be gone. She said she thought she hid there for about 2 hours. And of course, what we saw in Inner City Press, she walked back, and that's when she saw Diddy. So Diddy kicked in the guest room door. I was throwing glasses and candles at Sean. I shouted that I hated him. He started punching my head and saying all kinds of things. Well, what was he saying? So she went back into the place thinking that he was gone. Then she got scared. Okay. Then she ran. So I'm assuming she ran into the guest bedroom. He knocked that guest bedroom door wide open. He kicked it open. She still was throwing things at him. And she shouted that she hated him. So he put fists to her head and saying all kinds of crazy stuff. So prosecution says, saying things like what? That I was trying to keep him away from his kids. I don't know where the connection of that is going on, but that's a new one. So I said no, but he kicked me on the ground. I was balled up. Then he grabbed me by the hair and arms and dragged me back to the house. What was he saying? That I was effing crazy. I kept saying, just leave me the F alone. Yeah, I'm reading all y'all's posts. I'm like, what is going on here? What? What? That doesn't make any sense. A YouTuber takes the life of another YouTuber. What is going on here? That's strange. Hold on. This is happening today? This actually happened today. This is very odd. This happened on the Vegas Strip. That's insane. Okay. Interesting stuff. That's terrible to hear. I'm sorry to hear that. That's crazy. It's like an online feud going on or something crazy like that. That's weird. All right. We're getting back into this. So he was saying that I was effing crazy. I kept saying, just leave me alone. I called the girl I thought Sean was with, and I asked her if she was on the trip with Diddy. She said very insulting things. Then Diddy held me down, so I had to listen. What did you do? I told her to shut up and that he was attacking me. He was hurting me. Diddy hung up, then told Jonathan to tell me he wasn't with no girl on his family trip. After the FaceTime, then what? I went into a shower to cool off. Who was with you? Diddy. I saw a black eye forming. Welts. Yeah, I'm wondering if she has a photo as well, but this is crazy. Oh no, Kelsey, you good? It's good to know what's going on. You know what's going on with the rest of the world, but this is very interesting, nonetheless. You know. Um. Oh snap! That's so odd. But Sly Stone of the Sly and the Family Stone passed away. I was wondering why you guys are talking about that. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Why are you talking about R.I.P. Sly when we're talking about a guy named Sly in this whole trial? Okay. But dang, that's tragic. The front man, Sly Stone, the front man of Sly and the Family Stone passed away. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, 2025 has been absolutely knuckin' futs. Okay, where are they going with this? I mean, this is bad. Diddy putting his hands on her like that, this is not good, right? It's not good. And the way he put his hands on her is bad too. Okay. So who was with you? So she went to go and take a shower, and Diddy still managed to be in the shower with her. Okay. Still managed to be in the shower with her. Okay. She said a black eye was forming and welts. Okay. So how were you in the shower? I mean, didn't have any clothes on. Diddy was in his pants. He slapped me. I fell to the ground of the shower. Then what? I was exhausted. I just sat there. Diddy said, just put some ice on it and put an outfit on. Wow. 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 This is crazy. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe Sly and Cabral. That was his stage name, maybe, or that's what he goes by. Maybe, I don't know. Sly is his stage name, but he goes by Chef Cabral. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I remember her saying something along the lines of like, he liked to cook or something like that. Was that the one that was the chef? I don't remember. There's so many names. There was Toya Keisha, you know? All right, so he told me to put an outfit on. So he said, just put some ice on it and put an outfit on. So prosecution says an outfit, lingerie and heels. Oh, my Lord. Sean was using my phone to play some spicy content. He texts Anton on my phone. My phone was screen mirrored to the actual TV. Did he text? Hey, what are you doing? Sean scrolled up and saw Anton's message about our mutual friends. Interesting. I mean, I thought Jaguar Wright's been at the trial. Maybe she's not at every single day, but I know she was there in the very beginning. But yeah, I wonder what she's been up to. I know she's been hopping on shows and everything too. So just putting in her 2 cents and whatnot. Okay. Come on. So I'm wondering what's going on with this right here. Right? Anton, a message about their mutual friends. Now, isn't Anton the one that was performing in Vegas? Oh. Anton's the one that was performing in Vegas. Oh, this is about to get bad. Okay. This is about to get really bad. You want to know why it's about to get really bad? Because Anton was performing at a party when she went to Vegas with her friend and another rapper. She saw him while he was in the middle of performing at one of these parties. Kind of like some Eyes Wide Shut type stuff. Oh, Mashiro. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've seen that movie, but that part is hilarious to me. But here's the thing, though. Okay, he's going to misinterpret the text messages to make it sound like she went to hook up with Anton or something. He's going to be like, "Why are you talking to Anton?" Right? Why are you having conversations with Anton? That's supposed to be between you and me and him, not you and him. What the F? I mean, that's what I'm predicting. I could be wrong, but it sounds like this is going to be Jane Doe's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. You know what I mean? Where everything could go wrong, goes wrong. Murphy's Law all day long, right? Maybe that's what's going to happen here. Because remember, he saw text messages where she received $9,000 from a guy named Bear, and he got in his feelings about that, right? He packed up his stuff and he's like, "I'm out." And she's like, "You don't understand," right? It was just business, right? But this time, she did see him bumping uglies out there just, stroking. So there might be something that might be misinterpreted. Okay? So what is it? Good golly, Miss Molly. Okay. So Diddy scrolled up and saw Anton's messages about their mutual friends. Because remember, they knew each other, or she was like, oh, I saw you in this stroking to the east and you're stroking to the west. You know what I mean? She saw all that with the rapper friend and the rapper friend's girlfriend. But he might read that and go, wait a second, oh, why though? You know what I mean? So Sean asked me how the mutual friends were. I said I didn't know. Why did you lie? We were on a break. I didn't think I needed to say it. Anton showed up. So interesting. So I guess he didn't make a big deal about it. He just said, oh, how is such and such? In the middle of her putting an ice pack on her eye, he's going through her phone and going, oh yeah, that new hit was good. How's he doing? Yeah, he's good. I bet. Well, Anton's on his way. Like, that's crazy. After all this, no big deal, right? So why did you lie? We were on a break. I didn't think I needed to say it. Anton showed up eventually. I moved my hair so that the injuries could not be seen. I used makeup, like Diddy said. I greeted Anton, and I tried to be polite. I asked him how his day was. Diddy was giving me this evil stare. Diddy said, I need to talk to you. And we went into the guest bedroom. I'm sorry. What happened there? He said he wanted to know about the mutual friend. There it is. I knew it. He's like, oh, how's the mutual friend? He good? Okay, I bet. Anton's on his way, though. And then he comes in, and she's like, oh, how are you doing? Oh, my gosh, you look good. Oh, my gosh, la, 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 ha, 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 ha. And he's sitting there going, wait a second. This is getting too familiar. Y'all being too familiar. What's up with this, man? Right? How do you know what's going on with you and this mutual friend, this rapper friend? What's up with that? Because he's suddenly putting two and two together. So you wanted to know what was going on about the mutual friend. I told him I went to Vegas with this rapper and his girlfriend. I saw Anton having relations with another woman. What did Diddy say? He said, do you have this P-star having something over me? Huh. Do you have this P-star having something over me? I am curious. Let's go back a little bit. So Diddy found Jane again after she hid. He attacked her viciously and he dragged her. Kind of like what he did to Cassie, right? So she testifies in June, okay? She hid by an outside wall, okay, by her house. She started to walk back to the house because she assumed Diddy would have been gone by then. When she turned the corner, she saw Diddy on the street. She testified, oh, that's interesting, and that's different from how we read it. I was scared, but I was quiet, and I just kept walking back to the house because I didn't want to wake up the neighbors. So Jane went back into the guest bedroom in her house and locked the door. But Diddy kicked the door in, she testified. She started throwing more candles because she wanted him to get away from her. So she ran onto the patio. Diddy followed. I punched him, and then he punched me. She punched him once in the temple and didn't see any injuries on him afterwards, she said. He punched her in the head twice, on my forehead and around my eye area. After he attacked her, she ran into the backyard and went into a ball on the ground, trying to cover her head. He started attacking her head. Then he started using his feet. He started saying all kinds of things and just kept hitting me. So Diddy said she was trying to take him away from his kids and his family. And Jane responded that she wasn't. She told him to leave her alone. She testified. He grabs my arms, or he grabs me by the arms and hair, and he starts dragging me back into the house. So as he's attacking her, they went back into the master bedroom, and she used Diddy's phone to call the girl she assumed he was on that family trip with. She called and asked the girl if she was on the trip, and the girl started insulting her while the call was on speakerphone. Sean was holding me down and making me listen to her insults, Jane testified. So then she yelled out that Diddy was actually attacking her, and Diddy immediately hung up the phone. Later, Diddy FaceTimed one of his assistants and told him to tell Jane that there wasn't a girl on the trip. Jane testified that she was in the corner of the room and Diddy was standing right in front of her. Man, he is savage. Jane testified about long, brutal attacks at the hands of Diddy. So, of course, we already heard all about this. Very horrible day. Calling him the P word, slamming his head against the marble floor or marble counter, the marble kitchen counter. He flew into a rage, kicking doors to her master bedroom, then the closet where she was trying to hide. She fled. He kicked the back of her thigh, bringing her down so he could start choking her. She managed to escape into the neighborhood, lingered there for 2 hours in hopes that he would just leave, but he did not. She ended up back in the house in the backyard where she was curled in a ball, protecting her head as he continued to use his hands and his feet. So we already know about all this. But that's crazy. But now he's like, who this? Okay. Do you have this P star having something over me? So she says, or the prosecution says, did you guys take substances? Yes, right around this time. Why would you take substances after you guys are getting into fisticuffs in the first place? Oh, yo. Even after the fact, they're taking substances. Oh, boy. Okay. So, did you take substances? Yes, right around this time. Sean told me, take this effing pill. You're not going to ruin my effing night. Go out there and S his D. I said, I don't want to. What did he say? He said, is this coercion? Whoa. That's very blatant. Is this coercion? What happened to the pill? I ended up taking it. I consumed it. I performed top on Anton. I felt sick. I was like, even in my own body, it felt disgusted. I felt terrible. How did it end? Well, when Anton finished, I excused him and tried to put on a good face. What's crazy is that he's like, you're going to take this effing pill. You're not going to ruin my effing night. Now go out there and S his D, right? It's almost like he's like, oh, man, this is crazy. Win this one for the Gipper. Get out there, boys, and S that D. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. And finish strong. Finish strong, girl. Finish strong. This is so crazy. It's disgusting. If any of this is true, this is disgusting. Now, that is coercion. Is it not? I mean, he basically, knocks her around a bit. Well, actually, more than a bit, a lot of bit. Then forces her to take a pill, right? Gives it to her, tells her, go out there and finish him off, right? Epsom salt. You know what I'm saying? Some diabolical ish, I tell you what. Diabolical ish. I tell you what, this is some crazy stuff. Real talk. You take this pill, you get out there, and you finish him off. Like, how's that? It's just disturbing. So, altercation with Diddy left Jane with golf ball size welts. So after Diddy found her, he dragged her back by her hair onto the house's patio. I'm sorry. She told the court that he attacked her on the forehead, telling him that she hated him. He allegedly hit her on the forehead in the eye area, and of course, that had left 2 golf ball sized welts on her forehead while Diddy had punched her. Okay, or where Diddy had punched her. I mean, like I said, this is bad stuff. Like, if this is real, if this is a true story, this is very bad. This is extremely, extremely bad. Okay. And I'm still kind of wondering about this. This is a weird thing to say. He said, "Is this coercion?" Why would he even ask that question? Oh, absolutely, Charlton. Yeah. This is normal. That's true in the STing world. That is very true. These women are not seen as people to the monsters that are moving them around. They are basically, they're cattle. They're just pieces of meat. Real talk. They're just toys. They're just playthings, etc. But what's interesting is this coercion? That's a strange question to ask. He said, "Is this coercion?" Like I said, it just doesn't, like, the math ain't mathin' for me. And, I'm not alluding to saying that she's lying or anything like that, but it's such an on the nose question to ask in that moment. I don't know. Okay. But this is definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, proving, this is definitely showing coercion for sure. And if he really did what she's saying that he did, he's a monster. We already knew that he was a monster, but still, this does not make the situation any better for the diddler. Okay, this is some diabolical ish, y'all. Okay, some real diabolical ish. Tragic, really, tragic. But we are waiting for the updates. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Okay. So, he's like, "Well, go out there and S that D," right? Which is weird. So she took the pill against her will, okay? According to her, and she went and performed top on Anton. He finished. He left, and she tried to be better, I guess. I don't know. Try to put on a good face. I don't know what that means. So he called me the W word. All right. He called me the W word. After he left, he sent his security guard with money to me for Anton, which was $10,000 or $12,000 in cash for Anton and for the 4 damaged doors. What did you do with part of that money? I Ubered $3,000 or $4,000 to Anton. She Ubered $3,000 to $4,000 to Anton. They can transfer money. I'm confused. I'm confused about that one. I Ubered $3,000 to $4,000 to Anton. I've never heard of that before in my life. And why would you ever trust any Uber driver with $4,000 to $3,000? Oh, Uber Cash? Wait. Charlton says, yes, Uber allows you to send packages. Oh, send it like a carrier, like a courier. Oh, okay. I didn't know you can do that. I really didn't know you can do that. That's what's up. You learn something every day. Quinquennial. You know what I'm saying? You learn something new every day, guys. Okay? You learn something new every day. That's new to me. So she Ubered, she sent a carrier or a courier over to drop off this $3,000 to $4,000 to Anton. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay. That is news to me. Still waiting for more ish. Let's see what's going on with CNN. So she testifies that she Diddy told her to cover her injuries up before inviting an entertainer over. So he says, we're not going to end the night like this. So she said Diddy told her to put on some makeup and put her hair on the side to cover her injuries, and that's what she did. So Diddy scrolled up and saw earlier messages between her and Antoine. I thought it was Anton, but okay. The same entertainer that she had seen on that trip to Vegas. She said Diddy saw a message where the entertainer referenced spending time with their quote unquote mutual friends. Jane testified that she understood it to be reference to the people that from the actual Vegas trip. She said she hadn't told Diddy about the trip because they were on a break at the time. Jane said Diddy asked what the message referenced. So she told him she didn't know because I didn't want to escalate the night. She chatted with Antoine for a little while after he arrived before Diddy asked to speak with her. She and Diddy went into another room and he said the messages he read weren't sitting right with him and asked her again about the mutual friend reference. Around that time, Diddy had her take X. They excused themselves from the room with Antoine or Anton and went to the bathroom where he opened his hand to show her a pill. He insisted her take the pill. She recalled Diddy saying that she was not going to ruin his night. I don't want to, she recalled, telling Diddy emotionally on the stand. Okay? Or recalled telling Diddy emotionally on the stand. He got close to her face and said, "Is this coercion?" Which is weird to say right there. Jane testified that she then looked back at him. They returned to the room and she performed top on the entertainer for felt like forever. She eventually had relations with the entertainer while Diddy watched. But that's such a weird thing to get straight in her face and go, "Is this coercion?" Like, that's weird. That's a weird thing to say. Now, you got to remember, this is also after the paperwork that Cassie put out came out. This is after. So maybe he's got coercion in his head. I don't know, but that's a weird thing to say to somebody. Let's see what's going on here. Yep, forced to take substances to have relations with another man after being hurt. So we already know about this, but he said coercion before taking. Is this coercion before making Jane take some ecstasy, some X? Oof. Okay, and they're calling him Anton too, so it's not Antoine. Diggity damn. But then he had Antoine come to the house, perform top, and engaged in carnal pleasures in front of Diddy. Son of a gun. Yeah, it sounds like he was trolling her for show. That's kind of one of the things that it does kind of sound like he was trolling her for sure. But I don't know, you know. Come on, what's the update? We're gonna stop right there. Like, come on. Are they sidebarring? Are they taking a break? Are they making pina coladas? What's going on? As we wait on a new episode of As the Gavel Strikes. Yes. Yes. Yeah, they must be, they're having cocktails right now. Son of a gun. Hitting that refresh. Still nothing. Oh my God. Yeah, this is going to be very, I'm wondering what's going on. I'm just seeing if there's any updates off screen here real quick while we wait. Yeah, come on. Something, man. Something. We're going to have some. Oh, thank God. Man, that took forever. Okay. So she Ubered, okay, $3,000 to $4,000 to Anton. All right. So have you ever fixed your doors? She said no. There were other bills to take care of. So her doors are still busted wide open right now. Okay. Photos of broken doors shown to the jury, but not seen to the public, which is kind of ridiculous because these are just doors. You can't identify doors. You know what I mean? You can't identify somebody or, anything like that with by showing the gallery, the doors. I think that's kind of ridiculous, but okay, it's whatever. All right. So doors still not fixed right now. So the $10 to $12,000 that she took, which of course 9,000 or less that she had pocketed in her own pocket, she used for other bills. Okay, she used for other things. So, when did you next see Diddy? A few days later. Why? I missed him. I don't understand what is going on with people. Can we just talk about that for a second? What's wrong with people? What in the hell is wrong with people? What's going on here? What is going on here? Does she just really like this kind of behavior? What is going on? In fact, from my understanding, they're trying to get that psychiatrist back. The one that was there, the expert, the expert witness that was there for the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. She allegedly, they're trying to bring her back on to talk more about this stuff because again, this woman, I'm sorry, that's crazy though. That's straight up crazy. That is straight up crazy. He just viciously attacks you, then goes, take this pill, get out there, girl, and you better suck that D. And she does it. Truly traumatized, truly disturbed, right? And then a few days later, she goes and sees him again. Why, you may ask? Because she missed that mother lover. Now, can we talk about this really quick? This is a thought that I had in my head, and I'm just curious. Like I said, this theory could be absolutely wrong, but we've seen plenty of weird like situations, dynamics, etc. out here in these worlds, and everyone has their thing. Okay, everyone has their thing. Okay, that thing that really lights your fire. Okay, and I'm talking about in the bedroom. Okay, that spicy stuff. As long as it's consensual, do you? It doesn't matter. You can lather your whole body in chunky peanut butter if that's your thing. If that's your kick, as long as it's consensual, do your thing. Okay. Hopefully you don't have a peanut allergy, but outside of that, okay. What if this is a situation where she's always had a thing? Like, what if this is all like crazy BDSM type stuff? Like she likes being that submissive. Hear me out. What if this is just all part of the kink? What if it's all part of the kink? And yet she still feels super dirty, but then she likes it though too. Because again, she keeps going back. She's saying that she misses him. And this time, this was extreme, y'all. He put his paws on her. He did some bad things. Really, really bad things. I mean, okay, like I said, I may sound crazy. Yeah, I probably do. You know what? I probably do sound crazy. F it. I probably do. But what if this is a thing that she just really, like, it's like, I feel so dirty and so wrong, but I still can't help loving it. She's saying, I miss him. Wow. Like the defense is probably listening to this and going, wait a second. We're going to use this. Listen to what the Pascal show is saying right here. We're going to use this in our cross. Watch. They'll be like, you kept on coming back because you loved it, didn't you? You loved being served this way. You loved being treated this way, didn't you? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I'm seeing in a way. How would you keep coming back? Like, okay. Of all things, I'm being real. Of all things, this moment, him putting his hands on you, forcing you to consume something, forcing you to go and S that D, right? After that, after you endured that kind of trauma, I'm done. It's over. It can't get no worser, right? It's done. But she missed him. So she kept going back. This is what I mean by when it comes to the defense, the defense can actually use this in a way. They can spin it and use it in that way. It's insane, but wow. Come on, y'all. Like, I missed him. It's like, yeah, it's a very, somebody said it earlier. I saw it in the corner of my eye. It's a very Stockholm syndrome type of vibe. Okay. But at the same time, like, you know, could it be a thing where she's like, I feel so dirty, but I still like it, but I feel bad that I like it? You see what I'm saying? I feel so naughty, but I like that kind of naughty, but I feel bad that I like that kind of naughty. You know what I mean? Still, no matter what, being made to do certain things and saying you don't want to is not good. Okay? That's not good. And Diddy should be in trouble for those things. But it is interesting that she's like, even after all that, days later, destruction of the house, destruction of her body, being made to do this crazy thing, okay? Made to do these crazy things, and yet she still lets him come into her home. Crazy. And here it is. Somebody just asked, where are you getting at, Pascal? No. I'm just asking a question because there are people out there that like this kind of stuff, that like it rough, that like it crazy like this. You see what I'm saying? That exists. So it does make you wonder, is the combat, you know, I mean, first off, in my personal opinion, as soon as that something like that happens, somebody puts your hands on you like that, you leave if you can. Get out, right? But she says, I missed him. Even after all of this. Straw broke the camel's back. As soon as he put his arms around her and started to tighten up, right? Rear naked chokehold type stuff. As soon as it's a wrap. Done. You're gone. Done. Right? Especially on how intense and how bad it was. And yet she still opened the door and said, I miss him. Like I said, it's just, you know, like I said, it's just, it's heartbreaking for sure. But it's a question that has to be asked. You know, it's a question that has to be asked. This is some wild stuff. I'll tell you what. This is some wild stuff. So, a few days later, she saw him. After him hurting her, destroying property, etc. They asked her, why did you go and see him? Because she missed him. Were you trying to have a Sunday fun day? Oh, we were trying to have a Sunday fun day, but it was all like tense. So prosecution says, did he talk with Jonathan? Sean FaceTimed Jonathan, asking him what he saw that night. For a moment, Jonathan saw me in a corner crying. Then I shot a video of Sean and shot a video of me and Sean out in the yard. Did you inadvertently film your injuries? Yes. my welts. And when you learn that Diddy, wait, and when I think it's when did you learn that Diddy went to Wyoming? Or I don't know. How did you feel when you learned that Diddy went to Wyoming? I was outraged. He was with another woman. Did you block him that time? Yes, I did. So let's see what's going on here. Okay, court sees photos of four doors allegedly damaged by Diddy. Prosecutors show photos of four doors allegedly damaged by Diddy during this altercation with Jane. She said he damaged her closet door, bathroom, bedroom, and guest room doors. Okay, so they show showed a crack down the center of the guest bedroom door that apparently Diddy caused by kicking it in. So that's all that place has. Okay, give us more. Come on. So Jane says Diddy sent thousands of dollars in cash to cover the entertainer's costs and home damages. So, of course, a security guard came back and delivered $10,000 to $12,000 in cash to Jane to cover the entertainer's costs and damages to the home. Jane testified Diddy damaged four doors during the altercation. She put some cash in a bag, covered it with paper, and sent it in the Uber. She also took a photo of the license plate, which the jury saw, in which there was an issue, in case there was an issue with the money transfer. So she testified she never paid to get the doors fixed because there were so many other bills to take care of, but she did contact a supplier. So the jury saw an email that she sent to a door supplier inquiring about replacing four doors, as well as several photos of damaged doors. So Diddy accused Jane of cheating and said they were breaking up, she says. Okay. So Jane testified that the next time she saw Diddy in person was a few days later. I just missed him so bad, she said. Jane said that she and Diddy had been messaging each other about that night and how awful we were both feeling. She testified that he repeatedly accused her of cheating while she kept apologizing and insisting that nothing had happened. They agreed to see each other, and she went to his home. Jane said that they tried to be upbeat, but there was a sadness underneath. Sean was basically saying that we were breaking up and we were just going to be friends, she testified, adding that she said, he loved me, but what I did was so wrong. At one point, Diddy asked his assistant what he had seen on the FaceTime call that night. Jane testified that the assistant said he only saw her crying in the corner when Diddy accidentally turned the camera toward her. So you got an eyewitness, which is the assistant, basically saying, hey, all I saw was her in the corner crying. Yeah. And of course, they're all like, it seems like they are both not very happy about what happened, the interaction, the fight that they had. They got into fisticuffs, which was bad. It got very, very bad. Everything went to an all-time high, right? Before the S workers showed up. So after the S workers showed up, after all that stuff was done, there was a sadness that was hanging over them because they were ashamed of what happened. Okay. But at the same time, it still happened. And of course, now Diddy's like, I think we should break up. Maybe we should be done and just be friends. So that's interesting. Okay. But this is interesting too about her learning about Diddy going to Wyoming. She was out and apparently Diddy was with another woman there. So did you block him? Yes, she did. For how long? She said for 2 or 3 weeks. Then I saw that his mother had been hospitalized. I wanted to put what happened between us to the side. He said, this was just too far for me. I saw you had, or I think she's saying, I said, you had me in a box. Okay. Did you say the name of the actual rapper? Did you say the name of the rapper? Hmm. Let's see if there's anything else. Because they got like 7 more minutes. 7 more minutes. Yeah, William, I'm wondering about this too. I mean, during this whole time, especially after he got hit with all that lawsuit and then all the other lawsuits that came in like a tidal wave, yeah, he definitely was not doing a whole bunch of stuff. He was busy trying to protect his money, trying to find ways to, solve everything, you know what I mean? Protect things properly, and not lose everything that he's been building. I think that he was busy working on finances and trying to get ready for not only just the civil lawsuits that were coming his way, but also the arrest that was also coming his way, because he knew it was going down. He was going to turn himself in. That was the plan. Of course, he ended up getting arrested instead because I think the feds wanted to make a spectacle out of it and make him an example, right? Make an example out of him for sure. But nonetheless, I mean, this whole thing is it's bad, but I don't think he was out there hanging out, right? I don't think he was like like I said, I don't think he was like out there just doing shows and stuff. He was hiding out. You know what I mean? I think he was just laying low as much as he could. So, did you say the name of the rapper? Then they say, yes, I flew a red eye to meet Diddy. So, what did you do then? We had a really nice time. Diddy said, you can tell me when you're tired. What did you say? Let's stop for now and let's see each other later. His demeanor completely changed. Now, what's interesting about this is that she flew a red eye to see Sean, and I'm thinking she must have flown. I don't even know who that is, but apparently somebody already did the work. TMZ apparently covered this. After the meal, we're told Diddy got into a verbal argument with a woman he was traveling with, and things were tense. I don't know who that is, but that's definitely not. I hope that's not the Jane Doe. Okay. You got to lose control. Cool it now. So, jury shown video of Jane with visible bruising. Okay, so because she got attacked. Okay, so it captured bruising around her eye and a welt on her forehead that was visible through makeup on her face. So it didn't matter. You could see it. The video was not visible to the public, but the audio could be heard in the courtroom. And Combs and Diddy and Jane, Diddy and Jane, confirmed that bruising confirmed that bruising was visible in the footage. So she is talking about it, I guess, in the video, and he's like, yeah, I see it, you know what I mean? But it's not that bad, whatever. He's like referring to the bruises and the welts on her face. That's crazy. She also testified that she covered part of her face in the video after realizing her injuries were visible. She could be heard calling Diddy her bestie in the video. She testified that Diddy said they'd be best friends after they broke up. So Jane testified that she was teasing him about it. The jury also viewed another short video of Jane, of what Jane took around that time, which also showed her injuries as well. Jane said that she continued to keep in touch with Diddy for a while after they saw each other at his home in late June. She later learned that she had gone on a white rafting trip in Wyoming with another woman and was absolutely furious. Remember the whole white rafting trip that he went on? And everyone's like, what the hell is he? People were like, what the hell is he doing white sports for? Right? Remember? He was on the back of the thing, white rafting and all that stuff. Man, I'm sure he was trying to get all of his like bucket list things out the way because he knew he was about to get locked up. So apparently this trip to Wyoming was the same trip that this girl was on. This random girl, don't know who she is, but she looks a lot like she's giving me, even from that fuzzy photo that we just saw, it's giving Cassie. It's definitely giving Cassie, right? He might have a thing, right? A certain look that he likes, right? So anyway, which is very interesting. We had just endured that kind of night, and in the midst of all the controversy and everything, he was still able to plan another beautiful vacation. And of course, what else is she thinking? Another beautiful vacation without me. Jane said she texted him angrily and said, I think I did break up with him. She said she then blocked both of his numbers, all of his assistants, and his security. She then said she reached out to Diddy again after a few weeks because she saw his mother had been hospitalized and wanted to make sure she was okay. And then they started talking again. Sheesh. Sheesh, y'all. So they went and saw each other again, okay? She flew a red eye to meet Diddy, okay? Frantically got on the plane because she missed him so much, right? So we really had a nice time. He said, you can tell me when you're tired. So suddenly he has a heart. Suddenly he cares because remember, he's looking at some time behind bars, potentially, but he's about to get arrested. He knows that, and it's coming. It's looming. Okay, so she says, yeah, let's stop for now and see each other later. His demeanor changed. He said, a man spends all his money on you and you say you're tired. He threw water on me. He called me a B word. And then he gave her an E. What is going on? What is going on? Hold on. What is going on? He said, Sean, we had a really nice time. I'm reading this real slow so we can understand what just happened here. We were having a really nice time. Diddy said, you could tell me when you're tired. So she says, yeah, I'm tired right now. Let's stop for now. And see each other later. And then suddenly he went from very nice guy to psychopath. And suddenly he said, a man spends all this money on you and you say you tired, throws water on her, calls her the B word, then gives her an E, an X pill. What? So then the president, and then what happened? Prosecution says, then what happened? Diddy was celebratory. He said, let's go. Huh? Did Paul come to Miami then? Yes, he did. Did Paul come to 2-Star? Yes, he did. I was given a spray bottle. Liquid. Oh. Liquid M into my mouth. I felt a surge of high octane sexual energy. Paul comes in. I greet Paul with that energy. Did you have relations with Paul in front of Sean? Yes, I did. Hold up. Wait a minute. Do you hear that? A spray bottle with liquid M in it. That is insane. Remember all the allegations of things being laced and stuff like that, baby, oh, and all that stuff? Is that possible? But she's talking about liquid, a spray bottle, and I don't know how big this spray bottle is. It could be like a little spray, but like a little bottle of Banaka size. You know what I mean? Remember Banaka? Man, that's old school. But you know what I mean? Those little, like a little tiny spray bottle. Just, you know what I mean? So could it be that he just had a little spray bottle like that, or a bottle like a spray bottle, you know, that, right? And it's like, and you're like, suddenly I love the world. You know what I mean? I want to F something like that, right? That is so weird. Liquid M in a spray bottle in her mouth. Okay. So did you have relations with Paul in front of Diddy? She says yes. Okay. So when was the last time you saw Diddy in person? August 2024 in Miami at 2-Star. Did you have relations with Don in front of Diddy at 2-Star? Yes. One last text message. The last one I'll ask you to look at. Okay. Did you go to New York to see him? No, I did not. Why not? He was arrested. Did you get a subpoena? Yes, I did. I had to come in November of 2024, then in January of 2025, and then of course after that. Did you see a therapist? I've been seeing a therapist for 3 months now. What is going on with this world? So she was subpoenaed to testify. She was subpoenaed to do some sort of grand jury hearing. Okay, to do some sort of testimony. But this is crazy. Shamalama ding dong. This is crazy. Let's see what we got here. So Jane says Diddy threw water at her when she told him she was tired from staying up all night, which is weird because he was like, it seems like he was like this cuddly, waddly little bear. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it turned into a monster. At least that's how it was written. That just seems weird. So she was invited. Okay. He invited her to Miami in late July. So she accepted. She flew a red eye to meet him for dinner later in that day. Okay. After she arrived, she said, after they went to dinner, they stayed up all night together, having relations and partying in a hotel that Diddy arranged for them. After staying up all night, Jane told Diddy she was feeling tired. She testified that Diddy had told her previously that she could vocalize when she was actually tired. But when she did, Jane testified that Combs' demeanor changed and he called her names and threw water on her. He eventually apologized, and so did she. She didn't have to apologize for nothing. She didn't need to apologize for nothing. If she was tired, she was tired. He said, hey, if you want to just let me know if you're tired. It's all good. Just tell me you're tired. Okay? I will honor that. And she's like, well, you know what? Schnookums. Yeah, I am kind of tired. I am kind of tired, Schnookums. And he's like, B, a man spends all this money on you and you tired right now? This is crazy. Crazy, man. Come on, let's see. Any more updates? Because they're supposed to be wrapping up. Yep, this is the wrap. So, do you have an attorney for this case? She says, yes. Who's paying? So she says, Diddy is paying. I'm still processing. Nothing further. Tomorrow, I'm telling you right now, okay? Tomorrow, it's going to be crazy. Tomorrow, defense is going to make a meal out of her. Tomorrow's going to be nuts, guys. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be crazy. And I'm telling you all the things that I'm saying. I ain't trying to be mean. I'm just asking all the questions that I feel a lot of people on the other side are going to be asking as well. Okay? Because yes, I truly do think that she is a victim to a certain extent. Yes, I don't think that she's a perfect victim. She is heavily, heavily flawed. But at the same time, what's going to be really tough? There are a few things that are for sure confirmed within her testimony as far as the direct, as far as the teeing, the trafficking things. Those things are without question. But outside of that, I'm wondering if the jury, and I'm not sitting here questioning the intelligence of the jurors, okay? I'm sure the jury is very intelligent, but I am concerned that they're not going to be able to see the forest through the trees. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to be able to see what's really going on here, that they might get a little lost because of all the other stuff that we're talking about. We talking about vanilla milkshakes, okay? Men's vanilla milkshakes spilling everywhere. We talking about parties, them breaking up and getting back together like Ross and Rachel. You know what I mean? There's so much stuff going on, so much salaciousness, okay? So much filler that I'm wondering if the jury's actually going to understand everything, like 110% understand it all. That's the main question I'm wondering about for sure. Okay. That they're going to remember all of it because there's so much to consume. And there's all this backstory with it too. And it's like, yeah. He's a monster. But yeah, let's talk about the things that he's on trial for. Coercing her, making her do certain things, like that part at the end, putting his hands on her and then making her consume a pill and then S-ing that D. I mean, that's not good. That's not good at all. But here's the thing. This is one of their biggest witnesses, one of their other star witnesses. It's going to be a very interesting watch tomorrow. Because tomorrow, it could be either it can literally be like a what's the word? I don't know what the word is. I can't think of the word. It's like a course. You know what I mean? It's like on how the defense can destroy the credibility of a witness. You know what I mean? Or the defense falls on their face. Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely tired. But I don't want anybody throwing water in my face and call me the B word. Okay? But still, okay? Like, it could literally be like, this could be very bad. And they can really make a meal out of her. Or they fall on their face and they're like, well, yeah, so, you know what I mean? It could be that too. So tomorrow's going to be interesting because if she And hopefully she doesn't fold. A masterclass. Thank you. Oh my dear Lord. Thank you. It's, we've been streaming for 7 hours straight. I'm a little tired, guys. And a late night yesterday for the LA, riots and the protests and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm tired. Okay. But that's one thing. It could be a masterclass on how to destroy a witness on the stand, how to properly do it. We've been seeing it, and I'm wondering who's going to lead it. I have a feeling it's going to be either Steele or it's going to be Westmoreland, because those two don't give a damn. They're coming in. They are ravenous. They don't care. So I'm interested to see what happens. And I'm hoping, because of course I want justice. And if justice means she folds, then she folds, right? Because it just proves that she's just lying. Or I hope she doesn't fold, like she doesn't cave in on the pressure. I'm hoping that she stands her ground, tells her story, and does not give us trashy, weak responses like Bana did, okay? Half of that I agree with, the other half I don't. I can't agree with all that. Stuff like that, those aren't answers. Those aren't straight answers. Those are just, it's all over the place. It's vague answers. So I'm hoping that she's able to stand 10 toes down, stand her ground, say what she needs to say, answer those questions the best way possible, and not cave into the pressure of these people staring at you thinking that you're a liar. That's what I'm hoping for, right? I'm hoping that she does the best that she can so we get the best testimony from both the prosecution and defense. That's it. You want a fair fight on both sides, but she might fold within seconds, and that might say a lot right there too. So we'll see what happens. Okay, we will see what happens. But what say you guys so far with this? Do you think? Oh yeah, they're gonna go in on her. Oh, that's without question. They won't care. Okay, it's gonna be at least 2 days. Okay. It's going to be at least 2 days of cross. And then they'll have redirect and then recross if they want to. But they are ready. They are ready. And this one, there's a lot of holes in there that I can already pick out. I've already been talking about it. Because like I said, we're looking at on both sides. I have questions, just like I think everybody else does too. So we're going to see what happens here. But this is going to be gnarly tomorrow, y'all. Anyway, guys, that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Hopefully I'll get some decent sleep. But tonight, in about an hour and 45 minutes from now, around 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, I will be back on for a short show. We're going to be talking with Lauren Conlon, okay? She is boots on the ground. She is inside that courtroom. We're going to get some real information, some insider tea of what's really going on in that courtroom. Of course, we're going to get her, get her 2 cents on what's been going on as well. So tonight, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Get ready for it. It's going to be a really great one. It's going to be a short one, but it's going to be a great one as well, okay? So be sure to tune in on that, okay? But do me a favor before we get going, hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on those other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that follow button. Subscribe here on my main channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there, okay? Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, and of course, check out pascalmerch.com. All right. I'll be seeing you guys very, very soon. See you guys around 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Get some water, stretch those legs. We're going to be talking here soon. Much love to you guys. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another.